How's the audio? Is it good? Now, I'm gonna try not to scare you here. I'm gonna try not to scare you. But I got a haircut, okay? I look a little different, but that's okay. How's it going, people? How's it going? It looked better this morning. How are we doing? What is so funny? It is not that funny, okay? No, I got a fade and shit. See? It looked better this morning. Anyways, yeah, I'm at home, like in New York, so it's a new setup. But I am. Hold on, what? Chat's all weird and shit. Well, this is really like my old setup. For the OGs, the OGs. Um, but yeah, I'm in New York right now. It is like, listen, I owe a collective apology to Europe as a continent because I make fun of you guys every time you bitch, like, because it's hot or whatever. Um, and like, I get it now because I went to New York and it is so fucking, like, ridiculously hot. Like it should be illegal for it to, somebody needs to be arrested. It is so hot. Okay, it's like fucking, it's like hard to breathe out there. I don't know if anyone's on the East Coast right now, but like, I don't know, dude. Anyways, um, my voice is deep. This is a different microphone. Dude, can you imagine like the entire time the reason I sound all fucked up is because of my mic and I just like switch to a different microphone. I sound like the Allstate guy. You cannot vape in your mom's house. What the fuck? You gonna tell her? What is this, bro? Hold on, I'm looking at JPB alert. What's JPB? All right, let's try to switch to scene. Let's try to switch to who is this fresh guy? It's me. Um, let's switch to where the fuck? So apparently, oh yeah, it's also like the 4th of July. I forgot because I don't celebrate any holidays because I'm a heartless, soulless bastard that never has any fun. I spend my free time staring at a painting on the wall, listening to creepy classical music, while I strangely eat a strange piece of meat, and invite house guests over to talk to about human anatomy. Thank you for the five, Balls Mahone. DGG will call your mom and tell her you're vaping in the house. Now that true. Favorite classical song? I mean, it's obviously Claire de Lune, but I know it's like stereotypical as fuck. But it's just such a beautiful song. Goes back to family, plays Hoi 4 instead of celebrating with the fam. All like my brother's going to a party that of course I'm not invited to. My mom's going somewhere that of course I'm not invited to. I'm fucking, it's literally just me all day. You for Hall of the Mountain King? Are you making fun of me for picking the most stereotypical shit ever? Okay. So I'm being told that, there's a lot of 4th of July celebrations. I saw an air show today outside. There was like a flyover, and I got to see an AC 130. Ever heard of that? I got to see an AC 130. I saw some like jets flying in formation. It was pretty cool. It is the 250-year anniversary of the independence of the United States. Um, which is, all things considered, pretty decent amount of time to be around. The American experiment has gone on for 250 years, undefeated, and, you know, military slop. Okay, now that's somebody that actually can't have any fun, all right? plain spurging instead of drinking. I don't drink. I smoke weed, but I don't drink. How do I get unbanned? Well, a great way to start is to annoy me about it in my live chat. That's a really, really great way to start. Um, I was in the military, so I'd be the first to identify mill slop. Well, thank you for your service. Okay. Anyways, um, so to start us off, there was a rodeo that occurred somewhere in Folsom. This is Folsom, California, but apparently it's making the rounds. It's gone viral. This clip. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. What the fuck? Dude. Oh, is he hurt? I shouldn't be laughing. I don't know why that's so funny. What the fuck? Tickets. Okay. This guy's having a worse 4th of July than I am, apparently. Great stuff. It's a metaphor for America, because we fall and we get back up again. And then apparently there's another. Okay? I mean, that's not that type of fall. It wouldn't kill you. What? I mean, it depends on where you land, I guess. But that was shielded by the canopy. So, I don't know. We hope that he's okay. I would imagine that he probably is, and it's just going to be a funny story. I hope he's okay, because if he isn't okay and he dies, there's going to be a clip of me memorialized online of me looking at the death of an innocent man and laughing, which is kind of the way I want to be remembered, actually. So, W that. Now, for those of you that don't know, I'm a very big fan of Breaking Bad. I completed the show around my 21st birthday, which was in March. One of the best things I ever watched, by far. One of the things that definitely lives up to the hype. And Jonathan Banks, who played Mike Ehrmantraut in the show and on Better Call Saul, apparently reprised his role and had a message. And I actually want to check this out.
How many of you remember that day? June 9th, 1954. How many of you remember that day?
It's like yesterday.
Yeah. Right. Well, I do. I was in elementary school, and we had one of the first televisions in the neighborhood.
Well, I'm sorry.
I
thought he said 1994 for a second. Wait, hold on. I gotta find.
If you remember that. June 9th, 1954.
Oh, 54.
How many of you remember?
I thought for a second, I don't know why, I must like zoned out. I heard 94 and I'm like, Jonathan, what were you doing in an elementary school in 94? You'd been a grown-ass man.
Remember that day? Yeah. Right. Well, I do. I was in elementary school, and we had one of the first televisions in the neighborhood, which would have been great if it was tuned into the Lone Ranger. But my old man wanted to watch this boring show called the Army McCarthy hearings. Bunch of guys sitting around talking into microphones. If you've never heard of Joe McCarthy.
If you haven't heard of Joe McCarthy and you're an American, I honestly, I wish the best for you, because you clearly need it. I don't know what American has not heard of fucking Joe McCarthy.
Look him up on the whatever. He was a United States Senator, and he was a real peach. He'd lie, he'd bully, destroy reputations. He would hurt people without a thought. And everybody was afraid of him because he was rooting out communism.
Fun fact, during the Red Scare, my grandfather's father owned a grocery store in New York, and it was like a corner shop, like grocer or whatever. And during the Red Scare, he ended up getting questioned by federal agents because he was under suspicion for a brief period of time, I guess, of potentially being a communist. I don't know if it was a collaborator, a sympathizer. I don't remember exactly what it was for, but my grandma told me the story. But yeah, the Red Scare was certainly a time, and it ended. For those of you that don't know, during the famous clip where God, I forget his name. The guy says to McCarthy, like, have you any shame or whatever? Because McCarthy had brought up that one of the dudes working at his law firm used to be a member of the Communist Party. Just like get back at him, he brought that up, which would ruin the dude's reputation in America at that time. So the dude was the guy who ran the firm was, I think his name was Joe Welch or something. He's like, have you any shame or whatever? And then everyone turned on McCarthy after that hearing. But the lawyer that proceeded for McCarthy was a guy by the name of Roy Cohn. And for those who don't know Roy Cohn, that's Trump. That was Trump's political mentor. He was also a outspoken homophobe that was secretly homosexual. Pushed for the. I mean, you could just look into his whole history. Very shady guy, not a great guy.
And let me tell you, in America in the 1950s, you did not want to be called a communist. Oh man, my old man hated commies. Hated him till the day he died, fought him in Korea. Believe me when I tell you, he had zero use for that particular philosophy. And yet, there we were, June 9th, 1954. And on the television, a man named Joseph Welch
Yes, I got the name right.
stands up to this bully McCarthy. And Welch says, have you no sense of decency, sir?
Yeah, sorry, not shame. It was decency. I got the phrase wrong. And it was almost like, dude, it's so weird because it's like the American public was like totally content watching this guy just like smear and accuse a bunch of random people and ruin their lives and careers. But like the second some guy drops a banger like, "Sir, have you any decency?" Everybody's like, "I no longer agree with this." It's very funny how the mind of the average American works.
At long last, have you left no sense of decency? And my pop, my commie-hating pop, mutters to himself, about damn time. Now I'm confused. I say, Pop, I thought you and McCarthy were on the same side. And my father looks at me and he says, there is right versus left, and there is right versus wrong.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so what part of this is Mike Ehrmantraut? Is this just Jonathan Banks? They're like he reprises his role. This could have just been Jonathan Banks. But he definitely aura farming like fuck. This is very base sentiment, a very based message. I think that's literally it. Yeah. They're still mad at Joe McCarthy because he exposed them all. So true. So fucking true. Yeah. That's literally it. But yeah, I mean, I think the messaging here basically reminds us of the importance of not letting partisanship carry us away from our sense of basic human decency and morality, and it is something that we should preserve in the ever polarizing landscape that is the United States. Unfortunately, things are so polarized, it is very hard to remain decent at the moment when you literally have the other side doing what the endless things that they are doing. But I think the ship has sailed with a lot of Americans, Aiden. What do you mean? Jonathan is just a woke lefty man. What a loser. So fucking true. So true. Now, I'm being told that J-Stock apparently debated Wick, okay? And if this didn't happen, I'm gonna look like an idiot because it's supposed to take up the bulk of my fucking stream today. I don't know if anyone else has anything else that's going on they want me to cover. I haven't really looked for anything because I've been busy, but as if I was gonna look for anything anyways. But if you have anything, you could just like put it into the inbox. Um, Look at this guy. All right. I hope you're having a festive July 4th. You want to see someone else who's very festive? This guy. This guy. Got his new merch. Got his new merch. Who is this? Who the fuck is this? I actually don't know who this is. But he's really enjoying that mug. You said Queeman turned his IG filters off? True. Is that what Jimberly looks like? Dude, if this is the guy that like we're like shit talking back and forth on like Discord, he's like, "You got your dick sucked," and, and I'm like, "You're like a friendless, wifeless, like fucking or sorry, loser." If this is that guy, dude. Anyways, let's take a look at this debate. All right, I'm hearing that it actually happened. So how do I fucking make my thing bigger on OBS? All right. Would you be surprised? No. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing. Unfortunately. All right. So I'm assuming it's on the Wick TV channel. Wick TV, who is for our little introduction here. Wick TV, who is oh wait, I forgot. I disavow wholeheartedly Doobie and the crimes that he has committed. I ask him to turn himself in immediately to law enforcement and DGG, so that consequences can be doled out to my former best friend Doobie. Thank you. Now, anyways, we're gonna cover Wick. Um, the so basically, Wick is a non-Destiny affiliated individual, an unbiased, intelligent, charismatic, authoritative host of a political panel show that really, quite frankly, serves as a piece of a cultural revolution. Okay, that's what I think Wick's channel is. I think it's changing minds and changing the world. But he uploads this thing called Wick versus J-Stock. Let's take a look. You forgot Lady Killer? That too. What are they even debating about?
So I was told by
Perfect.
Usurp the Chef, and you can tell me if he's wrong or not because I didn't check. You guys were watching, huh? What did you think? Like it?
I just think it's crazy that you think there's no reason you would call CPS on Brit and Devil.
Ooh, this is what they're debating on. This is actually a good, because this is one of the topics as it pertains to Destiny that I'm actually not super sure of, okay? This is an area where I am, based on what I've seen, I've made a surface level determination that it does seem like there would be ample cause for concern for the welfare of a child. The only thing I've not been able to refute is why Connor waited months before doing that. I actually don't know the answer to that, and that does kind of hurt the he's genuinely concerned for the welfare of a child and isn't doing this for retaliatory reasons argument that I was trying to give to Destiny. So I'm entering this with a relatively open mind on this one. I'm not super sure of my positions as it pertains to those.
Or I think I don't know for sure. I think he called the cops who handed off to CPS, right? Because it's a child-related complaint.
So according to, and we go through this on my stream, and this is from a DM that he sent to North.
I didn't watch the whole thing, so
Sure.
I didn't watch the whole thing.
He contacted local authorities and CPS both.
Okay, sure. Okay. Either way, I'm good with both of those.
On Destiny specifically,
I thought it was.
I don't know on Brit. Like, I didn't see that screenshot, but on Destiny, this is what he says.
Okay, I'm talking about on Brit and Devil.
Okay,
So
well,
on
he says,
Destiny,
and I'm
I don't
going to
know
quote.
what you would do, but
Yeah, I'm going to quote here.
Okay,
He
go.
says, this is from 6/8/26 at 14:58. He says, yep, just reporting the Destiny stuff to law enforcement.
Connor heard the clip from Mr. Girl recently. Actually, I think I heard that from somebody. So what did... Okay, so if you heard the clip from Mr. Girl recently, and that clip would be the concern, the part that would be cause for concern. I mean, the other stuff is cause for concern itself, but hearing the admissions made in that clip, the actual guardian of the children in question is concerned, or is mentioning, if I remember the clip correctly, is mentioning that they like things that would make them personally even concerned for the welfare of their own kids. So that would change things, right? My question is, what did he know before seeing that clip? Thank you, Curb Yoshi with the 5. Let's get the stream like, guys. True. Connor says it was the Mr. Girl emails. Britt denied the allegation, but the email lined up with what Devil claimed. Wait, so what did he learn from the Mr. Girl email that he hadn't previously known? I guess that would have solidified, or its authenticity would have been further, I guess, solidified for him.
And CPS. So I'm assuming that's reporting Destiny.
oh wait, hold on. You know what? I'll just ask him right now. I'll see if he's around.
Oh, okay. If he wants to jump in too, we make it a party. I mean, I was talking about him. He deserves a chance to
Yeah, maybe
answer the
if he wants to.
I'm glad that Whick now realizes that when you're like making allegations against somebody in your platform, you should give them an opportunity to refute said allegations. I'm glad he's finally accepted my argument on that.
Yeah, it's up to him. Like I said, I'm not here to bait him onto stream, but I mean, he can react to it or whatever. But I mean, he's welcome to. He has that option.
Did reporting them to CPS and police. Yeah, sure. I don't know what. Hold on. Can you send me that screenshot, or do you have a way to
Okay,
present?
screen share. Is that okay?
I can't see everything there. You got to scroll. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Just
I'm waiting
reporting-
for you to get there, right?
Yep. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. The Destiny stuff to law enforcement and CPS. I don't think so.
Because basically, Devil telling him it happened, but Destiny downplayed it, so he believed Destiny until he saw more evidence. In the anonymous. Let me just write this down. Whoa. Hold on. Let me make sure this doesn't accidentally pull up on the window, because this is my fucking personal. Hold on. What the fuck? I think we're good. Alright. I'm just gonna write this down, because it's probably useful to remember later.
Maybe he said it somewhere else. To me, right there, I don't see why he would be calling CPS on Destiny based on these logs. But I'd also been told that he said that directly on a stream, and I can't find it on a stream anywhere. So if I'm not saying that's a lie, I just haven't seen any evidence that he did that personally. And I don't think that log is evidence that he called anybody on Destiny. He says the Destiny stuff because that's like what the content is.
Well, as you pointed out, I don't have sufficient evidence, nor do I have the power of a warrant, so I'm going to give it to people who do, and they can do with it what they think is best.
In my opinion, right? But I don't know what he did for calls
Sure.
in terms of Destiny.
And
The really concerning thing about the email is that the mother of the children is saying she would let the object of her infatuation... Yes. Yeah, I even said to Destiny, I said to him, right, that email would be more than enough for somebody to be concerned about the welfare of children involved, right? And his rebuttal to that, and it was my fault for not knowing this off the top of my head, but his rebuttal to that was, and it's funny too, because I'm willing to give him certain things at face value, and they accuse me of doing that for everybody else. It's like, oh, you're letting this person, you're letting Kathy, you're taking what Kathy says at face value. You're taking, I verify these things later, but like in the moment, I'm not gonna be like source for every fucking thing you say. So the conversation can have a natural progression. I should be hone in more on not trusting certain statements, right? I'm too charitable on certain things. I admit that. But yeah, I mean, his rebuttal to that was, well, if Connor, if this wasn't like for retaliatory reasons, it wasn't swatting, why, if Connor was truly concerned about the welfare of the kids, why did he wait, like 7 months or whatever the fuck he said, right? And I had no rebuttal to that.
And I think it's totally justified to call it on Brit and Devil.
Well, and also this is the reason why I don't think it's crazy to have a problem with him calling CPS on anyone in this situation. Devil, Destiny, Brit, either way. He says, and you can read it on your screen, as you pointed out, I don't have sufficient evidence, nor do I have the power of a warrant, so I'm going to give it to people who do. If you don't have a sufficient...
I'm not too charitable all the time. I just can be too charitable. Due to whatever factors are at play. If I'm like tired and I'm not like fucking on guard or whatever.
Evidence, you shouldn't be calling the authorities on this. This isn't a fishing expedition. This is my main problem. Evidence, nor do I have the power of a warrant, so I'm going to give it to people who do. If you don't have a sufficient evidence, you shouldn't be calling the authorities on this. This isn't a fishing
If you, oh my, lay out a hypothetical to Whick. Lay out a hypothetical to Whick. I want Whick to pretend that he's a school teacher, okay? Or you know what? No, because he'd be like, well, I'm a mandated reporter. Of course I'd have to do something. Okay, I want Whick to pretend that he is, I don't know, what would be an example where you'd come into proximity with kids a lot? Whick works at a store, okay? Let's say Whick is a cashier at a store, and little Johnny comes in every day to buy some soda, okay? And Whick has been noticing that little Johnny has been looking very skinny recently, very frail. He's been coming in with bruises on his arms, on his face, and when Whick asks little Johnny, why are you all bruised up like that? Little Johnny lies in a very nervous statement, claims that he has some rare clotting condition or something that causes him to bruise easily. And Whick and little Johnny goes about his day. Now Whick knows that's bullshit, but why would little Johnny lie about his bruises, right? With that information in mind, would Whick be willing to call CPS? And he probably would, right? Because at that point, could it be possible that little Johnny has an innocent explanation for his bruises? Yes, of course. But in terms of probability, it's also very likely he's being abused by an adult, right? And you would rather CPS conduct an investigation and find no wrongdoing than have nobody report obvious signs that they see to authorities. A kid is actually being abused and ends up fucking dead, right? And that has happened. That's not like some made-up fictional scenario. That has happened, unfortunately, so many times. CPS, as bad of a reputation as they have due to overstaffing, being spread thin, sometimes not doing their due diligence and plain out incompetence, right? For the most part, they have a process for how they talk to kids, right? In a way that's not especially leading or traumatizing. When they're questioning these kids, they'll be like, so when you're hungry, like, what do mommy and daddy give you to eat? Or something. Like, they'll ask just regular questions that wouldn't, if the child didn't know what they were, it wouldn't be traumatic in and of itself, right? And you would rather be safe than sorry. Now, this is not urging people online to go call CPS whenever they minorly suspect something is wrong. But if you hear the mother of a child talking about her kids being at imminent risk of molestation and her being okay with it happening or something, at that point, you've ample reason to, if you know she actually has kids, at that point, you've ample reason to believe that a child is legitimately at risk. And I would not fault somebody who, like, personally knows one of the actors involved for deciding to make that call, okay? Because I would rather they show up and be completely wrong than not show up and there is a kid being abused.
Expedition. This is my main problem with what Connor did.
Wait,
he engaged in a fishing expedition.
Hold on.
Let me finish. He contacted federal authorities to go on a fishing expedition, admitting that he does not have sufficient evidence for his claims.
Hold on.
Have you ever? Yes, I talk about. I've referenced Gabriel Fernandez like 4 times when we talked about this. Yes, CPS's biggest problem historically was what they failed to do, what they didn't do, right? If you look at the process of an actual CPS
AIDS
investigation,
gang represent, okay?
yo,
Ever thought about a retrospective on how people reacted to Daddy 05 to see how people's opinions changed?
I didn't realize I had TTS on. But yes, that would be interesting. I remember seeing Daddy 05 when I was in like elementary school and not seeing any inherent problem with it until after the fact, right? It was mostly kids, I think, that were watching him at the time, and they didn't see any inherent problem with it, like I didn't. But that whole situation was insane, how it went on as long as it did. Hold on. Who tipped that? One sec. Just gotta fix this.
You understand that most rape victims don't have sufficient evidence for their claims, right?
Hold on. Yes, they do. They go
Thank you, Anon. Let me.
through rape. If they know it happened to them because they are direct victims. Was Counterpoints a direct victim here?
Okay. He's not a direct victim, but everybody involved said that Britt, her kids,
Okay,
in sexual.
how do I turn this shit off, bro? Thank you. Where did that even come from? What the fuck? I didn't even get a tip. How did that go? I didn't even get a tip. Why did that go off? I didn't even get a tip. What the... Dude, why is Streamlabs so fucking broken? Thank you for the 5, Himpleton. Have a good stream and check DMs if you want some extra content. I will. We're gonna check that out at the end. Dude, how do I... Okay! Dude, what is happening? Stop. Turn it off. Oh, fuck me, dude. Okay, I think I fixed it. Anyways, thank you. Who tipped that? That was tipped by...
Role play.
Hold on.
Britt said it.
Hold on.
Devil said it. Destiny said it.
Britt said many things that contradicted each other. Devil said many things that contradicted each other. I can't speak to what Destiny directly said, but when it comes to Britt and Devil specifically, they are very unreliable
Does
narratives.
Whick think you should only call CPS if you know definitively, hand on the Bible, gun to your head, that a child is absolutely being abused? That's the only scenario in which you should call? When you've already, like, done the work that they're supposed to be doing, right? Establishing whether or not the home is a safe environment. He wants you... You're supposed to do their process for them and then call. No, they do that, and then the police get called if something more is going on.
In this, they have changed their story over the months, multiple times,
So hold
and
on.
not just with this
Do you
recent
think,
blow up. So
I'm
it's
going
like
to ask you just real quick before you even continue. Is that not more reason to call CPS if they're so unreliable, they're so disconnected from reality that they...
If when talking about the safety of their own children, the parents are giving inconsistent...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Where the fuck is that coming from, Dad? Thank you, Anon, for the 3. If I donate more, can I get boosted to the fuck a fan draw this month? That is not happening, but thank you, Anon. God, I love Streamlabs, truly. I love Streamlabs, thank you. How the fuck do I turn this off? I thought I turned it off. Does that do it? What the fuck? Wait, is it every time I switch back? Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Alright, it's fixed. It shouldn't do that anymore. Okay, good. Alright.
Actually can't keep a story straight? Is that
No,
not a problem?
lying on the internet is not sufficient reason to take someone's
Again,
kids away.
Destiny confirmed.
In and of itself, no, right? But the lie in question is coming from the providers or the caregivers of a child who've previously allegedly made statements that claim or that would lead someone to believe that the safety of said child is at risk. So if those same guardians are giving inconsistent explanations and stories that directly pertain to the safety of the kids, the inference would be that there is something being hidden. And if you're to believe that something is being hidden in this context, you would believe that that thing is more than likely abuse, right? Or some form of endangerment of the child, right? So this would actually further the sort of suspicion that something is going on. If somebody is lying about the thing that's going on. I don't know how Whick can't like comprehend that.
Confirmed that she had baited sexual shit with her kids.
Show me the confirmation that she baited sexual sit with her kids.
Okay.
Do you have that?
So Destiny says in a combo with counterpoints, bruh, that woman is insane. Hold on, let me switch over to your camera again.
Okay.
So this is him when he first talks to counterpoints. Destiny says, bruh, that woman is insane, and it says a ton of insane shit.
It's time for JSTLK to cam up, okay? Listen, it wasn't his choice that his face got out there, but unfortunately it is. And I think that it is time he embraces it rather than hides, and I think it's time he cams up. The era of the bird is over.
As soon as she started baiting stuff related to her kids, I stopped any sexual combo with her. Her allegation is that they did roleplay where he was supposed to be molesting her kids.
Hold on.
Is this not the same event that they are both
that.
confirming?
She doesn't say that. She says,
Be real? Okay, in the non-creepiest way possible, I've seen what JSTLK looks like recently, like in like the last couple of years. All things considered, he's not a horrible looking guy. The one photo they throw around of him is like, it's alleged to be him, okay? It's alleged to be him, just like the one I saw. So if there's like some random guy, I guess unfortunate for that guy. But the one photo they've thrown around is like from like, he's like, it's like from years, it looks like it's from years ago when he's in school.
age play stuff. Even in the Mr.
No.
Girl interview.
I honestly think that's worse than like face doxing somebody. If you face dox them and then you decide that the photo you're gonna use to go do that is like a photo from when they were like fat in high school, one thing is like really wrong, but the other thing is just like unnecessarily mean. Okay, very unnecessarily mean, cruel even. I think that is quite frankly even more evil than the act of face doxing itself.
You watched on stream, right? Or not the interview, I'm
Sure.
sorry, the email.
Do we want to go through
Right?
the Mr. Girl
She
email?
talks-
Because
well-
we have the whole transcript here of what she said. This is her email reconstructed.
Her email
Okay.
reconstructed?
Anyone ever
Why don't
had
we-
blunder years? Like, can you imagine if you're faceless online and they get photos of you and it's only photos of you from your like fucking blunder years?
Just go through the
As
clip
in-
that Counterpoint posted.
Because the clip actually doesn't do it justice because Max talks a lot. Max is a yapper.
Okay, but you understand how we have a clip. Why don't we just go to the clip? When you say reconstructed, what do you mean?
I mean, this is the transcript with Max's voice removed. So Max's side of the conversation, or Max's like pontificating, is removed. It's just her, what she says, her allegation.
And where's
her
this transcript
story.
from?
This is just taken from the video. It would be in the same thing. We could actually go back and forth if you want.
If you want to, yes. We can go and we can pull up that. I think I have it here. Hold on.
So I'm gonna.
The
I'm gonna-
only
this is-
person to if these kids are not being abused and nothing is going on here, The only person to be blamed for the fact that CPS was called is Brit. Okay? This, unfortunately, there's a parallel here to be made to a certain, albeit not as severe, but there's a parallel to be made here to a certain man who is living in the tattered streets of Nazi-occupied Bel Air. Okay, it's like the 1930s German Reich over in cold, poor Bel Air. This guy decided to make statements about his children online that would lead the average moron to believe that his children were living in conditions that jeopardized their safety, right? Now, I believe if you did a shred of research, you'd understand that what he said wouldn't necessarily lead you to that conclusion. But this resulted in a CPS call being made. And the truth is, if your children are not at risk and living in fine conditions where they are safe, all you need to do, and next time someone calls CPS on you, I'll have your back completely. That's a promise, okay? All you need to do is not make statements online that make people think your kid's safety is being jeopardized, okay? That's the only thing you need. I know it's a really hard ask, but it actually seems like a super avoidable problem if you're somebody that is not abusing your kids or neglecting your kids.
I'm just going to read it on stream for both of us. Hi, Max. This year I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about. And so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage.
This is so much more justified than Ethan. Yes. That's why I said, albeit not as severe. Yeah, this because even the Guardian is making statements that their kid's safety is in jeopardy. Ethan was saying things that could conclude somebody to believe that, but he wasn't directly stating himself, I believe my kid's safety is at risk or whatever, right?
With this guy online and some pretty intense and
I believe if you did a little bit of research about how Giardia spreads or whatever, I don't think there was enough there where CPS should have been called with Ethan, right? But I think the fact that they were called is partially his fault for deciding to explain things in the way that he explained it to an online mass of fucking morons, right?
Taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids.
Sure.
What do we think that means?
It could mean a whole host of things. Pretending to be married and to be involved in each other's kids' lives. The taboo thing sounds bad, but sounding bad from someone who has, again, changed their story multiple times, who is emailing a content creator. Hold on, let me finish. Who is, because you got to get the context of when this happened and what was going on at the time, who was an avid watcher, wanted to get on stream, and you know this as a content creator.
You're doing a whole bunch to discredit this. I'm just asking
give
you to engage
many
with what's
salacious details and just
I understand why you don't want to engage with what's written here, but
yes. So here's the deal, folks. If you make things up about the safety of your kids, someone is going to be calling CPS on you. And quite frankly, for the cause of the safety of kids, personally, I don't know if I speak for everyone on this, that's a sacrifice we're willing to make, okay? So all you need to do to avoid this scenario is not go online and start telling us about your kids or making statements. Going online telling us about your kids and making statements that lead people to believe they're in unsafe conditions. That's all you need to do.
I want to...
Hold on, I'm saying that it's from an unreliable narrator. It's like, if someone DM'd me right now and said that you had raped a kid...
I don't want to have the conversation.
Do you think I should call CPS on you?
How reliable the narrator is. But I'm not... We can have...
Black Hat, why would... Okay. Brit could totally be unreliable here, right? I agree that Brit has, changed her story on certain things or whatever, right? Nobody's claiming that she's reliable. But reliable or not, what we do know is there's a chance that somewhere in the changing story there is truth, right? And a statement that she put out to the internet in the form of emailing Mr. Girl, directly claimed that her kid's safety was jeopardized, if I remember correctly, right? And that would be enough to cause suspicion that a minor's safety was in jeopardy. Not definitive confirmation, but reasonable suspicion. Now, whose job is it to establish definitive confirmation before law enforcement gets involved? Oh, well, that's CPS, right? And if you have reasonable suspicion that a kid is a victim of abuse, then it is more than justified to report that to CPS.
will have the conversation with you. I promise you, I won't cut you off. But we're
I say reasonable suspicion. And the reason I say reasonable suspicion is somebody saying their kid has a cold is not enough for you to go call CPS. I know that people will take that and use it as an excuse to be retaliatory, which is why I was open to the possibility that that's what Connor was doing, right? People can absolutely do this for the sake of retaliation. But that doesn't change the fact that ultimately it is the right course of action if you believe a minor is being abused, right? To pass that along, right? Don't be the guy that sits there and says, I don't want to live in a world. This is why this whole CPS discourse is so harmful, because out there could very well now be someone that suspects that something is going on with a kid and doesn't make the call because he knows what happened to Ethan, or he knows what we should want people to not be the bystander. We should want people to stop child abuse if they suspect that it's occurring, or pass that on to the people who can.
A conversation about how reliable she is as a narrator, okay? We will have that conversation. I'm asking you what this means.
I feel like it would be enough to... I feel like I'm almost certain that that's enough for, like, a mandated reporter. I'm almost certain, off of Britt's statement to Mr. Girl, I'm almost certain a mandated reporter would have to go say something. I don't know if anybody in here is a mandated reporter, if you're like a teacher or something, but I'm almost certain, or like a therapist, but I'm almost certain that would be a scenario that they would have to fucking report.
It's very obvious what it means, and it's why you will not engage with this quote in a vacuum.
Hold on.
It's why you have to go to her being an unreliable narrator.
No, hold on. This idea that you know what it means. Tell me what it means. What is the age play involved? Be specific. First of all, have you seen any of the logs of the age play?
That it is... No.
No. You haven't seen anything, to be clear.
Is JSTLK even... I know JSTLK believes that it happened, but is he, for the sake of this argument, you don't even have to claim that this definitively happened. You could literally say, I have no idea if this happened, but it seems like she was claiming that it did at one point, and we should take that seriously because she's the guardian of the children whose safety would be jeopardized per her initial statements, right? So that would be CPS's job to figure out if the kids are living in a safe environment.
Why do you have to? Why do you
because
have to? It's
if you're going to make a claim to call CPS on someone, you should better have seen the log.
It's obvious there's only one thing left here.
Yeah, age play is weird as fuck and gross, but you have a hard time making a moral claim if it's between two consenting adults. It's like the same thing with CNC or rape play, or it's like if you're doing it with another consenting adult, like, you know, I can't really make there's no victim, so there's nobody's being morally wronged in that scenario. Doesn't mean I can't think it's degenerate and disgusting, but in terms of like morality, I don't know what I could really say on that.
No, you don't have to have seen the logs.
Yes, you do.
That's
if you're going to make this claim and call the federal authorities, you have to have seen the logs. You have to have direct evidence.
You do not have to have proof of a crime to call the police for a crime. You need reasonable suspicion. This is
not reasonable suspicion. Having an email that someone made to Mr. Girl, who, again, we have no idea if they made this shit up.
Let's just start with this. Let's just start with this.
Age play is more gross than CNC 100 times. Well, I'm instinctively less disgusted by the idea of CNC than I am with the idea of age play, but that's just probably because, you know, the age play would involve a conceptual child, right? And I can't really imagine somebody finding pleasure in that, I guess, in like a non-pedophilic way. I guess there's people that, it's like kind of like with rape play, where it seems like they're like more specifically, I'm sure it's amongst guys as well, but I mostly hear this amongst women. For some reason, it seems like victims of certain sexual trauma engage in consensual sexual scenarios like that, where they're reliving what occurred. I don't know why that is. I've heard that it's like a way of like reliving it where you have the control, or something. If I remember correctly, I'm not too sure.
If this were true, if she was being 100% truthful here, and this did happen, and she's being totally legitimate about everything she says here, that would be reasonable suspicion to call CPS, yes?
I don't think so either. No.
That's insane. That's insane. I'll give them this. I don't think there's enough for me to conclusively, definitively say that this absolutely fucking happened, right? I'm unsure whether this really happened or not. You know, if it did happen, would I be surprised? No, not really. If it didn't happen, would I be surprised? No, not really. What I can definitively say, and what I'd actually be willing to debate on relating to this, is that there was enough to suspect that something was happening. And that's all you need to justify making a report to CPS if you believe there's reasonable suspicion that something is happening.
And to
She's
be clear,
saying
well,
here-
let me just ask you, if there was reasonable suspicion that you had, if I had reasonable suspicion, right? And let's just take it for granted that this is true, that you
Gun to your head, did it happen? Yes or no? Which are you choosing? I think he probably tried it. But it wasn't like his thing. Her initial like explanation, I think, might, because if this was like a reoccurring fetish of his, I feel like you would have seen this described by other partners. Have we heard the age play allegation before? I don't know if we have, right? So I could like conceivably see like she was into it and he went along with it because he's like completely like, he's like a degen that will do anything sexual or whatever. And you know, it was like more her thing than his maybe. But that would be gun to my head what I would think occurred here maybe, as opposed to nothing happening at all.
had kidnapped a 13-year-old girl and raped her.
He's been into age play before, has he? There was age play with Rose and Solo. Really? All I see is there's just like one screenshot where he's asking someone if they're into that.
repeatedly. Do you think that I should call CPS? Yes, obviously.
I mean, I don't think Destiny's a pedophile. I've said that, right? I know there are a lot of you that do. They're not gonna like that I just said that, but that's never been a part of my like main claims against him. There are other bad things you could be besides being a pedophile. I think he's probably had a predilection or attraction to late teenage girls. Unfortunately, though, a lot of men probably do that we just don't know about, or in some cases do know about. But I think at most that's like, I've never thought he was like actually like a pedophile.
Right, in that situation, but you are smuggling in the conclusion, and I think that when it comes to did this actually happen? I don't think it did, and not at least not.
I think food shops is more pedophilic than he is. I think with food shops, it's like a primary attraction or whatever. If he does have that if he does have any sort of, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a primary attraction. With food shops, it seems to be.
Way that you guys are implying it did, because you admit.
I can't imagine consciously going for 18-year-olds after 30. Well, okay. So here's the thing. An 18-year-old is like post-pubescent. So a guy with an adult male could be attracted to the body type. But you know and feel weird doing that because you understand that this is an 18-year-old and you have a conscience and a sense of morality and inhibition that would like maybe, cause you to be a bit grossed out by the entire concept. Destiny is somebody that seemingly doesn't have that. So it actually makes sense to me why he's totally okay with going for right on the line, or because I don't think he's somebody that particularly cares about like the morality of any of it, right? Or
that you haven't seen any of the logs.
Anything?
You are projecting.
What do you think I'm implying?
You are
what do you think I'm
extrapolating.
implying?
You're implying that there was sexual role play where they pretended to be each other's kids and molested each other.
I'm saying that's what she's saying. I have no evidence.
Okay,
Destiny
that's not
engaged
what
back
she's
with
saying.
this
It's
role
not
play.
very clear in this post.
That's
what
obviously what she's saying. Yes.
That is not obvious. And the fact that you think it's obvious, I think, again, it's the mind poison here. That is not obvious. There are other...
No, I'm 21, and unfortunately, I could imagine myself... This is going to shock some of you, but I could imagine myself with a 19-year-old. 18's too young, because they're just, like, literally, like, either right out of high... Like, you need to have college experience before I'd even consider, right? You need to have college experience. But 19... listen, and I know that's going to disturb some of you. I get it, okay? I understand. But...
She highlighting that it's fantasizing about being...
Oh my god, dude, this Queeman guy.
Step-parents to each other's kids.
This Queeman guy... There's this guy that floats around the community called Milkman Dan. Alright? He's the nicest guy ever. Alright? Never heard him... He never had a bad word to say about anybody. Anybody, anywhere. Okay? He's the most agreeable, nicest guy ever. And this miserable Queeman person who has like a stick up his ass has beef with Dan. The like nicest guy ever. I don't get it. I don't know how you have beef with Dan. Dan's so nice.
Okay, people fantasize about being step parents to each other's kids, and then the babysitter comes in, or they're sneaking around, hiding from the kids while they get into sexual escapades. All these are kind of age play. All these fit.
Even a 21-year-old would feel weird hanging out with his friends. You wouldn't want to be my friend? That hurts.
Facts of what she said,
None of them,
and none of them are worthy of calling CPS over. The fact that you immediately go to the worst possible interpretation is just a dishonest read of this.
Go backwards. There is no age play involved in any of the scenarios you've laid out that include being step parents.
Hold on, that's not true. When a babysitter comes into play, right, and you're like, okay, we're step parents,
anything in this
the babysitter
about
came
a
into play,
babysitter?
we're going to pretend to be younger for the
in this
babysitter.
email about
That
a
is age
babysitter,
play.
Whick?
If someone calls you
Whick,
daddy,
where's
that is
there-
age
Whick,
play.
Whick,
Okay.
Whick,
Want to get to the question?
is there anything in this email?
I'm surprised. I gotta give this to Whick, okay? I honestly do. Pains me to say. He actually did a debate by himself. And maybe he does this all the time, and I just haven't seen it before. I didn't know he was capable of it. I honestly didn't. The fact he's doing horribly, absolutely fucking horribly, about as well as you'd expect. But, you know, with Whick, it's like props for even showing up and not bringing Destiny.
About a babysitter, Whick.
There's no
Whick gets an AG4L participation trophy.
it that they molested kids?
It is when they say it's.
See, you're
pretty intense and taboo
speculating.
age
It's
play scenarios,
speculation. That's all
including-
speculation. Quote me the molesting
I'm
kids
asking
part.
you to give me.
Dude,
I'm
is
asking you to
molesting in
give
there at
me
all?
Another situation that fits the criteria
I
that's
just
been
did.
laid out here.
I just did.
No, you didn't. That's not age play.
That is absolutely, again, can include age play in that. If they called each other daddy, that's age play. Like, I don't know what it is. This is a point.
That's not
I don't
what's
know.
being said.
I don't have the
Whick, that's
information
not what's being
to
said,
give you to
because
what this
here's the
is and
other-
what this is
Hold on.
not. But
You
the
know what?
assumption
I
to the
didn't include-
immediate,
I didn't include the
the
next
immediate
part. I
assumption
didn't
to the
include the
worst
next part.
possible
Hold
narrative
on.
is a problem. And it
It's
is
not an assumption.
immoral
It's laid out
to
very
call
obviously in this
CPS
email.
based on assumptions.
Huh? What does Whick think people call CPS with? What does he think? For example, what does he think mandated reporters work with? Mandated reporters, I'd venture to guess that most of the time when a report is made to CPS, or sorry, maybe not most. No, I'd say most, or at least half of the time when a report is made to CPS, it's coming from somebody that doesn't definitively know whether or not a kid is actually being abused and just reasonably suspects it, right? A lot of times it is working with observable evidence and making inferences with said evidence, and if those inferences can logically lead you to a case where the child is being abused, right, in a way that doesn't require many mental steps to reach, right, ample suspicion is created about the welfare of said child, and it would be CPS's job to make sure that the home environment is fit for said child. A lot of abuse is discovered after the abuse occurred. Well, yeah, but not just after the abuse occurred. A lot of the abuse is discovered when they have a dead body in the morgue of a kid, right? And that is like what we don't want happening, okay? Believe it or not, it is far better for little Johnny to get asked, like, so when you're hungry, like, what do mommy and daddy feed you? What do you do for fun? Except by some random adult. They don't know where this adult came from. It's much better for little Johnny to get asked those questions than to have another little Timmy dead in a morgue somewhere because nobody showed up to ask those questions.
You're not engaging with the email? Like you're
Okay, well,
I'm basically
say
all I'm
that,
asking
but
you to
that's
do
just not true.
is engage with the material in the email and say whether or not that would be something that's reasonable suspicion to call CPS to get
Again,
them
have you
involved
seen the
because you're
logs?
Concerned about. I don't need to see the logs.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Okay, that
that's
would
all
be
I needed,
100%
right?
proof.
You haven't seen
right?
the logs.
Whick,
This is
Whick,
all
that would be 100%
interpretation.
proof.
This is all
I'm talking about
extrapolation.
reasonable suspicion.
I don't think it's reasonable.
So you
I don't think a
can
reasonable
get very
person
upset
would
about this,
suspect
but you
that
are
that's
running
enough to call
away from
CPS for.
engaging with the material. So I'm going to try one more time to read this really quick, but there's a piece that I didn't get to yet.
Yeah,
that we
read
do need
the
to
whole
include,
thing.
okay?
I won't interrupt you, but then
So,
I will say
I was
my piece.
compelled.
But go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to get to the end of this. So
The biggest problem with CPS is not even how, to my knowledge, I haven't seen many, once again, how they handle kids that they interview, but rather what they fail to do, when they fail to follow up, the signs that they miss, what they don't do, right? The main criticisms come from them not catching instances of abuse.
And so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, interesting, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. So when we put these couple lines together, that it's role play that involves age play dynamic.
Why don't they get a social worker? And you don't need to be a social worker to figure this out. This is like common sense. If you understand what CPS's job is, and you are like a person capable of higher thinking, this is common sense. You don't need a social worker to tell you this. It would add some authority to what you're saying, right? And I'm sure that if we were to get, and I asked this in chat, all right, some people said they were mandated reporters, and this would be what they would, because mandated reporters are legally required to report these signs if they suspect abuse, right? But they said, like, if Brit's email was, like, read to them, right, they would have filed a report. And I'm almost certain they would have been compelled to file a report in that or legally so if they were a mandated reporter. And I'm sure that if we were to get experts on the subject and explain the layout, like let's say you received this email from somebody, or you heard somebody you know received this email and showing it to you or something, would this be enough for you to feel compelled to call CPS?
That is about being step parents. That means you cry yourself to sleep because you feel guilty. What is that age play? What is the scenario being played out?
I don't know, and neither do you. And
You
again,
are out
this
of your
person
mind.
is a very unreliable narrator
You are
who
out of your
probably
mind, man.
cried herself to sleep.
You just keep
when
going back to the
counterpoints
narrator. Give me
not-
another
like,
plausible
when
explanation.
Got it. So she's an unreliable narrator that is lying about the nature of the safety of her kids on the internet. Okay, what inferences would you make about whether or not that person is providing a, stable, adequate home to her kids, right? What inferences would you make there? It's such a well-adjusted, stable person. What inferences would you make pertaining to the welfare of their kids? That in and of itself, somebody being insane online is not enough for you to call CPS. Like them showing poor character, right? Because that doesn't always fall to their kids. There are people that are absolute pieces of shit to everybody, but really truly do love their kids and treat their kids totally differently. And the other way around too. But when it's coupled with specific statements made pertaining to the welfare of the kids, right? Once again,
For what I just laid out.
When counterpoints
Whick,
against her will,
Whick,
without
give
her
me another
consent,
explanation.
leaked all
Whick, give
this
me
in
another
public to win an
explanation.
argument,
Whick, give
she
me another
probably
explanation.
cried
you work
out
with the disabled, so do I. I'm doing it right now.
after that too. Do you have a problem with counterpoints doing
You're
that?
just not.
Let me go
You're
back.
Without
give
her
me another
consent,
explanation.
leaked all
Whick, give
this
me
in
another
public to win an
explanation.
argument,
Whick,
her will,
Whick,
without
give
her
me
consent.
another
When
explanation for what
counterpoints,
I just laid out.
when counterpoints
Whick,
against her will,
Whick,
without
give
her
me another
consent,
explanation.
leaked all
Whick, give
this
me
in
another
public to win an
explanation.
argument,
Whick, give me
she
another
probably cried
explanation.
after that too. Do you ever?
What didn't Connor not identify her? Didn't she come out and identify herself? And wasn't the story pertaining to her kids and the age but only made public, or initially made public by her when she contacted Mr. Girl, albeit some of the dots weren't connected at the time, I think, right? But what information did, like, Connor actually publicize that she hadn't, I guess? I mean, they're probably small things, but, like, consequential information, out of curiosity. I don't know.
Problem with counterpoints
LOL? Black Cat, I don't fucking know. I'm not even trying to make a point. I actually don't know.
doing
You're
that?
just not You're just not
Okay, you don't
engaging
have a
with
problem
what
with
I'm asking you.
counterpoints,
We can
leaking
go to
people's
how
personal
reliable
shit like
she is
that?
as a narrator. You are just spiraling away, trying to get
I'm
away
not
from engaging
spiraling
with
away
the
from anyway. You're
material.
trying
Just
to
engage with the
manipulate
material.
people to
I
think
will
that this
ask you
is
one
far
more
worse than
time.
it is.
Age
When
play
we have
dynamics,
Brit's own
fantasizing
words,
about being
why should we believe
step-parents
you
to
with
each
what it
other's
says when
kids
Brit has
went
contradicted
way
that?
too far.
You just said Brit's an unreliable narrator. Now you want to use Brit's testimony to contradict the argument?
And then she felt so guilty she cried about it afterwards.
Okay, why
What
do you
is
believe
a
her there,
plausible
but you don't believe
situation
her
there?
when she says that that's not true?
Wick, I
You asked
can get
yourself
into
the same
that.
question.
We're
Go
trying
ahead,
to
get into
establish
that.
what
Let's-
actually.
Also, you don't need to believe either. You could just believe that conceivably amongst the lies, there is a truth. And the truth that you would infer from all the statements that have been made would be one where potentially kids' safety is in jeopardy, and that would be cause for concern for an authoritative body to go and investigate the welfare of the children, right?
Do
happened
it.
in this email.
Get into that.
No, we're trying to.
Okay, of
no,
course you don't want to
are-
get into
you're
it.
Failing
You're
on step
avoiding
one.
getting into it. You say
Wick,
you're going to get
you're
into it,
failing
but
on
you
step
dodge
one.
away every time.
You're failing on step
Sweep.
one, Wick.
Sweep, sweep, sweep. Dodge, dodge,
you're so
dodge.
lost.
Refuse to
You are
engage.
failing on
Refuse to
step one.
actually mention what is actually
And
at
I can
play
only
here.
assume.
Wick is like so zesty, dude. Are we sure? Listen, if it weren't for knowledge of Wick's game, with countless women, are we sure this guy's straight?
Is
because
this
you would
true?
hold a child
And
down for
when you
Destiny
look
if
at
that's
what
he
is
asks of you.
true, you have to look at the reliability of the person making the claim. When someone makes contradictory statements, does that make it more likely or less likely
already
that what they've been
promised you,
saying
Wick.
is true?
Wick, I already promised to you.
Okay, I don't
promised you
believe you.
that
is
we
the
would get
problem.
into this
I don't think
after.
you're an honest
But you
actor.
won't engage with what's being said in the email.
I don't think you're a back. I have
You've come up
engaged
with
it.
100
I said that
different
that is not.
excuses.
Well, how is it not engaging to say from the information in the email you provided me that is not sufficient information to make any kind of claim on what went on in the logs?
Because
Totally agreed. 150% agreed. It's almost like you don't need a definitive knowledge that something occurred to have reasonable suspicion that something occurred, right? And that would lead to asking someone to investigate when it pertains to the welfare of kids.
And it would be
obvious-
irresponsible
no,
to make
it
that
is
kind of
obvious-
I
claim.
don't know why JSTLK isn't like re-emphasizing this point or asking Whick, like hypothetically, what do you think the line would need to be to make a justifiable call to CPS, right? Laying out or giving Whick a hypothetical where there would be a case where there's like suspicion of this occurring, but it hasn't actually occurred. That's what JSTLK should be doing. And I say this because, and it's so funny that people say I'm like best buds with this guy, all right? He's in my ear telling me what to say. Because after the last debate, I did talk to JSTLK, okay? And this guy's like a fucking backseat debater. It's like, you should have done this, Aiden. You should have done that. You didn't do this right. You didn't do that right, Aiden. You didn't. Maybe get in there yourself, okay? Maybe get in there yourself then. Okay? I don't know what to fucking tell you.
what she's
That is
implying,
directly
I'm not saying
directly
I have
engaging with
proof
it.
of
You
what
don't
happened in
like
the
that
logs.
engagement because
I'm
I
telling
haven't
you,
immediately
it's obvious
bought
what
into
she's
your
saying.
narrative, but it
So I'll ask
absolutely
you-
is engaging with it.
So just prove to me you're engaging. Give me a plausible scenario that includes all of the elements, okay? Taboo, intense taboo age play. That includes being step parents to each other's children.
You're okay debating, but you could never beat Parry. True. I actually agree that my last convo with Destiny, I was not good, but that's just because I was like completely not wanting to have that convo at that point in time. So I was just like, I was fucking exhausted, and I wasn't catching up on certain things. I was just like totally zoned out and letting other people have the convo. I was just like leeching off the content.
That could go way over the line, and that you would feel so guilty about it, you would feel sick and cry all night because it obviously felt really bad.
Yeah, I know. I'm just snarking a little bit, okay? Is there something wrong with snarking the snarkers? Just a little bit of snark.
Sure.
Give
They
me
could
any other
do a
plausible scenario
scenario
for this.
where they were step parents to each other's children. A wizard came in and turned one of them into a 16-year-old. And oh my goodness, that's crazy. Then they have sex. And then she feels really bad for fucking a 16-year-old and she cries herself to sleep. That fits the criteria.
What about that is about being step parents to each other's kids?
Step parents and to each other's kids could be the background in which that takes place. The context, they setting the scene. When you tell a story, you like to put in some background elements that help set the scene and set the mood.
Yeah, Whick has experienced these sort of like fantasy scenarios, setting up the scene. He understands all of that. I believe him here. I actually trust that he's an expert on this subject in particular. Okay, when you listen to Whick speak on it, you could trust he knows exactly what he's talking about here. I believe that.
Like I said, I don't know. I can't tell you because I haven't seen the logs, and neither have you. And so anything we talk about this is purely speculation.
So we're going to keep going, okay?
Is
we're
my
going to
mic actually like really bad?
keep going because
Are we going to ever get
it's
to the
already
point
obvious what it is.
promised
But
to
I am
engage
going
with
to
the
keep reading.
reliability of the narrator?
Yes, I truly I do want to engage with the reliability of the
Well,
narrator.
then let's do
through
it
this whole
now.
thing.
I engaged with your email. Let's do this now.
No, we haven't finished the email yet. We got to go to the next part. So she continues. If you're capable of even engaging with a scene like that, yet the idea of it also repulses you, and you would never actually want to do anything like that.
You guys said my audio was fine at the beginning. Oh, I guess I don't have a limiter on as well. Wait, let me try. Okay, I think this we'll do a limiter. My audio is so low.
Does that make you a pedophile?
Yes, fucking a 16-year-old makes you a pedophile.
Sounds like the mic isn't even. Oh wait, I know what happened. You know what happened? The mic like fell away from me, so it's facing away from me. How about now? Are we good now? Is the audio good now? Is this good? Yeah, okay, got it.
Again, it fits the facts.
This isn't the mic I'm used to, okay?
What I just said.
Oh, that's what she's asking. I'm not asking that of you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm engaging with the thing, with the scenario I provided you, which would fit the facts. Yes, fucking a 16-year-old in that case would be fantasizing about ephebophilia or pedophilia or whatever you want to call it, right? And
Sure,
it would
but
fit
the
facts,
fantasy
and
doesn't
people
make
might
you a
feel really
pedophile
guilty about
necessarily.
that. Yes,
It's certainly
absolutely.
concerning, but I personally don't care what adults fantasize about as long as there's not a actual harm being done. As long as they keep it to themselves. Okay. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? This is her talking about Destiny here.
I find it so weird that he's sitting here talking about talking about the Connor's concern for Brit's kids, yet JSTLK is not concerned for the minor trafficking ring that's occurring in the politics server being run by Doobie J. Doobstein. That's his real name, okay? We're just saying real names now. And I think it's just massively hypocritical.
And even worse, what if you felt like you loved them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself? Lucky for me, it's over now. Given all of this, it's incredibly obvious what the
It's not.
roleplay is that we're talking about, yes?
I gave you a very...
Wait, let me replay that.
Given all of this, it's incredibly obvious what the doubt on something like that yourself. Luck it or try them to get away with. That you wouldn't care if they did, and even actual harm being done. Okay? Or if they would actually do it. This is her talking about Destiny here. And even worse, what if you felt like you loved them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow
I need to hear the first part of that statement again.
them so much do it. This is her talking about Destiny. How do you know
Here
if
it
the
is.
other person also feels the same way, or if they would actually do it? This is her talking about Destiny here. And even worse, what if you felt like you loved them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself? Lucky for me, it's over now. Given all of this, it's incredibly obvious what the
It's not.
roleplay
How is it not obvious?
is that we're talking about, yes?
I gave you a very plausible scenario that fitted all the facts. You were saying it's obvious, but you haven't substantiated that it's obvious.
You just said,
especially when I gave you
said
off the dome
wizard scenario
a scenario
is a
that would
plausible
fit the facts
scenario.
of the email that would make someone feel bad if they engaged in that behavior and they fantasized about that behavior. They could again,
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Is the contention here not that what we're talking about here is age play, but rather the specific type of age play that it's being alleged that Brit and Destiny were involved in, where it involved like fantasizing about their respective like real kids? Is that what's being contested by Whick, or does he accept that there's age play? $5 from Kilo. Step parents in to each other's kids could be the background in which that takes place. The context, they setting the scene. True. Fitted all the facts? Yeah, it fitted all the facts. It fitted all the facts, guys? Is Whick ESL? Yes, Whick is a, just like Steven, Whick is a, is fluent in the Spanish language, primarily. English is his second language. Dude, honestly, the worst thing Destiny has ever done was the El Jeffy shit, bro. I can't get over that. I honestly can't get over that. How the fuck can you be Hispanic? How can you be Hispanic? Like, actually Hispanic? I'm fucking saying El Jeffy, dude. El Jeffy?
a reasonable person might feel bad in that situation. But remember, this person isn't a reasonable person. They are a very unreliable narrator that has admitted to having massive amounts of trauma in their life. Then they have a habit of attaching themselves to other streamers in very problematic ways that we could see. So it is not outside of the realm of possibility. And in fact, it's
so
most
you think she's
likely
asking
that they have decided that they are going
I don't really care about Pixie or anything. It's really that, yeah, unironically, yeah, true. That is the main reason I'm still talking about Destiny.
to be salacious, play things up in order to get on stream or have their email read on stream. And again, they thought this was anonymous.
That you
right?
You think it's plausible.
Wait,
that when she...
who identified Brit? Because I swear it was her that made that post where she identified herself as the girl that was being discussed. No? Like, didn't she consciously choose not to remain anonymous when she identified herself? Because I swear, when we were watching Connor's original coverage, it was an unnamed girl. It was just an unnamed girl, right? And then we see the post from her where she's identifying herself, it seems like, as that girl when she's giving that story about Rapunzel or whatever.
He's saying that she's turned on and concerned the other person might be into the idea of a wizard coming in and turning her into a 16-year-old so Destiny can fuck her as a 16-year-old. That's the thing.
I think that it is just as
likely. He did say Brit? Okay, never mind.
As any other scenario that you get. But the thing is, I can't say which scenario is true because neither of us have seen the logs. And I want to stress that. We don't know. We haven't seen it.
Okay.
And again,
hold on.
Let's get to the reliability now.
Okay, we can start going to reliability.
Let me just ask.
I wish you would just focus this conversation on whether or not the call to CPS was justified, because I feel like you just have the easiest win here. I personally, anyone who wants to debate me on, I don't want to debate whether or not the Connor and Brit shit actually happened, because I'm not, or the fucking Brit and Destiny actually happened, because I'm not even sure of that. What I will absolutely debate on is if after that email and what I've seen, would it be justifiable for somebody to contact CPS to check on the welfare of the kids? I would totally debate on that.
I don't know what else to do with this.
I understand.
You do know that she told her husband that this happened and her kids were involved,
her
right?
husband says that she said this, but he said it when he just found out that she had been cheating on him, and he was saying shit left and right in order to hurt her and to hurt Destiny.
She confessed this to her husband after Lena accused her on Twitter of being super creepy by sending pictures of her kids to Destiny.
Okay,
right?
what exactly are you referring to?
Lena saying that Brit was incredibly creepy and inappropriate and sending pictures of her kids to Destiny and other men.
Okay,
online.
so let's stick there first. Do you think it's inappropriate for someone with children who wants to be in a relationship with someone to send pictures of their kids to them?
Not if they aren't also into the idea of their kids getting molested.
Why would I just don't understand why people need to put photos of their kids anywhere. I know everyone does it. But if I, in the horrible scenario where I ever became a father, somehow, but some accident occurring, my kids would not be anywhere on they wouldn't be on Facebook, they wouldn't be on Instagram. I wouldn't let family post photos of them because ultimately their likeness will be their decision to choose what to do with when they are old enough to decide, I guess, what to do with that.
By that partner.
Well, obviously not. But I don't think that we have any evidence that suggests that. So
I don't see any benefit to it. I don't see any benefit to it. I just see downsides. If grandma wants to see her grandkids, you could go text her, go text grandma a photo, right? That would be somebody that, you know, you would want to see the kids. But beyond that, beyond like immediate family who are related to the kids and you know, obviously interested in, you know, watching them grow up and everything, you know, beyond that, I just don't see the reasoning.
Again,
except all of the parties
in a normal
saying
situation.
So again,
if you were dating someone
go
with
back to
kids and they wanted to send
Destiny
you
says,
pictures of their kids, is that creepy or weird?
No.
Okay, it's not creepy or weird? Good. Right?
No.
Because that's a very normal thing to do.
Yeah, nobody thinks that's creepy or weird.
Yes.
So
why are you trying to paint it
also-
out as creepy or weird?
I mean, outside of this space, there was this like I don't know if anyone. I hate Dr. Phil, by the way, for a million, like, so many reasons which we could go into forever. But besides why I hate Dr. Phil, like, fucking despise Dr. Phil. But besides that, there was an old Dr. Phil episode where they had this woman on who essentially, this other woman had downloaded photos of her kids that she got off of Facebook to post them as if they were her own, to sell this lie to everybody that she had kids of her own that she didn't have or whatever. And it's like these two women never knew each other. They didn't meet previously. It was just some fucking rando that was looking for photos of somebody's kids to use and took those, right? So it's a risk anywhere.
because she's clearly said that it's about her kids.
Destiny talking about you on stream right now, if interested.
It's having like an actual position where everybody truly understands, like, hey, this is not what we do in this community, okay? And not going, hey, outside anything that I approve of. And no, people in Hassan's position say, hey guys, like, heads up, for real, we don't do this shit anymore. I don't condone it. I don't sign off on it. If anybody's doing it, just know that you are way outside any single weird, crazy, A-logging, personal attack, doxing, spying. All of it stops when people in Hassan's position say, that's it. So when you say, like, are you worried about escalation? For what? Everybody is have to go out and sweep their place. When I got swatted one of the times, I've had my kid A-logged and harassed across multiple platforms. Like, there's nothing else that you can do to...
Which, by the way, I and everyone around me has taken, like, ample efforts to, like, for example, in Spicy Chat, there was a strict rule, and it still exists. You don't talk about Destiny's kid. You don't talk about Destiny's kid. I have that rule, and I have that rule in my server as well. There's no reason to talk about it. I feel like we have done, like, more work sometimes to stop the A-logging of his kid than he does.
To me at this point, besides kill me or kill somebody near me, I guess. That's it. So when you say, like, are you worried about escalation? For what? Everybody is, like, it's one of those, like, weird sea lining tone policing things. Like, well, what if the other side, excuse me, what if the other side does what? It's why I get so actually frustrated when I'm talking to people like, this is coming up a lot with Aiden. He's like, well, or I think Connor was in this too. It was like, well, hypothetically, imagine if somebody were doing, and then he'll say a thing that people have already done to me. I'm like, I don't have to imagine this, dog. You're fucking retarded. So, no. It's all, like, all of this stops. Every single weird, crazy, A-logging, personal attack, doxing, spying, all of it stops when people in Hassan's position say, hey guys, like, heads up, for real, we don't do this shit anymore. I don't condone it. I don't sign off on it. If anybody's doing it, just know that you are way outside anything that I approve of. And no.
Wait. Based? Hello? Is he finally seeing the light? Is he finally understanding? It's time to stop this? Does he get it finally?
It's not because I know like somebody like Jistigal or all of his fucking fat fucking cronies are like, oh wait, I got the perfect clip for this. It's not going, hey guys, we don't dox here. Remember that. We don't dox here, guys. It's having like an actual position where everybody truly understands like, hey, this is not what we do in this community. Okay.
He has the awareness there. It's awesome. He has the awareness there. If only he can put that into practice and maybe put out a message to his community.
Like, it's not even a stretch again. I do consider swatting as attempted murder, and so if I do, it's already happened fucking 5 or 10 times, depending on if you count the calls to the FBI as swatting or not, to me. So it's not even that much of a stretch to say that, like, oh, what are we doing next? Have any of the snarkers publicly said they don't condone any of the IRL swatting, etc.? Or
Yeah, I think if I was to call up individually right now, let's call up Queenman and then call up JSTLK and then call and say on the record right now, will you disavow the swatting of DGG and anyone associated with it and Destiny himself? With no question, they would all say, yeah, I absolutely disavow that, right? I've said this a million times. I've said this in front of him. I said I abhor anyone that escalates it to that point, because the people that escalate it to that point claiming to be a part of our side of the argument, people who escalate it to that point are just doing it. And this is like sort of a selfish reason to view this as bad. No, it's bad because it's morally wrong, because you are putting people's lives in jeopardy, right? He's correct that in ways swatting is tantamount to attempted murder, right? That's why it's wrong. Nobody deserves to die here. But the other reason is we have valid arguments here. We have valid arguments substantiated by evidence to call out shitty behavior. And when you, claiming to accept those arguments, do something like dox the people around this guy or swat the people around this guy, all you do is give this dishonest fuck an opportunity to discredit all of those arguments and the evidence to substantiate them by playing victim and painting us as deranged, despite us having nothing to do with that.
That she has fantasies about Destiny molesting her kids. She's turned on by letting him get away with it.
Again, she never said that. She wrote an email that you were saying says that, but you have not seen the logs of this.
That's clearly what's there.
Okay, see, again, this is just
what happened.
supposition.
But also,
you're gullible for even believing that Hassan telling them to stop would change no, it wouldn't change anything in Destiny's head, but I'm sure that if Hassan made a denunciation of a given tactic to his audience, I'm sure the likelihood of that tactic's occurrence would decrease, right? I'm sure if there were consequences against members in the community that engaged in given behavior and strict denunciation by the person in charge of said community, in a case like Hassan or a case like Destiny's, I am sure that behavior would substantially decrease.
Getting the worst possible interpretation with no evidence.
Not that Destiny would care. I'm not saying that,
you have not seen.
Stop
You were making
any sexual convo with her. What do you think Destiny meant when he said she was baiting stuff related to her kids, where he stopped any sexual convo with her after that?
So the quote you're
referring to,
referring.
farmers are Hassan fans. No? Show me an example of Hassan endorsing. I'm not saying that he did. I'm saying that if someone was doing that, right, and they made it, hypothetically, if this was occurring in Hassan's community, which it isn't, right, and he did it, that tactic would reduce, right? It's an acknowledgement that that the statements of somebody in charge have effect. So why would Hassan denouncing it change anything? Well, I thought we were working under the hypothetical that the person who's making the denunciation of their community would have this occurring.
To. Let me find it. Can you send it to me?
I'm also screen sharing if you want. I'm also screen sharing if you want.
I can't see a screen sharing.
Oh fuck, I'm not screen sharing.
I'm literally just engaging with his own logic here. I'm not affirming that anything he stated is true, right? I'm engaging with his own logic and explaining why it should fall back on him, right? If he truly believes, regardless of what Hassan's community is doing, if he truly believes that denunciations made by the figure leading a community actually have effect, then that makes him culpable for the tactics being utilized by TGG. As if he wasn't already culpable because he's the one doing it himself, half the fucking time.
Sharing. Oh, I killed my screen share. That's my bad. That's my bad.
You're fine.
But I could hold on. Actually, you know what? I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, because it's hard. It's hard. It's just hard for me to read that because I'm old. So I'll read it to my audience. Bruh, that woman is insane and says a ton of insane shit as soon as she started baiting.
Thank God you got that. When have I ever denied that Destiny does it himself? I've never denied that. His critics have been doing that the entire time? Yeah, I said that. I said if I was to call anybody up, right? If I was to go call any of these fucking people up that are like labeled as like snarkers, or they would all unequivocally fucking denounce that shit. Because I asked, unironically, I posed this question to DGG. What benefit would it have for a guy like me, or a guy like JSTLK, or a guy like Queeman, or a guy like, what benefit would there be in Destiny or somebody around him being swatted? What's the benefit? What does that achieve for any of us? What does that achieve? What would be the motive there to want that to happen?
Stuff related to her kids. I stopped any sexual convo with her until she melted down and blew up and has been fighting with her husband while sexting, talking to other dudes, other communities for months. So, baiting stuff related to her kids could mean a wide variety.
Pressures him/his community into silence. Well, we know he's already been swatted. We know the people around him have already been doxxed. Nobody's gone silent. If anything, it's gotten worse. So, I don't know if people are operating under that logic.
Of things.
This is why I say y'all are a cult. Like, how do you have to ask this? How do I have to ask how it benefits me for anyone around him to be doxxed or swatted? I'm sorry. It happened to who in his like immediate orbit actually has gone silent because of like what the Kiwi farmers have been doing, out of curiosity. Because he uses this same logic. He claims that the utilitarian basis behind his, his like permissiveness of doxing in his space is it like makes people think twice when they're like harassing people or whatever. And I'm explaining, well, actually, when you go and do that to somebody, many times it's not stopping them, and you're actually pushing them from maybe dedicated critics to people that personally despise you and want to see you fall.
And Destiny here apparently
Such that he stopped
did not
any
like
sexual conversation.
Yes.
You actually believe that I want Destiny swatted or doxxed or anyone around me doxxed? You legitimately believe that?
He stopped any sexual convo with her after she started baiting stuff related to her kids. Was she baiting stuff related to her kids in a sexual way?
That's what she says
Where does she say that?
in her blog post.
Can you send that to me?
Sexual conversation.
I stopped any sexual convo with
Screen sharing if you want.
her.
Well, yeah, I'm also
I can't
screen
see
sharing
you
if you want.
screen sharing. I can't see a screen share.
Oh, fuck, I'm not screen sharing. Oh, I killed my screen share. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad.
You're fine.
But I could, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, because it's hard. It's hard. It's just hard for me to read that because I'm old. So I'll read it to my audience. Bruh, that woman is insane and says a ton of insane shit as soon as she started baiting stuff related to her kids. I stopped any sexual convo with her until she melted down and blew up and has been fighting with her husband while sexting, talking to other dudes, other communities for months. So, baiting stuff related to her kids could mean a wide variety of things. And Destiny here apparently
Such that he stopped
did not
any
like
sexual conversation.
Yes, he stopped any sexual convo with her after she started baiting stuff related to her kids. Was she baiting stuff related to her kids in a sexual way?
That's what she said.
What do you think he's referencing? Is Whick like fucking retarded? In what context would somebody be baiting their kids in the context of like sexting or whatever that would make somebody so uncomfortable that they would have to stop, supposedly, right? What other baiting does he think is going on here?
Yes.
But I got it. Whick thinks that she invited like Duckbringer, she invited Destiny on a fishing trip, and when she went to go pull out the worms, it wasn't worms, it was her kids. And Destiny's like, what the fuck? And she's like, well, I'm hungry. I want to catch a big fish. Like, dang, that's what Whick thought was going on here.
Where does she say that?
In her blog post.
Can you send that to me?
Sure.
And hold on. Again, like he's
Or I think
saying
it's in
he
the
did
blog
not
post.
do this.
Sorry, in the Mr. Girl email, she's saying this as well.
Oh,
just
in
to
the
be
Mr.
clear.
Girl email. The Mr. Girl email where she doesn't say much of anything and you're just reading into it.
She's actually incredibly precise about what she says.
Okay, what is the incredible precise thing?
In what world, if you were to hear that statement from a stranger with the only knowledge you have that they're the mother of the kids that they're describing, or referencing in the scenario, in what world would you ever interpret anything she said in that email in a manner that completely leaves you, or in a manner that wouldn't cause some suspicion about the welfare of her children?
That she's referencing, that she's saying, that in your mind, in your opinion.
It is, so again, we can just go through the list of, it has to,
I'd love
if you
to see
assume all of these things are actually required, that is age play, it's about being step-parents to each other's kids, it went way too far, and she cried about it, feeling guilty afterwards, right?
But you notice how we're not talking about the reliability of the narrator here? And instead, we're back to the email, and you're dodging again? I noticed.
We're still arguing about whether or not that's what she's saying.
Okay, well, it's not.
You were
I think
arguing
it's
with
clear to
me?
the
You were
audience it's
just
not.
arguing. Wick,
I think
were
that,
you not,
again,
Wick?
Okay, for somebody that had so much to say about my debate, I don't know why JSTLK isn't refocusing this combo. Refocus on, we don't need to argue if this happened. We don't need to argue if it's even likely that this happened. The only thing that you even need to prove in this convo is that there was reasonable suspicion that something was going on. He needs to refocus on that before he moves on and beat him on it.
Yes or no? Were you not just
shown
arguing
that you
with
have
me
not seen the
whether
logs?
or
So
not
all
she
of this
was
is supposition.
saying what I'm
the
saying?
scenario that I put forward to you satisfies every
Whick isn't. Yes, when I say is Whick is being rhetorical, Whick has overtly stated that he is completely biased on this matter, and he's demonstrated that. He's demonstrated that in his discussions with me, where he was admittedly being bad faith. He's demonstrated that countless times throughout the course of this, I guess, saga. And there's no question here that he absolutely does play dumb. He's also probably legitimately dumb, but he also, with shit like that, he's obviously, it's like, well, we don't, was she talking about baiting in a sexual way? Like, that's a scenario where even a dumbass could read between the lines and figure out what baiting meant in that context. He's just pretending like he doesn't get it because, for the sake of benefiting his argument.
single one of your conditions and every single one of the conditions of the email. Is that what happened? I have no fucking clue, but neither do you.
Okay. Intentionally, yes. If I say he's dumb or stupid, I'm being rhetorical. He does know what he's doing.
Cool. Anything else?
Just looking for it. So the blog post, as far as I could tell, it says it's a sexual thing that ends their conversations originally. That's what I recall, so I'm gonna look for it right now. I'm just trying to find it.
So again, she's changing her story. The story around this changes in the blog post. It changes in the email. It changes from her statements afterwards, after this all blow up. Again, it's contradiction.
You let JSTLK call in if he has Kathy. You have to stop. It's super fucking annoying. If JSTLK wants to call in, he, like anybody else that wants to call into my stream, so long as I don't believe you're gonna call in here to do some bad shit or whatever, is more than welcome to call in. Okay? But with you, Kathy, you force that and make it happen, and then the two of us get in a call and we have nothing to talk about. So, if he wants to call in, I will absolutely let him, but that's if he wants to call in, not if you want him to. Oh, he's in waiting? Never mind. He does want to call in. Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's up?
So, what do you think the goal of the conversation is? Also, I haven't watched for the past 30 seconds, so
to rhetorically defeat Whick in the marketplace of ideas, and demonstrate. Was the prompt specifically pertaining to Connor's CPS call? Because it was my understanding.
I'm not talking about a prompt. I'm just saying, what do you think I'm trying to do here?
Prove your argument.
So you're saying, why is he trying to argue this? What can you just lay out for me what you think this is?
Yeah, so I think that right now it's being argued pertaining to the reasonable suspicion of whether or not the statements are like corroborated by other statements that Britt had made pertaining to the situation at the beginning. There seemed to be an argument related to CPS and the and reasonable suspicion pertaining to the kids.
Yeah, it's about whether or not what I'm trying to do is just say that like there is a comment about her kids here at all. Like basically that her kids are involved in some sexual situation at all. Which is obvious on its face from like multiple different sources, but Whick won't say yes to that. So how can I even begin to have another conversation when he can't engage with reality?
He's not. So Whick is claiming there wasn't anything. Okay, what you couldn't you argue to him?
Whick says that it's equally likely that or maybe even more plausible, that they were role playing, and in the role play, a wizard came in and turned Brit into a 16-year-old.
No, you don't need to convince me. Wick's like a bad faith, like intentionally obtuse.
Well, I'm saying if I don't know how you move past this because we can't even argue about reasonable suspicion, right? Like obviously he, at some point in this conversation, probably happened already. He says, "Well, there isn't a reasonable suspicion here." He thinks you can call CPS with a reasonable suspicion. Everybody does. Nobody argues against that. It's like a boring conversation to have.
He says in this maybe he said it earlier. I think I went over that part. I personally don't think that would be a boring convo to have. I think that's the strongest argument pertaining to this entire thing. I think it's like super.
The strongest
justified.
argument is what?
That there was total justifiable suspicion to call CPS.
Yeah, we're arguing whether or not the suspicion is justifiable here.
Okay.
But
yeah,
the idea that you could call CPS with reasonable suspicion, if you want to have that argument, that you can't have that argument. So the actually trying to delineate like what he thinks occurred, what Britt is describing, because realistically it just becomes this person is the mother of these kids and is describing the idea that they would let the object of their fixation molest their kids or do something to their kids that makes them feel really guilty, right? That it's age play that involves being step parents to each other. That's the thing, right? And obviously the concern would be maybe it's not even Destiny. You could remove Destiny from it. What if she changes the object of her like obsession here, her fixation, to someone else, someone in her real life that might have a proclivity for it, right? That's the concerning thing. So there's something that needs to be documented. Anyway, okay, bye.
Sorry, Kathy. I didn't realize he was in Collins. My bad, Kathy. Let's keep watching.
What's being said by
between
Destiny
this and the
here?
blog post.
Like these are
What's the
not
discrepancy?
reliable actors.
So just say what the discrepancies are between this text right here, this message from Destiny to Connor.
I personally, I think I get what he's saying. I personally think the CPS, maybe I'm just autistic, okay? Maybe I'm just autistically hyperfixated on that one angle, but I think there are ways to, I guess for me, if I were in this convo, I probably would be just looping on the same argument over and over and over again, which from the viewer's perspective would deprive them of entertainment, but I would not be able to work past that. I would literally not be able to work past that until we go down some sort of fucking like more extensive dialogue tree or whatever.
Blog post and the email go.
Okay,
how
her
does she change
email
the story
said that they
between these
engaged
three?
in it. Destiny said they didn't. That's one. Do you acknowledge that that's a discrepancy?
Destiny doesn't say whether or not he engaged with it here.
He says,
Stop talking to
I
her
stopped
after it.
any sexual conversation with her after she started baiting stuff related to her kids. Do you not see that as someone stopping it before they engage in it? Or unlike the email where we can be incredibly mind reading, we have to be like, okay, well, we can't really understand what this means, even though this is much more direct.
I don't think Destiny should be held responsible for having engaged in it, because I don't know. That was my opinion on this, okay? I don't know if he...
Okay, so in what world can you ever read the contents of that email and not be suspicious of something? Hell, even if a fucking crackhead that I'd never met before came up to me in public and said something really vague, like, my children are about to meet God. My children at home, I'm gonna make them meet God. Or something... I'd be suspicious. I'd be very suspicious, actually. What she meant by that, my mind would probably go to tragic scenarios that I'd be suspicious of occurring here. If somebody's like, I'm gonna make my kids meet God, right? That would be enough for suspicion. She's going into far greater detail than that.
I don't know if he stopped right after, because in another place she says he stops right after, right? Here she says they engaged in it, right? But
and Yes,
I'm not
but
sure of
he's
the
again.
progression
This
of
is being
one.
contradicted by her words later and her statement and Destiny's statement here. This is my whole point.
Sure.
This
But
person
also, the
changes
blog
their
post,
statements,
just to be clear, is after
and
the Connor
we
stuff.
have no idea. And to call CPS based on that information,
Somebody, a pathological liar or an unreliable narrator, they could be, but they're not lying all the time. Amongst those lies, amongst the unreliability, there is some truth, right? And that truth can be inferred by reading between the lines, looking at the implications of the lies in some case. Why is this thing being lied about here? Why is, there is a truth out there somewhere, right? And even though if this person's established reputation of lying, any individual statement in and of itself would be enough to cause at least some suspicion, right? You could also be suspicious that it's a lie, but you wouldn't be 100% certain that it is because nobody lies all the time. Someone has to tell the truth at least once, okay? So it's not going to be 100% guaranteed that whatever statement they're giving to you is a fucking lie. And that would be some suspicion, right? But then in the context of, this context creates more than just some suspicion, right?
which is incredibly weak, flimsy, unreliable,
So
untrustworthy, is immoral.
It's
That's
not.
my thesis statement.
It is reasonable suspicion.
I don't
for
think it's
sure.
reasonable suspicion.
It is totally reasonable suspicion. Okay,
Oh,
it is
we just
absolutely reasonable.
Fucking disagree.
In fact, I would say this right here, the idea that she is talking about what she's like excited by the idea, titillated by the idea of letting him get away with it, something to do with being step parents to each other's kids. That felt so bad she cried about it all night. That right there, that statement being said from somebody who is unreliable, who is mentally ill, who has issues, right? That is very concerning. And I'm not trying to.
Okay, do you think
stigmatize
that
her
that's
mental
enough
illness
to call
or
CPS
the fact that
on
she's
someone?
got trauma?
I want to make that. I want you to say it. That post.
I've been told this would be unwise to pull up on stream. But I have a question. I have a question for Black Cat specifically. Is it true you were a user of the food shops Discord when you were 15 years old? Is this true? Am I hearing this right? A source has DM'd me some very suspicious things. Is this true? I'm hearing this. I'm doing a Black Cat to Black Cat right now. Is this true? A good faith question, by the way. I'm actually asking. No? Got it.
That statement that she made is enough information that would justify someone to call CPS on Britt.
Oh no,
Yeah.
people shit on Black Cat. I think Black Cat is a genius. I think the strategy of just always pretending like you're just asking questions or whatever in like a way that like kind of rings the bell and infers certain things. I think it is a very effective way to snark. Okay, I think it's very effective. And I think that Black Cat has pioneered this tactic, which we will be borrowing and using ourselves.
Yes.
Okay, that's insane. When we talk about reasonable suspicion,
she is
that is
describing
insane. It's
that
an
she's
email, it's a blog post.
Describing
No, sorry,
a
it's a blog post. She
legitimate
said
desire to let somebody
That is-
molest her kids.
And next time I'm debating somebody and I don't like what they're saying, I'm like, wait, is it like true that you had intercourse with a minor in 2009 while you were like 40? Is that like true?
Do you understand what happens when CPS is called on you? Have you known anyone who's had to deal with that?
I don't.
I have. I know exactly what it's like, okay? I know exactly what it's like. And it is I must say, the level of invasive, I don't know what it's like for the adults, but the level of invasiveness is definitely overplayed. CPS talks to kids in a very specific way.
I think they go and they ask.
Let me walk
questions
you
to kids,
through.
And if you don't, hold on.
Okay.
You're literally just
Yeah, I'm traumatized.
what is it? Virtue signaling. You're literally just trying to go for emotion right now. I don't care about what happened.
I'm traumatized if somebody else at CPS called them. I'm really traumatized.
It's about protecting the kids.
I do care about what happens to people's children, and this is one of the reasons I think I have a real big problem when you put kids in danger of traumatic experiences. Because let's look at Pete Buttigieg. as the
hold
most
on,
recent example.
So
Pete
your
Buttigieg
argument here
had
is
some-
Dude, why is there always like some? It's like with Beckett, you have like he's always drawn a parallel to like the ACC or some fucking drama from 2011 that nobody gives a fuck about. There's always like some lib slop shit with these guys. I'm stealing that from a chatter because somebody said it like when Destiny was like bring up the ice shooting and that one combo with me or whatever. They love their little like lib slop references.
you
someone
actually
call
want to protect these
CPS on
kids from
him.
traumatic experiences?
Well, look, can I just finish my statement? Can I
Did you just
get one
say
thing
you're
out
trying to
without you
protect these
interrupting
kids
and
from
talking
traumatic
over me?
experiences?
I don't know. Pete Buttigieg,
Do you think
powerful
having a
national
parent
figure
that is
with
turned on by the idea of you
huge
being molested by their
connections
significant
to
other,
institutions,
do you think that is
to
possibly
powerful
make-
We're not liberals here, folks. It's time I come out and tell you guys the truth finally. We're fucking communists now. Deal with it, okay? Get over it. Deal with it. We're commies, okay? You don't like it? Too bad.
politicians who has money, power, fame, influence. He had CPS called on him. He
Did
couldn't
Pete
get his
Damn, she gets some help. I'm joking.
kids
Did
back
Pete
for
Buttigieg's
24
husband
hours.
write fanfic on the internet about how much it turned them on, the idea of Pete molesting her kids, their kids?
If he may, I don't know why they called on him, but it does not matter. The point of the story is to show you how serious these things are. Someone with immense amounts of pull, power, fame, influence, money was unable to get
Whick,
their child back after
we
24 hours.
all think
What
this matters.
recourse do you think that someone like Brit or even Destiny has compared to that? Almost none.
Wait, he's talking about the recent case of Pete Buttigieg. Got it. I haven't looked into the details of that. What was like the basis for that as well? Like, why did CPS take the kids?
I know people personally who have had CPS.
Because don't they first do a check of the home environment and questioning people relating to it, and then kids are only removed if they find something in that check or whatever? I know that ultimately nothing bad was found, but what was their basis there?
CPS maliciously called on them and lost access to their child for over a month. Family members had to step in to watch that, involuntarily watch that child while it was being hashed out. Otherwise, that child would have gone to the foster home or foster systems. Guess what happens to kids in foster homes and foster systems? Nothing good. And again, using this that is from an unreliable narrator, someone posting something on the internet, that is
You
crazy
keep saying she's an
work
unreliable
to
narrator.
use that as evidence
saying she's
or
an
sufficient
unreliable
ability
narrator.
to call
That doesn't
fucking
make it
CPS. That is crazy.
less
That is evil.
good to call
That is an
CPS
evil
here.
thing.
No, you're just wrong. You're just wrong.
Destiny's asking
I
if
think-
he
I
can
think
call
you
in and
are
ask one question.
willfully-
Can you add him to the call to ask one question?
No, if
Oh
he's only
my
got one
God.
question, he can.
Can't help himself. Can't help himself. They're gonna bring him in. So G Stalker, do you want to explain to us like why you like rape Cherry? Do you want to just explain to us why you rape Cherry? Just like right off, that's just one question that he has to ask.
He can send it to you.
I'm just
And he's gonna say his like full legal name as well. He's gonna say full legal name. Can you tell us why you like rape Cherry?
saying like you were making a lot of
He's only got one.
Thank you for the 10, Doobie. Who I now agree with again. Thank you for giving me all your money. Weird the Wick is just assuming there was absolutely no reason for suspicion with Pete. Did Ethan have his kids taken away? Why were Pete's taken? I am curious about that. I haven't looked into the details of it. I'd have to look into that more.
One
a lot
question,
of,
he can send it
like-
to you, right, Wick? Wick,
he's
if he's only got
one
one
of the
question, why couldn't
people
it
who are
just be-
directly involved in this.
Do the disclaimer. It's like, you know, on like some of the old like cartoons from like the like 1950s or whatever, they still air them in certain places, but they now have like a disclaimer like some of the contents represent an outdated. I'm gonna do a disclaimer on the start of my streams about Doobie. Okay, the start of every it's gonna be like in bold lettering.
He
Wick,
could probably clear this
You're
up,
trying to
right?
involve Destiny.
He
You're
could
trying to
probably clear
involve
this up.
Destiny.
AG4L acknowledges the crimes of known child trafficker, part of an international child trafficking organization known as Politics. The crimes of Doobie.
He's asking me.
He
I
can
didn't
go
ask
live
him
and talk
to be
about it
clear.
himself.
He
He's
can
just got
clear
one
this up.
question.
He's a direct witness.
got
Why are we
one
going
question.
with hearsay? Why are we going
Because
with like?
he is
well,
a
I read
disgusting,
that she
doxing
said. Why don't we?
Anonymous tip about chatter. Right into a $10 don't. That did not come from Doobie. That did not come from Doobie. Believe it or not, I know people that don't like Destiny, but that are not Doobie. Like a lot of them. My last DM with Doobie occurred. When is the last time Doobie DM me? Doobie, are you okay if I pull up our last DM? I don't think there's anything bad here. Can I pull up our last DM? Our last DM was on June 28th, and it's him DMing me. It's,
We get someone who's
predator,
directly
pervert,
involved in this on.
Dysgenic loser. I don't want him on my.
Go for it. This is literally his last fucking. This is his last DM to me. But the goalpost is gonna shift here in a second, and it's gonna be, oh well, actually, he's messaging this to you on your on Skype, on your phone number, actually, because you two are like best friends. This is my last DM with Doobie. No, I don't want to replace. Okay. There we go. Saved. Okay. Fuck. It's literally it. June 28th, my last DM with them. So, get fucked.
My stream.
And before, but he was texting you.
I will never have him on my stream. I will never let him blackmail me into trying to
Blackmail
talk to
you?
him directly. Yes. Why do you think he keeps going after Cherry? Why do you think he does that, Wick? Wick, why do you think he does that?
Because he
Because
thinks
Destiny's not interested in having a good faith conversation with JSTLK. Destiny's interested in hurting JSTLK. That is why he's like perpetuating the obviously exaggerated narrative that JSTLK, not exaggerate, it's just a lie. There's no like partial truth to it. It's just like a straight up lie. The JSTLK raped Cherry or whatever. I know like the penguin grape Cherry is like a funny thing to type, but the truth is, right, their basis for constantly parroting this claim is fucking ridiculous. And it's done off of this constant like feigned misconception about what the argument against Destiny was, right? The argument against Destiny, as I've always understood it, as it pertains to his relationships with mentally ill women, it was about the pattern, right? It was about the pattern. Not that someone was with someone that happened to also have a mental illness, but the pattern of going for people that had it, right?
thinks that you
Now, I have been critical of JSTLK for the Cherry shit. I think it was a conflict of interest that probably, I mean, I'd have to re-look at my arguments at the time because I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember that I did have legitimate criticisms of him. Not for how he was treating her, but for the fact, first of all, the fact that it was happening like at all. I just don't think it was a wise decision, but I know that, trust me, I know more than anyone that sometimes the heart is stronger than the brain.
and look, I didn't. Why?
And you know that someone. A lot of people know that someone is. It's a bad idea. Okay, this actually sounds wrong out of context, but like, you know that someone's like toxic or something, but you're like in love with them or some shit.
Hold on. Are you trying to use Cherry as a human shield here?
No.
Based Wick.
I have specifically.
Wait, hold on. Is he not
Specifically,
explicitly going after her?
stop.
You're using Cherry. He's using. Tessie brings up Cherry every time JSTLK is like brought into the conversation. JSTLK, why are we using Cherry as a human shield?
Is he not explicitly
myself.
going after her?
Hold on.
Is he not
I have
explicitly going after her?
respectively soft-stopped myself from even bringing her
Human
up
Shield is
at
blocking
all.
from me.
To bringing her up
Human Shield is
at
blocking
all,
from me, Wick.
right?
Human Shield is blocking from me.
Okay.
I'm asking you, why
And
is he
here
doing
you
that to
are
her?
saying,
Why is
well,
he going after
I
her?
can't bring
He's not even
Destiny
targeting
on
me. He's
because
targeting her repeatedly
Cherry,
when she tweets.
you're hiding
and says,
behind
please
her.
don't involve me. She
I
says
don't know
repeatedly,
why
please
you're
don't involve
doing
me.
that.
You're actually
I
lying
think I've
and
been
making
very
things up about
respectful
us.
in not bringing her up.
He is stuck between a rock and a hard place because to address this, it would involve going against her wishes, somebody that he evidently cares about. I don't know what their status is now or whatever. Believe it or not, I'm not great friends with JSTLK. We're into the intimate details of his fucking, love life or whatever, but it puts him in a weird spot where, unfortunately, based on the nature of the specific claims that Destiny is making, to actually address those head on would involve going against the wishes of somebody in his personal life. Just to go along with this bad faith argument when there's no actual, reasonable, people don't actually believe what the accusation they're making.
Could involve me.
And you're bringing her up? That's crazy.
You brought... Oh my god.
You brought Cherry up. You did.
Dude.
No, you said okay. So Wick's one of those guys. Okay, so he's doing the thing where he selectively pretends like things can only be what's overtly stated and there are no implications to anything. So the guy that every time JSTLK is brought up or in a conversation talks about Cherry, you could reasonably infer that when that guy wants to call in, Cherry's gonna come up. No?
I'm asking you why he is doing that.
You'll have to ask him. Should I add him to the call?
Because he is trying to force me to talk to him.
Oh, I don't think that's
why. Why would I negotiate with a terrorist who is going to attack people around me?
I don't think that's why, but I could be wrong. The amount of people connected to Destiny that have been doxxed it's reached the double digits now.
Okay.
Yeah, that is insane.
Who is doxxed? Can you tell me who is doxxed for the first time after the Pixie leaks?
I can name a lot of people. Talibots.
Oh, sorry. Before
Stardust.
Destiny started doxing everybody.
Nice goalpost shift. Nice goal. Okay.
Destiny started doxing everybody.
We're moving the goalpost.
Oh, it was a goalpost shift, to be fair, but I'll allow it as the unbiased judge. All right, about as unbiased as Whick. I'll allow it just this once.
Now, do you think that Talibots was at all?
I'm asking you this.
I'm
asking you because he blames me for doxing.
Talibots
right?
do?
So I'm just explaining.
What did I ban? I banned them already. Short fat attack.
I don't know what Talibots is doing.
What did
I don't think
Talibots
or anyone
that
else should have
deserved
been
her being doxxed?
doxed.
Can we add Talibots to the call?
No, I don't think any of those people deserve to be doxxed.
Okay.
I think it's only really a goalpost shift. Well, I guess Wick did give a name, and then it got revised. So it would be a goalpost shift. I think it's somebody. There's a difference in revising your statement. Like if before the counter argument is made, you revise your statement, it wouldn't be a goalpost shift. But if you're changing the conditions after somebody's met the criterion laid out in the original argument, then yeah, it would be a goalpost shift.
Hey, then
Obviously.
why is our communities connected?
Listen, we can be guilty. You could be guilty of fallacies and still be correct on something. Happens all the time.
Connected to you
Why are
guys
you-
doing it?
Where are they connected?
They are connected. Are you saying that you guys have no connections to these communities that are performing these doxes?
If you have somebody who is doxing that you know is connected to me, let me know.
I'm talking about communities. Communities that specifically are known for doxing.
You are trying to not make an actual allegation because you have no evidence of anything.
Well, hold on. I do, but I'm asking you to get you to take a
He tried to jump in this call.
position on it so you can't change it later.
I am taking the position that as soon as I am informed of somebody doxing who is anywhere near me, I will ban them from anything near me.
Okay.
That is my position.
Okay.
Do you know whose position? Do you know who else's position that is? That's
Who's that?
Jesse's position from the Keffels Manifesto.
I didn't read that manifesto. A little before my time.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But regardless, do you
Wick's not even disputing it.
think that it's okay?
I think if you think this guy is the mastermind behind the doxing community, I think that would be like something you'd be heavily disputing right now if that was like a legitimate belief of yours. The point being it isn't, right?
Because let's get back to counterpoints.
They never name names? Of course they don't name names. I mean, Desi's literally admitted this. There's no micro-level analysis. Which person did what and would therefore be guilty of what, right? You judge people as a part of the arbitrarily defined apparatus, whose bounds can extend anywhere you decide, right? If you want a group, you could choose the common belief that link people together. You can choose, but when you break it down, what makes somebody a part of a group and therefore responsible for that group's tactics, when you break it down, every regular, persistent critic of Destiny is somehow also simultaneously responsible for the doxing of people around him and therefore, according to them, which I don't agree with, justifiable targets themselves, right? The goal is to to justify even regular critics. I was considered, just put this into perspective for you. Food Shops was calling me fair game before I was even before I was even covering Destiny. Food Shops was calling me fair game before. I mean, this was back at not even doing like months and months and months ago, before I jumped on the train of this topic, right?
Points.
And when I asked for, you know, in hindsight, why that was in the recent convo, and Food Shops broke it down, literally, because I was a cell that was a part of an organism, right? And you being a part of that organism the organism is critical of Destiny. You really don't like Destiny, right? That is the organism. And so long as you meet that factor and you're somebody that talks about that you don't like this guy and why, you're a cell that's a part of this organism and therefore linked to everything that it does.
Again,
No.
Hold
Continue with the
on. No.
thing.
Yes. Counterpoints at the time was bringing up Brit, bringing up Devil, and I saw them in
Dude, you
chat.
bring things up.
They
and you
were
totally change the
begging
topic.
him not to make it
shit, and then
public.
you totally change the topic.
Begging him not to do any of that. Begging him to please leave us out of
Begging.
it. And he just,
Why?
to get it known,
Wait,
decided
you know
to bring
Devil
it up.
says
When
Begging.
you are
right?
covering it, does this show
Why?
that you
Can you tell
actually
me
care
why?
about what happens to these kids?
Can you tell me why?
To get it
Why
known,
was-
because he
Devil
was getting
says explicitly
crushed,
why he's
and he
doing
wanted
that.
to make a point. And he used
Wait,
civilians
no,
to do
I'm
it.
asking you.
That
Devil
is
Civilians?
why.
says in that document you read, I believe, Devil says exactly why he is now changing his
Dude,
story.
In the context of this like streamer YouTube shit, using the term civilian is like so funny to me. Just say like normie or something. I don't fucking know. Civilian is like, I don't know why. That just like sounds so fucking weird.
He tells Counterpoints this.
Hell, what we have is a single screenshot that says, I'm going to downplay if I come on.
Because
Shit's getting serious. And he overplayed
Because
it
of
in the beginning.
what is getting
This is what he
serious?
said. And again, we talk about why do you believe him?
Hold on.
Why do you believe him
Just to be
there?
clear,
And he's
it's the
downplaying it.
rhetoric
Oh, you don't believe him
on the internet
before?
that's getting serious.
Why do you believe him before when you don't believe him now? These are unreliable narrators, man. Like, you're taking the words of
trying to
people,
get you
you're
to watch
ignoring
this.
the things that
Every
contradict your
time you
story.
bring up a topic,
You are
I
putting out
explain
things that
what's going on
absolutely
there, and
go
you
with your
stop
story.
engaging.
It's crazy. If you wanted
So you said,
to
why
solve
did
this
Connor
problem,
not
he would have
respect
dealt with this in
him, saying
private.
that
If he cared about the
I
fate of these
asked you, why
kids,
didn't
he
you
would have dealt
talk
with this in
about
private.
it?
But he didn't deal with this in
Why?
private. He made it
Why?
content. He made it so we're all covering this shit. He didn't give a fuck about these kids. He didn't give a fuck about this situation. He made it public. He made it content. He made it something, a weapon that can be used against him. And you guys all encouraged him, clapped him on the back, and had him like, yeah, bro, look at you. You're an honest actor and with integrity.
Counterpoints
But
would tell
what
you.
You know, I could grant that somebody who doesn't like Destiny would be motivated to do this out of spite. Quite frankly, I don't care. What I care about is, was there reasonable suspicion to do this that would justify making the call or whatever, right? And if there was, even if you were motivated for the wrong reasons, the act would still be justifiable. But regardless, I actually think, based on what I've seen from Connor, I legitimately think like I've said this over and over again, I don't really know Connor. I don't know what he's all about. I know he's like a conservative or whatever. We probably disagree on like everything. But I've always gotten the vibe watching it, even when I haven't really agreed with him, that he is legitimately concerned and does legitimately believe what he's saying. And I to be like, he's one of, I'll even give you that a lot of people on our side, we do operate, not we, because I don't think I do. I think I have maybe on certain instances, but like on our side, there are people obviously like JSTLK that probably are a little bad faith and interpretations of like Destiny related shit sometimes due to all the volatility surrounding this, etc. I think Connor believes what he's saying. So like wholeheartedly.
All
If you asked
all
him.
he did
I said it
was
was
turn this into
inappropriate to make it public
content.
at this
It's
point in time.
disgusting. It's disgusting.
I actually
It's
said it was
evil.
inappropriate to do content. I said it was inappropriate to make this public.
I'm
now.
saying it's yes. It's inappropriate to make it public.
Once it's public,
inappropriate
it's out there.
to
I
make
cover
it
the
into a
content.
litigating thing that, like, a fucking penguin and a fucking guy in a hoodie are here arguing about these kids. You don't like. No one cares about these kids, unfortunately. But no one should be calling CPS
I think
based
these
on what's
kids
going
are
on here.
genuinely-
It's insane.
I think there's genuinely a concern for these kids based on this email.
I can't look, gang. I can't let in Destiny. Okay, he has to agree, and he won't agree because he's scared.
Well, it's also a call, so he technically couldn't be added anyway. But
No, I can have him right now.
but then it kills our call.
Yeah, but
and
we'd
there's
call
no reason
again,
for me to join.
right? Like it wouldn't.
Yeah, well,
like it wouldn't end.
No,
like
I'm
we
saying,
would call again,
I'm saying
bro.
You can't like ambush me with him. Like I don't want to talk to him.
I'm
not
saying
gonna
that
talk
that's
to him
coward
while he's
behavior.
Don't endorse running from debates. Okay, I'm like the don't run guy. But if you almost have guaranteed confirmation, and that confirmation comes from, you can obviously tell Destiny's repeatedly debated JSTLK by proxy through people like me and others, right? So you have a general idea of what he wants to talk to JSTLK about. If you have absolute confirmation that the person who's calling in doesn't actually believe in any criticism against you and just wants to hurt you and is going to do so by bringing up people in your personal life or, reading out your docs info, I think that's ample justification to not want to speak to them, right? I think at that point you could probably say, yeah, if you're going to keep like reading out my docs info, I want to talk to my people in my personal life, I don't want to talk to you.
Man, like you've
While
made
he is
so many
consistent-
allegations against this guy. You've called him a sex pest. You implying that he engaged in fucking sexual molestation role play of children, right? Even
I've
in just a
actually said
fantasy.
repeatedly,
Like those
giving
are
my
things
position
that
on
you
this,
should
that I don't
actually
have evidence
have
he
to
engaged back.
confront
He might have-
the
he might
person
have
you're
just-
accusing of. That is
He might
the
have just
that
seen-
would be the
So,
manly
again,
thing
I
to
didn't
do.
accuse him of that. I'm like explicitly saying that anytime somebody asks me my position on this, I actually say no, he didn't do that.
Hold on, you just went through a whole email where you tried to get me to admit that the only possible interpretation of this email is that Destiny engaged in
Brit's
sexual role
perspective.
play where they
From her, wait, what? How does Whick?
went through a whole email where you tried to.
I actually say no, he didn't do that.
Hold on, you.
Anytime somebody asks me my position on this, I actually say no, he didn't do that.
Hold on, you just.
Anytime somebody
That would be the
So,
manly
again,
thing
I
to
didn't
do.
accuse him of.
You're the person. Like those
giving
are
my
things
position
that
on
you
this,
should
that I don't
actually
have evidence
have
he
to
engaged back.
confront
He might have-
the
he might
person
have
you're
just-
accusing of. That is
He
the.
might have just
that
seen-
would be the
So,
manly
again,
thing
I
to
didn't
do.
accuse him of that. I'm like explicitly saying that anytime somebody asks me my position on this, I actually say no, he didn't do that.
Hold on, you just went through a whole email where you tried to get me to admit that.
What a slimy little fuck did. He's like so JSTLK's disputing that he made the claim that Destiny was doing it, right? And Whick is then citing that he was reaffirming the interpretation of an email from Brit, right? He wasn't reaffirming that it actually happened. He was reaffirming that that's the only way you would interpret what she said, right? The default assumption there wouldn't be that that means definitively that it happened. And Whick knows that. Okay? Whick knows that. He's just being a Weasley rat fuck and pretending like he doesn't.
That the only possible interpretation of this email is that Destiny engaged in
Brit's
sexual role
perspective,
play where
that
they molested
These are the
kids.
role plays she's trying to do. Yes, that these are the role plays she's doing.
Again, do you not see how that is painting him with a brush? Because I'm telling you, your community,
I explicitly
what you are doing, whether you intend to or not,
that I don't
your
know how much
community is
he
taking
engaged
it
in a back
and running
forth.
with it as evidence that he molested or
So you're
wanted to
saying-
molest
you're
those
saying,
kids. That he
despite me saying
loves age
explicitly
play. This is what they're.
That
This
I
is
actually
what they're
think
running
it's
with.
wrong. Well, he has
I'm
basically
sure there are people in JSTLK's community that think that, right? People in JSTLK's community despise Destiny with every fiber of their fucking being, and for that reason, right, there are some that will have the most negative interpretation of anything where you can negatively interpret something. Okay? Now, in this case specifically, I wouldn't blame somebody for believing that this necessarily happened. I personally am unsure, and I'm not reiterating it as fact. But like conceivably, right, you could, but that doesn't, I don't know why we're now responsible for every respective like opinion of people in our communities, right?
about loving age play. So I don't know what to tell you there. This isn't age play. Age play. This is not age play.
Okay, again, if you really cared about the fate of these kids, if you cared about these kids that you think that is reasonable, call CPS. Why are you making this? Why did he do it publicly? Why did he publicize this? Why didn't he do
I don't
it
think
in
he should have
private?
publicized it. I think he should have just called CPS.
So can you admit that he didn't really care about the fate of these kids? He was just doing it
I'm
as a
sorry,
weapon to
that
hurt
is
Destiny.
not, that would not be the logical conclusion of that. To say he shouldn't have done something and to say him doing that thing means he doesn't actually care about that would not, that's a non sequitur.
No, I don't think
Okay,
it's
no.
Non sequitur, call it out, non sequitur.
Oh,
doesn't
well,
care. I think he's
this is where we
confused.
this is
But
where we
I'm telling
this
you,
is where we part
that
ways.
I think it's actually obvious to me that he shouldn't have, like, put it out publicly without more evidence, more information, and that a CPS call is warranted either way.
What is the deal with this save a sexual guy? I know the deal. Somebody explained it to me. Are we all in agreement that guy's probably like unhinged unless I'm missing something? Because maybe I am missing something, okay? Maybe I'm missing something. But when I saw the shit with the fucking emails to like Rose, and then there was like something else that happened on like a Darius stream, like that guy seems like fucking nuts. I gotta be honest with you. That guy seems like totally fucking insane. So I don't know what, unless I'm like missing some context on that one. What is like the defense of him?
No, hold on. A CPS call is not warranted in this situation. There is not
Yes,
enough
it is.
evidence. And again,
Yes, it
the
is.
evidence that I have that he's done this in a malicious way in order to hurt Destiny.
Well, I'm curious to hear the defense, because unironically, most of what I know about him has come from DGGers, so I am open to hearing the other side. I'm not saying definitively anything. I'm saying what I heard, if what I heard is correct, this guy sounds fucking insane. If what I was shown proof of is true, this guy, because I did see there was proof. But seemed to have good intentions. Maybe, but it's not that I was even. That's like there's like something with Darius where some girl's like number got leaked by accident, and he was like texting her on her personal cell. Is that true? That's the show. I was also seeing that. That like just makes me think this guy's like a little bit fucking crazy. You have to remember, I don't know anything about this guy. This is my first introduction. My introduction is he's the guy that emailed Rose or whatever, and this.
Is the fact that he did this publicly on stream and announced to his community. He added everyone and he said, I'm going to do this, right? Look at me. I'm such a good boy. And he
I was told this by Darius that he has a no, all I was shown, I wouldn't be parroting this if I didn't see direct proof of it. Somebody showed a screenshot of him texting some girl's number. So unless there's like something refuting that, I guess.
he knew that it would become public information, that it would be litigated.
Maybe he changed. I don't fucking know. I don't know the guy.
People would run with it, that it would be content. All of this was, again, to hurt Destiny because he lost an argument. He felt bullied. He felt betrayed. That's why he did it.
I don't think he felt bullied or betrayed in that argument. I also think you guys are wrong that he...
Okay,
I think he knew the whole time. I think it's like
okay.
obvious he knew
if
the
you
whole
don't,
time.
Hold on. I will be back.
Dating, right?
But if you don't want to talk to Desi, I do gotta let him answer for this. So I'm gonna call him real quick. I'll call you back. But I gotta give both times. I'd love to do it with both of you on, but since you won't, I gotta do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Whick critical of me platforming Doobie? Was Whick critical? He probably did some like sarcastic insinuation where you get to like be a pussy and make a point without actually having to make it, right?
I'll talk to you in a second. Jesus Christ. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait, is someone's docs about to be read out in this?
Okay, hold on. I'm so sorry. This is so fucking retarded, okay? You can hear me?
Yes? Okay. But I probably... Okay. Never mind that. If it's the one on Wick's channel, he cut it out. Oh, he cut it. This is the edited video. Okay, then this one's safe. This is the safe version. Got it.
Me, right?
I can't. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure people can at least see me, so it's not a black screen.
You can or you can't? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. This is the case for every single time I am revealed to be a new child rapist. It was the case with when
How many times does this happen to you?
Willie Mack called the CPS. It's the thing is here when they're calling the CPS. Okay, there's some event that happens where somebody gets in their feelings. For Willie Mack, it was Nicholas Diorio and the other commentary people saying, "You gotta fucking call the FBI. You gotta fucking stream it." That was another commentator that told Willie Mack that he needed to stream it. And for Connor, he was pasting that that little text Google Doc in Doobie's Discord that Driscoll is in, and they were talking about a huge content drop. Okay.
Nobody ever has their own thoughts or opinions. It always is coming from somebody else. If it's about Destiny, it is always coming from somebody else. The question is, it's like that one theological argument where it's like the proof of God's existence is objects in motion must be moved. So if there's a chain of motion, what was the first mover or whatever, right? Who is the source of all of this info? If everyone is getting this info from someone else, Connor's getting it from Doobie, who's getting it from JSTLK, who's getting it from Save a Sexual, who's getting it from Queeman.
Let's say this for like 2 seconds, okay? Let's say that I really am conspiring with Brittany to try to harm these kids, okay? Why the fuck, if we know that these investigations take time and who knows how long it would take to act on anything, why would you work on helping somebody publicize this when there are two things
JSTLK literally himself already said he disagrees with publicizing this.
that are guaranteed? One is if me and Britt are planning some crazy child abduction. Well, now we got plenty of time to try to hide the evidence, right? Number one.
Yeah,
and number
absolutely.
two, you are guaranteeing that these girls are going to be harassed because Gisticle's community already has at least one person, sabasexual, who likes to reach out and harass young minors who are
Okay, I think that's a little bit of a bad faith description. I think the guy got, like, that's an insane level of involvement with a story where you're like actually reaching out to, like, as a just like a fucking viewer or whatever, to the, you know, to her. Like, I don't know what the justification for that would be, but there's like that's a loaded phrasing that implies something that, which I admit that the act itself is crazy and bad, but not for the reasons he's implying.
victims of sex crimes. We already know that. Saba's still in Gisticle's Discord. He never banned him for it. So when you're sitting here just saying, well, maybe Connor shouldn't have done that. It's not that he shouldn't have done that, motherfucker. It's that Connor is taking a position where he is almost guaranteeing harm to minors because of how he's interpreting an email that was anonymously sent to make it to the fucking Mr. Girl stream.
It's
Again,
the
and I'll say the
weakest
exact same thing.
evidence
I'll say the
Where is this pushback from Whick? Okay, I got a lot of shit for my platforming of Doobie after people were on my platform made allegations against him, and I believe he had a right to address it, which Whick also apparently believes. So I don't know where his disagreement with that would be. But where is this, like, where? So I guess the new argument would be I platformed Doobie, but I wasn't critical enough. Where is this pushback from Whick?
the exact same thing to this that I said to the Willie Mack thing. If you want to call CPS, you want to call the FBI and the fucking whatever, dude, I got the Epstein files on me at this point at these fucking offices. I don't care. Fine, do it. If you really genuinely think, okay, as a father of a teenage boy, if you really think that there are kids that are at risk of being sexually fucking abused by somebody, then fucking by all means, call CPS and do your fucking thing. I think you should have a good reason, but call them. But when you publicize it, you have completely abandoned.
Meanwhile, the standard in this community for doxing is that if it was done as a joke, even if real info was posted, it doesn't count. Nope, that's not the standard. So if you post somebody's real, personally identifying information that they themselves have not previously linked to their online persona, it is clear that they never wanted this link to be established, right? You take that personally identifying information and publish it, right? Even if you say you're doing it as a joke, that doesn't change what it is, and it's still too far.
Any moral pretext of doing this for the kids because you've given the abusers time to hide the evidence and you've directly put the minor children at risk because you're exposing them to a community like Gisticle's that has already harassed minor victims of sex crimes.
At the end of
Was Rose a minor when Sabasexual reached out? Or Did he know that Rose was a minor, I guess? No? So why is that? So that's just a lie. So he's just lying. Wow, did Destiny lied?
Of the day. This is my take. Counterpoints based on flimsy evidence from unreliable narratives that I don't think any reasonable person would say is evidence enough to call CPS or a federal agency publicly. Again, said he was going to do this.
$10 from Doobie. Destiny must be so frustrated that his soldiers are such incompetent idiots. He needs to come in and try to piece together their shitty arguments anytime they engage with anyone. Well, yes. Yeah, he's obviously... Look what he typed in DGG chat. I have no defenders. Literally, 0 knights. It's just fucking food shops. Which to me was an acknowledgement that his, like, main defender or whatever is a fucking incompetent, dumbass pedophile who's insanely inconvenient to have as his defender. But he just has to take what he gets.
Added everyone, made it very public, okay? As Destiny said, ensuring that if it was happening, they would have time to hide all the...
Feel free to call in, Duckbringer. Feel free to call in if you have any disagreements that you'd like to express.
Evidence. And he did this in order to save face. Because remember, he had been being called out saying, why haven't you reported this if this is what you think happened? This was the instigation for why he made these things, again, why he went to the cops and to the CPS. Because he was being berated that if you don't actually believe this, because if you actually believe this, you would be calling CPS.
I thought he did it out of spite. I thought he was doing it out of spite. I thought that's the argument Destiny was making to me. That he did it out of spite. Now he was actually browbeat into doing it? Someone is in call-ins?
Hey. So they're
how's it going?
accusing me of being a doxer. Do you have any proof that I've doxed? Like, obviously, we had a call, right, where I threatened Aiko and I said, oh, I'm going to dox you, Aiko, oh, I'm going to dox you. And literally in that tone. And you asked me afterwards if it was a joke. And at the time, you seemed to accept that it was a joke. Now, if saying, like,
I don't think I ever accepted it was a joke, but to be honest with you, I don't care if it wasn't, because you didn't actually do it.
No, you said you moved past it. So you asked me about it and you moved past it.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was a joke.
So I accept that you didn't dox Leo Convoy's wife based off your standard, given the fact that I've never posted PII or even like any sort of like private information from somebody at all. That has been able to be proven. Lots of people will say this, but nobody can actually prove it. Given that, would you be able to say that I have not doxed, like, provably?
I've never seen evidence of you doxing. I've never seen evidence of it.
So how do you feel? Do you think that all these people that are in your community trying to call me a doxer based off evidence that they would, if anybody in their friend group was accused of being a doxer based off the same information, they would defend them vehemently? You're not a doxer. This person didn't technically dox.
When the narrative wasn't entirely out over my situation, who was rushing in to defend me?
Not a lot of people, but same with mine as well. Nobody was rushing to defend me as well, but now it's out in the open.
Your point was that they do it for their own. I'm saying they wouldn't do it for their own. I should show you that.
As a doxer, huh?
I'm saying you were implying that they would like sweep for their own. I'm saying that's not what happened. Like with me, I'm a good example.
Well, you weren't anybody's own at the time. You were crashing out at the end of the New Year's drama, so like you were kind of on the outs of the community.
Because I was on the outs because of that drama, right?
Yeah, so they weren't defending you when you had your own doxing. This is what I'm saying. Is
yeah,
that
but
if somebody's accused of doxing spuriously when they've never doxed, they've never, like, what I'm saying is that I have a situation that's even, so I've joked about doxing, which I've apologized for. I apologize for the things that I said to Aiko. Whatever. But somebody just joking about doxing, which Rita has done to me, and we had a conversation about that in your server the other day, where they said they were going to post my address on the Kiwi Farms, and then I provided proof to say that.
Did you believe that was serious?
I kind of laughed it off, but at the same time, given the environment, and given that I have information now that Rita is the kind of person that posts docs as a joke, I treat it a little bit differently now, but I did kind of laugh it off at the time. But it's not that I didn't treat it Like anytime somebody says they're going to dox you, you kind of have to treat it seriously. You have to weigh it against who they are as a person. And when new information came out as who that person might be, I was a little bit more apprehensive about how that went down, I guess. So what I'm saying, and we're getting away from the point, is that I'm never somebody who's doxed anybody. So if I joke, haha, I'm going to dox you, and then no dox occurs, nothing else happens.
If you want to call in,
you know,
Discord
it's just like a
server, join the
passing,
call
like
in
you can kind of
CC.
say that's clearly a
Link in the
joke,
description.
right?
Sorry, repeat that one more time. My bad, I had to say something.
So if I say, oh, I'm going to dox you, ooh, I'm going to dox you, and then nothing happens, like no threats of doxing happen after that. And even in the call, you asked me if I'm serious about it. I said, no, I'm not serious about it. I even outlined that the only case where I would dox somebody is if I thought that they were, I wouldn't even dox them. I would unmask somebody's identity. If I thought they were doing something, if I thought they were doing something illegal,
doing a bit, I feel like
I would report them.
A bit of rewriting history. It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna dox you. It was a you
were
legitimately enraged by this person.
No. I said, ooh, I was enraged by her, but that has nothing to do. The fact that I was pissed off with Aiko has nothing to do with whether or not I would pass my boundary of threatening, like seriously threatening to dox somebody. I said it that way in the moment because she was freaking out because she's an OCD bitch about the fact that I had said, I know where you live, right?
Her OCD.
No, it does. It has. I'm sorry, but pretty much everything that Aiko does is determined by the fact that she can't stop thinking about shit. She's obsessive about everything, every single one of her relationships. She's controlling.
I don't think, did she even bring, I guess she did bring that up when she called, did she? When she called them last time? I don't think she did.
That she jumped into a call of somebody that she claimed was a stalker, right? That she didn't want to, like, I wasn't able to talk about her in public because she was telling every one of my friends, Duckburn, stalking me if she criticizes me. And then that call happened, and she jumped in.
From talking about her, you could just refute that if it's untrue.
Well, the point is that I cared more about the feelings of those people at the time until she just decided to jump into a call and kind of, you know, which she's done multiple times now, by the way. She says I'm a stalker. This dumb bitch says I'm a stalker. And then she joins communities that I'm a part of, gets freaked out when I'm a part of them saying, oh, Duck, why are you here? And tries to make a big deal about it. She's like the biggest fucking, by the way, she's the biggest cry bully ever. And for you guys to continue to kind of like sweep for her, I know that there are lots of people in your community that are like, oh, Aiko is dumb. Aiko's a dumb bitch, whatever. But you yourself, when she's on, you clearly see her as an ally because you guys have the same people that you're going after. So what I hate about this whole
honestly,
community is that
I literally barely know Aiko, but I've never spoken
yeah, but the
her
problem
off
is
stream.
that if somebody on your side, it doesn't matter how irresponsible they are, how stupid they are, how like embarrassing they are in their own content, as long as they're attacking the same people that you're attacking, you seem to be very keen on massaging their side of the story, I guess.
Is there like an example?
Well, I had the example that I brought up before, whereas that you had a debate where it was between Ryle and Aiko, and you didn't really do any pushback. That like it was a meaningless conversation because all you were doing, it kind of became 2 versus 1 versus Ryle, even though you didn't know anything about the actual like subject at hand. You do this thing a lot, Aiden, where you say, I want to moderate this debate. I'm an unbiased moderator. You're not an unbiased moderator. You're always going to be like, you have your own motivations.
Specifically, I was an unbiased moderator. My like or dislike of Aiko compared to Ryle was like completely equal. I didn't really have
that has nothing to do with it. Like your like or dislike has nothing to do with you being an unbiased moderator. You have to actually assess the facts as they come.
So okay,
and then try to push back. It's one party, even if
I'll admit when I hear an argument, I do think it's right or wrong. So I'm biased when I hear the argument. Yes.
And that's what you can't really be an unbiased moderator if you're not interested in the soul of what each person is trying to say, even if you disagree with what they're trying to say, trying to give them the ability to lay out their arguments as best as possible. That's what makes you a good.
Agreed that they were satisfied with my moderation in that debate and didn't feel like I was being
well
unfair.
they both have reasons to kind of like suck you off because you have a larger audience than both of them.
Yeah,
and
they're terrified of me. They're terrified.
No, they're just clout sharks. They're just like, that's what I hate about commentary is this whole this whole space is like incestuous as fuck.
Neither of them.
We're just a bunch of people trying to share the same audience and like trying to like people doing the same story like again and again and again. I don't know, like it's so boring. But that's what I wanted to say. Like I don't personally care if people in your community think I'm a doxer. I only care insofar as that, like, you guys are now making these super niche definitions of doxing. You guys are making these super niche arguments of like how what people in your community didn't do was doxing, but then you turn around and say, no, duck bringers are doxer, duck bringers are doxer. I want to support this side over the DGG side, which does tend to just, you know, repeat salacious claims if it benefits their side. I don't want this side to be that, which is what it kind of seems to be.
Got it. Emery, did you have something you wanted to say here?
Oh yeah, I was just going to provide a little bit of context. The thing that gets mentioned a lot is specific pieces of PII that Destiny revealed about a certain user. I will not specify which user, just to be careful.
Yeah, you know that whole thing. So you know that the person we're talking about, it wasn't a conversation about me saying their PII. It was a conversation about me saying that, hey, all of commentary is abusive towards women. And then I said to that person, especially you, and because something was released and their PII shows that might be part of it.
That's the point. That's PII.
Because he goes after women a lot. Like it's not I wasn't referencing that information, but they accused me of that.
Yeah, you did this in a public call, so
yeah, and that can obviously like you guys released half the call. You didn't release the part of the call where I apparently
were criticizing
bring up this PII, which I never did. All I ever said in that call, the part that you released, was I referenced that was like, it's crazy that this person went into explaining their docs like they didn't need to do that. That's the only thing that I said.
I'll give you this. That is not doxing. That in itself, of itself is not doxing. But I don't believe you.
It's menacing at most.
I don't believe you for a second that you weren't thinking about that leaked piece of the context of that leaked piece of PII when you were saying especially you, in the context of abusing women.
You have to consider that I have, okay, so I'm known for this person, by the way. This person has had attacks on, like, for example, prominent female streamers, like
a little bit more closer to the location.
Let Duck Bringer respond, I'll let you go. Okay.
So, like, this person, the reason that I was referencing it had nothing to do with their docs. It was because they have a history of justifying rape threats against women in Destiny's community. Specifically Ukrainian Anna, and they've kind of like co-signed a lot of shit like that, and that was what I was referencing.
Okay, and how long after this individual was doxxed did the actual statement that you made happen?
This was months after. This was like months and months and months after. And to be honest, even though I was involved with telling people not to spread their docs or not to talk about it, like I have never actually looked at the docs itself. Like I don't even know this person's name. I heard memes about maybe a country of origin, but I've only ever joked in private about that.
You mentioned that it seemed to touch a specific nerve. You seem to understand that too. And we told you.
What I'm saying is if I joked in a VC about somebody's country
of origin, in a public
VC, by by the way, the Emery you posted, you publicized it. I was just talking in a VC like Aiden was doing. You're the one that publicized any of that conversation. I was talking in a private VC. If I made a joke about him about his country of origin afterwards,
the person who you did this to didn't seem to have an issue with
Yeah, because it made me look bad. Yes, of course he was co-signing it, and obviously his doc is already out there. There's no more damage that was done. You guys were making that even proves that there was no actual damage that was done because you guys were the ones that were publicizing the information afterwards.
Let's say I agreed with you.
The person didn't care if the information was publicized as long as it made me look bad.
You're agreeing to the fact that you did something that you shouldn't have done.
No, there's no information. It was all your conjecture. You did a stream. You posted half the call.
There was a reason why people were very upset with you.
The only thing I say in that call, no. The only thing I say in that call related to this docs is it's crazy that X person confirmed their docs.
The call was recorded?
Yes, Emery recorded a call in my own server when
the call was public. It was okay to be recorded.
It was a private call in my own server.
Well, can you send that to me?
She gave permission in her own server for the call to be recorded.
Can you send me that call?
Do you have proof of that, Emery?
It's on my channel right now.
Okay.
There's no proof of me saying that I was okay with it being recorded.
Well, to be clear, there's one in Snarky chat.
It was a private call.
No, the call
that happened in Snarky VC never was posted.
PII stuff.
You never posted the one that has the information where I talk about the thing. The person who is doxxed says that I'm referencing their docs. I say, no, I'm not. And then they start to explain the details of the actual thing.
There's a point where someone, you.
That's not me doxing them. That's them reacting to something in a private call.
I had permission.
This is the problem. Like, you guys have to be so cagey because you don't actually have, like, you're building this narrative, but I know that I know the facts of the matter. I know that I don't know this person's name. I know that Kathy has said that I've repeated this person's name. That's impossible.
I don't know if you. I don't personally remember you repeating this person's full legal name or anything like that. I never did. I'm just saying you.
Like I said, the most I would have done in that call is maybe joking about their country of origin, but only because we all in that call knew this dog. We were all aware of it. It was a private call.
Duck. In order to change
how were you able to get the country of origin? Hold on. How were you able to get the country of origin?
Because people joked about the docs when it came out. Yeah, it was very public. Like people just kind of were making jokes about this in public.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
It's not supposed to be out there. And you referenced it. No.
And I agree. And I even said to Saturday before, I've even said in private, like, it's probably just not even good to joke about that sort of stuff. Like,
I mean, yeah, I would respect him more if you were just like, I just did that. Yeah. So what?
I didn't do that.
Especially if you think like what he's doing is, you know, really bad. If you think he's like,
the thing, I'm
currently normalizing rape and shit like that. I just, you know, at a certain point, you know, it'd be more respectable.
Well, you guys seem to care. The problem is that I'm arguing with you people. If I was arguing with a bunch of people that think that somebody like that person deserves to have the most consequences possible happen to them, I might be making a different argument. But I'm also not that person.
You don't need our respect. I'm also
like, that's not my intention.
If you think you did nothing like that bad, then like just stand by that. That's fine.
I stand by what that's what I've been doing, Emery. You haven't been able to present evidence that I've done anything wrong.
We're saying
I've even admitted to a possibility that I referenced
denying exactly how wrong it was.
Anyone who wants to call in, come on. Nobody's my backup.
What do you think about Aiden? What do you think about if I in a VC that I didn't know was being recorded, that is in a server where you're not allowed to record VCs? If I made a joke about somebody's country of origin in a docs that was publicly discussed in this community, that was joked about often, would that be considered more than just like I'm spreading? It's kind of the same thing that you were doing. I'm spreading personally identifying information, or I'm menacing.
Well, the difference, right? The difference is the person themselves didn't volunteer this information to the public.
Yep.
And you've never done that.
To be specifically
clear,
I
was doing that to volunteered all of this information to the public.
To be specifically clear, the actual first thing where there was like 10, 20 almost people in there while everyone was arguing, you know, yelling at each other, where you reveal this stuff. I didn't personally record that, and I don't remember anyone else recording that specifically.
My question is, like, if I'm making a joke,
you wanted to talk to us in your server, that's what was recorded after you gave permission. You gave permission.
Let's say, and you don't have proof of that. So let's say that I, because it wasn't included in the call, and I don't know what to tell you. So
it's interesting.
So now
how much
we're saying
of a liar
I'm a doxer
you are,
if I reference information from a dox, which hasn't been proven, and I don't even think that I did that. I'm saying the most that I would have done is maybe joke about his country of origin, like
Duck.
And I don't even think I did that. I don't even think I did that.
I have a sincere question here. Were you drunk that day?
I think it was like New Year's Eve. Yeah,
this is probably why you don't remember. If you were drunk that day, I remember specifically you saying, "Yeah, it's okay for this to be recorded." I think you wanted to make it content at the time, from what I remember.
What I'm saying is that, did you not record that? Like, you weren't recording at the time?
No, because I don't record until I get permission.
So it's your word against mine.
Why would I record you giving me permission when I didn't assume it was going to be?
Either way, it was a private conversation, right? You're the one that published this whole discussion about this docs.
I wouldn't have published it. I promise you, that was like the last thing on my mind of publishing stuff that I didn't even get permission to.
You don't care about sharing docs information if it's content. This is the same thing that all of your besties do. That fucking Mr. Girl, that fucking Bad Empanada, that Hassan do. You don't care if they share docs information as long as it's already been leaked, right?
I'm best friends with Hassan. Yeah. I'm best friends with Mr. Girl, and I'm best friends with Bad Empanada.
Anyways,
I'm pretty sure the take
I was also best friends with Destiny at one point.
If the person themselves, if the person it belongs to is leaking it themselves consciously, then yeah, it's okay to share.
I would agree. What if that person's joking about it in public, or their public accounts have shared and confirmed the docs? Is that then different?
Like the person themselves?
Yeah.
Why would that? What would make it? What would make that?
I'm just asking, if the person owned it and then started repeating information from the docs as a joke,
if they were,
would that change whether or not you're able to joke about it?
You'd be allowed to joke about it if they gave the info out themselves.
But what if, like I said, after the information comes out in a docs, if the person then knows that everybody knows that it's their information and starts joking about it,
Do they give out the specific information that you're referring to on their
That's
own
not what I'm
platform?
asking. I'm saying, does it change anything for you
I'm
in terms
asking
of
for you to
like
get more
so
specific,
something
'cause the
so
answer's gonna depend
there's a
on that.
lot of information that has been leaked about public streamers that has then just become part of their public persona because it's just been added to Wikitubia. They've repeated it once it's come out, they've accepted it. So at that point, even if it was originally released without their consent, if at a certain point they just accept that it's out there, does that make it a dox to repeat that information?
Depends on if the individual has shown demonstrable acceptance of this info as theirs and perpetuated it on their own platform.
I think that's a fair standard. And like I said,
did he ever do this? By the way, Duck, do you remember this person doing this?
I'm not going to make a claim without having the proof in front of me because I know that you
at any point in
are
time
going to ask for it immediately.
Left history. Has anyone joked about any of that stuff casually with him?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I haven't seen
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
If you can provide that
I don't
evidence,
have
I'd like to
logs.
see
I don't
it,
have.
but I don't remember.
That's why I'm not going to make that claim so strongly. But I was just wondering what Aiden's perspective was if the circumstances were the way that I outlined them, because I can't prove it.
Got it.
But all I want to say is like, yeah, I've never doxed somebody. Doxing's bad. Don't dox anybody. Either be a public person online or accept that there are going to be anonymous people, and that they're going to have an advantage against you. That's fine. You just need to do that. So,
do you have any gripes with me specifically? Any other gripes?
No, Aiden, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, I think that you repeat claims about me being a doxer with very little evidence when you want.
A doxer? I've literally,
you said on Whick's stream, you said that I had a doxing thing. Like you did bring that up.
I asked you about
when
it,
you knew it was
I?
the Aiden thing. You knew what you were doing, Aiden, okay?
I asked you about the Ico
because
shit
you
that
knew
I was a direct
yeah,
I was a primary witness to.
So why were you asking me about something you were a primary witness
because
to?
You were bringing up my shit.
Question?
So you were bringing up my shit even though it was unrelated. So the rebuttal
you were
was
saying, "Oh, didn't you dox?" When we both know that based off the standard that you're currently arguing, I didn't dox.
I said, "Didn't you threaten to dox?"
I didn't even do that. Really?
With Ico, you.
I didn't even like.
You did.
I mean, you can say that I menaced her by a joke because she's stupid, but that's like the most you can go with it.
Nothing you were saying sounded like a joke. When you were saying it.
Okay. That's fine for you to say. You even asked me if it was a joke, so you clearly were wondering if it was a joke. So I don't know.
That would be.
You did.
Okay, so if somebody says something insane or outlandish that is unexpected, sometimes I'll reply with that. That doesn't actually mean that that's my interpretation.
But you accepted, like you kind of were accepting of my explanation when I outlined to you. No, I'm very against doxing.
If
you sounded accepting.
If you find a single place where I ever said this was a joke or accepted this was a joke, I'll give you $100.
So you see how there's like these hyper specific things that like if I want to prove a point to you,
that's your.
But
I'm
you saying these things that I
you're saying that I did something.
I'm pretty sure that
I'm
you said that I doxed somebody.
So the only natural way to get over that barrier is for the provision of some sort of evidence, right? Since we're both planning two different things.
If you just said that I threatened to dox somebody, I could accept under certain circumstances that is a valid critique. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that's what you said, but that's what I remember.
I've never said you doxed anybody.
Okay. Like I said, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe you just said threaten to dox.
Yes,
and like I said, I don't agree with that, but I understand that's a valid kind of take, whatever.
And to be honest,
at the same time, doxing is bad.
Not everyone's gonna agree with this. I don't particularly give a fuck about threats. I care about when
you shouldn't, like I said, because if joking threats are a standard, then you have to like evict a lot of people from your community already.
It was a joke, but
right. So if it's only whether or not somebody can determine whether I'm leaving. Bye.
Wait, we're all Kath. Okay, fuck you, Kathy.
What did I do? I was just gonna say, if you was wrong, why you would not you apologize? Okay, and that's it. Thanks. No one is gonna like drag this if she just apologized about it.
Fair.
You agree?
Agreed.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, I didn't mean to. Sorry. All right. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I gotta pee. Duckbringer, if you call back in, I won't. I didn't know you would leave if I brought Kathy on. Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys. I just gotta pee. Hold up. Yeah, Aiko, link that shit to me. I'll be right back. Yo, sorry about that. Hopefully people are still here. I got my dog was just laying outside my room hanging out. Got caught up in a conversation. All right. Whoa, wrong stream setup. Okay. So this is the debate.
Funny. The man has jokes.
He's funny. Okay.
Okay.
Where is
my Uber? 6 minutes away.
I don't give a fuck about where'd
Can I see you again?
Where'd the window go? Up arrow.
Hey.
Why is the window below the taskbar? Okay, got it. Did it? Okay. Fuck. What was that? Okay. Sorry. Disastrous stream going on here. This is from the first debate. I just want to search the timestamp or the. I'm just gonna check the transcript here really quick. Dox my dog. Yeah, that's a great idea. He's just chilling. I don't want to bother.
And so
He's also not. He's not looking great these days. He's an old man, but you guys are gonna make fun of him for being a white crusty dog. He doesn't need that. We're already working through his self-esteem. Okay. So, whoa. I think it was, where was it? It was like state. She said something about state? Or it was Resi, right? She says something about Resi. Oh, the fucking transcript's not gonna get that. There we go. Hold on. Where's it? Search. Oh, 4:30. Thank you, Aiko. Much appreciated. Just spared me a uncomfortable amount of minutes searching for something that is easily findable.
My fucking address to Resi?
Yeah, you did. You probably shouldn't have, bitch.
You.
Wait, we gotta go back. Hold on, it's a little bit before this, I think.
I give my fucking.
Hold on. Fuck.
She cried about her grandma being dead. She cried about it on a fucking.
What about your?
Why did your
That's
relationship?
none of your business. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. It's not my fucking business. You don't have to answer anything about it.
Yeah, what?
But I'm pretty sure it was
obviously
because
you're the
bitch.
one that me and Resi in the
I'm
very
pretty sure it's
beginning
because
we tried to have an
I'm so messed up here, it's crazy.
intervention for you to stop giving so much information about yourself, and you still have not figured it out.
I'm aware that your grandma is dead. I'm aware where you live and what your profession is. I'm aware of a whole bunch of shit about you.
You definitely don't sound like a
about me,
stalker.
bitch?
You definitely don't sound like a stalker with that one.
I'm sorry.
No, she cried about her grandma being dead. She cried about it on a fucking.
What about what you?
Yeah, you know where she lives? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wait,
that's what I'm saying.
I gave my address to Resi, didn't I? Didn't I give my fucking address to Resi?
Yeah.
I just don't think that this was a joke. I have to be honest with you. Now, once again, this is not the same thing as actually doing it. Anyone can threaten to do something. The capacity to actually go and do that thing takes a different level of moral depravity, right? Like, I can say to somebody in anger, I'm gonna fucking kill you. It's very different than if I actually go and do it. But in this context, right, it definitely does not sound or seem like a joke. And I don't think I ever accepted here that it was.
You did. You probably shouldn't have, bitch.
Wait, hold on. Resi, wait, Resi gave you Aiko's address?
No, I don't have Aiko's address at all. I only know where she lives based off things that she said.
Wait, this is almost a year ago. This is almost exactly a year ago, this debate.
No, that's not true. I did give my address to Resi.
And he didn't say it to me, bitch. Prove it.
You literally just said it.
What do you?
This is really fucking serious. You don't come here.
She's not following it up with, this is a joke.
With
callers are in call-ins? How do you know who's in call-ins? You're banned from the fucking server. Hello?
Hey. So I just want to like add, so the reason that I even brought like this, okay, I admit this was like a bad performance by me because I was actually drunk at this time. So like I stopped drinking, and a lot of the reason is that the most embarrassing moments of me when I can't make my point correctly are when I'm drinking. So Aiko opens up here with saying, you release all of this information about yourself on like on main, whatever, like you're just saying all this shit. So I have to point out to her, she releases a lot of PII about herself because at the time, Aiko was saying that, for example, and this is something that she said on Rezi's stream, and I think Abby Blackbird said on Rezi's stream as well, that me saying like that I have short hair, for example, is PII, right? Like this is the sort of things that people were saying.
Just so I'm correct here, as I'm listening to what you're saying. So you were making an actual point, like an actual rebuttal to what she was saying?
I was trying to, but it got distracted by her like, okay.
Oh, that's weird.
Let me explain to you. Like, I want to say something positive about Rezi for a second, because this is something that I didn't clarify at the time.
Please.
Rezi is an incredibly private person. If you ever share something with him, like even if he is in love with somebody, says he wants to spend the rest of their life with them, like he did with me, they're not going to share you that kind of information. Like there's, there's a strict boundary there. He wouldn't get parried like you did, basically. Like he wouldn't leave his DMs open with somebody. So I just want to say that, like, I don't care about my reputation, but honestly, he has a much stronger, like, stance on this than I do, and he's, that's all I want to say. Because at the time when I laughed about it and I said, you shouldn't have done that, bitch, that was kind of in response to me being like, okay, well, you're saying that I released a bunch of my PII, but most people who get doxxed do so by releasing private information to people that they then, like, have a falling out with or something like that, and then that person leaks that information.
Okay, so it was said as a joke, but it was also said to make a serious. It's now you're stating it was being said to make a serious rebuttal to a point. So which
it was a joking response to her point.
Well,
something can be both.
Like you just explain the justification for making a serious point.
No. The reason for me saying I know where you live, I know that your grandma died, stuff like that. That was me responding to her. And then when she said, you gave Rezi my address, I said, you shouldn't have done that, bitch. That was in response to her, like, scolding me for releasing PII. I'm saying, okay, well, if you think that I'm stupid for saying that my hair is short, then why aren't you stupid for giving random people your address that you then beef with and then have a total fucking falling out with over Perry of all people?
Will you give me 2 seconds to just finish the clip real quick, and then I'll get back to
you? No, that's all I wanted to add, because I also want to say, like, formally, I apologized to Aiko for even, like, making her feel like that was real. I understand that even if I thought I was joking and I was just responding to stuff in the time, threats of doxing are serious, people take them seriously, and whatever.
I didn't think it was that serious. I thought it was a little funny, to be honest. But I mean,
no, it was.
You were being serious. I mean, you were being serious, and I could imagine it was very serious for Aiko, to know that you.
No, there were things going on for me at the time. Like, obviously, I lost my whole fucking relationship over that call-in. Like, and it wasn't just that. It was the whole situation with Aiko where she was using her soapbox to talk shit about me. Lots of people were like criticizing my abuse history and stuff like that. But I was being told behind the scenes by Rezi to just shut the fuck up.
Wait,
so like obviously I was
did my stream ended your relationship?
Well, my behavior ended my relationship, not your stream.
The behavior on my stream.
Yeah, because it was such a harm to his platform that he obviously couldn't associate with me in public anymore at the time, right?
I guess I just feel remorseful for stopping love, true love.
Like I said, you had nothing to do with it. It was the platform. It wasn't the reason, and it would have ended anyways because Rezi's kind of a spineless fuck. And even before we started dating, I told him like, "Hey, I'm autistic and kind of fucking inflammatory. Like, are you sure this is okay?" And he's like, "Oh, I'll own all my associations." First bump in the road, absolute disavowal. So what are you gonna do about that, really?
Kind of sounds
I know who I am. I thought he knew who I was. I guess is what I'm saying.
Kind of sounds like in your eyes, this Rezi guy like fucked you over.
No, I think that he's just kind of a flawed human being, like a lot of us are. It didn't work out. I'm not the sort of person that wants to pathologize my bad relationships and say he's a rapist, he's a horrible person. No, like it just didn't work out.
Got it. All right, well, I'm gonna finish this clip, but are you? So you're still saying that this was a joke?
It was a joke, yeah. I think that the way that I went about it, obviously, I don't blame anybody for thinking that I was being serious. The punchline was that somebody who I know to be incredibly cautious with people's information was being accused of being a doxer by somebody that he considered a friend for years. So it seemed very like I was I have to admit that I wasn't even just feeling my own emotions at this time. I was pissed for other people, and you should never be angry on other people's behalf.
Well, I agree.
You know, you should just let them fight their own
my
battles.
understanding is, you were angry, you were pissed, per your own admission, you were drunk, and you made a threat to somebody while angry and drunk. Okay? That's my understanding. You didn't follow through with it, so that's about as far as that one goes, right? But I kind of feel like you're doing a lot of like post-hoc code.
If you rewatch this call, we'll go through the part where you asked me if I thought it was a joke, and then I have a moment of clarity where I'm like, no, I'm sorry. You know, there was even a moment in that call where I was pretty real with Aiko, and that I legitimately felt bad that everything that her and Rezi had in terms of a friendship blew up, and that I was in any way like responsible for that. Because there were rumors at the time going around that I was the one that was keeping them from reconciling things. And I was like, no, I'm the one behind the scenes that's telling him, hey, stop treating Aiko like it's a burnt bridge. Like it's just a fucking bump in the road. So, like, it kind of bothered me.
You have a stellar opinion of Aiko. Listen, I'll finish this, and then if you want to call back in and dispute my take on it, feel free. I can appreciate what you're saying, but to me, when you followed up initially, this is a joke, and now that we've actually watched the clip, the explanation gets more specific and entails new details. It kind of sounds like it's like post-hoc rationalization. I gotta be honest.
I'm explaining where I went wrong. I don't want to admit that, like, okay, just because I knew that I was saying I'm going to dox you, Aiko, as a joke, doesn't mean that the way I conducted myself in a call is going to convey that. Like, that's fine. That's whatever.
Do you think it's a joke because you knew that you wouldn't actually dox Aiko? Is that why you called it a joke?
I think it was a joke because I was responding directly to her accusing me of something that seemed absurd to me at the time.
Was she even accusing you? I'm pretty sure. Or did she what? She was saying
she was accusing Rezi of sharing. Yeah, that we're supposedly weaponizing like information that he shared to me in private.
Yeah, well, she was just asking, did Rezi give you my info? Right? That doesn't sound absurd.
And I said no. No, and I answered no to that. I responded like I clarified it obviously after saying like you shouldn't have done that, bitch. So like she probably didn't have a
maybe after
idea that I was
down,
being
I'd have to
truthful.
watch through, but it sounded like initially you were leveraging that to intimidate her.
I don't. What would I gain out of intimidating Aiko?
So
like,
I don't think
I'm gonna dox you.
I don't think you were okay. So I think you were drunk and angry. I don't think you were like weighing like the net pros versus cons. You just wanted to lash out at this person, and you did so in a manner that you knew would cause concern for her, right?
I do admit that because I know Aiko is like somebody who obsesses a lot about shit and is paranoid about stuff, I was probably more willing to like say stuff like that at the time. Knowing that I wouldn't follow through on it just to menace her. Because I think that if you're a neurotic person and you're gonna accuse your friends of like all sorts of horrible shit, like she was accusing Rezi of being like a chud simp at the time for his takes that like she didn't want to he didn't want to co-sign her crusade against Chud for being transphobic, and because of that she's saying like he has his reasons, he has his, you know, like saying that he was whatever trying to, so she was always trying to web people with this crazy conspiracy shit.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Wasn't good.
That last part you said, the Chud shit with the I mean, Chud is obviously transphobic. Is anyone denying that?
Well, Aiko was trying to get Rezi to pick up on her specific critique and her specific narrative at the time to try to go after Chud, saying that because he was outed for texting a trans person, he's doubled down on the transphobic rhetoric.
Which
and
seems
at
to
the
be
time,
accurate, yes.
Well, that's the thing, is that at the time, Rezi disagreed with her based off the fact that a lot of people in this space, like Perry, etc., were all doing the same. Like, it was basically a bunch of people doing the same transphobic rhetoric. That was his argument. Was
but a lot of people were literally just copying him. But like to be fair, like that's, I mean, I like Chud, but that's just like such an obviously correct like insinuation. Obviously,
I think that Aiko probably should have gone to you instead of Rezi at the time, because you know you might have actually been able to run that narrative. Whereas he was not willing to take a strong stance against the fact that commentary was transphobic. I mean, for the longest time, people in commentary were telling me, like, well, we're not misogynistic, we're not transphobic. Yeah, you kind of are. Like, you kind of are. It's just own it, whatever. Like, it's humor. Like, as long as you're not actually actively advocating for things that make people's lives worse, like, it's going to make somebody's day worse. That's the max that's going to happen, right?
Yeah, so out of curiosity, so I got sent a message, and this message, just to be clear, did not come from Doobie. It's you on October 22nd of 2025 saying, In response, somebody saying, Exhibit A, I would never tell Purple Parrot Gaming intimate details about my relationship on a live stream. You respond, yeah, well, you've never had someone accused of a very good-natured person of leaking her docs. I wanted to be the boogeyman that neurotic bitch fears. Who are you talking about here?
Yeah. Oh, I admitted to that. Like I said,
you're talking about
I previously in this conversation, like 2 minutes ago, I said that I definitely knew that because she's an obsessive person that I was setting her off with the things that I was saying. Okay. I don't dislike.
So it sounds
I love triggering Aiko. So like that's basically if Aiko ever calls into this stream when I'm here, that's going to be my main objective, is just to make her feel weird.
Okay, so it sounds like you said that with the intent to menace her, per like your own admission here.
I agree with menacing. If people say that I menaced Aiko, then I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm just saying I didn't dox her.
I'm not, and as I've said about for like the 4th time now, the claim has never been that you doxed her, at least on my end. I don't know anyone.
Right, and that's what I'm shadowboxing a little bit here because I'm trying to prove that based off the standard that everybody in this community wants to put forward for doxing, where it's this hyper-specific thing. If 1, I never published things, 2, I never did anything.
It's not hyper-specific. You guys keep pretending like this is like super complicated. It's not. The definition is the involuntary malicious publication of PII.
And I didn't do that, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying you didn't dox, but let's not keep pretending like this community is such a hyper-specific. No, it's a pretty easy to understand definition.
It's pretty specific because I expand that definition. So even if you Google the definition of doxing, it also includes public information. So that's where we disagree personally, is that I think that if you accumulate a bunch of information to somebody and you post it in a central location and you also post it along messages where the intent is clearly to harass those people, even if it's public information, I still consider it doxing.
Well, yeah, you can dox with public info. But if it's public info that the person themselves consented to being linked to their online persona, then it
doesn't matter. Because what do you mean by consented? Do you mean like by they posted on a Facebook page and then they had like an image that was also connected to their YouTube?
So if I posted on an account, like let's say on my 8 Underground account, every single stream, I have a Facebook link in the description. It's my Facebook. Anything that I post on that Facebook publicly is free to be used because I've established that link.
If it's in the case where like you said in the Leo Convoy stuff where so like his Facebook page was always connected to his even in present day was connected to his creator profile.
Yep. Yes. It's his. Yes. He uses his
like as like a direct link. Like he had his Facebook link in his YouTube.
Yep.
Like and he always did that. Like that was a permanent thing.
Most of the Facebook is him posting YouTube related stuff, like arguments in his comments.
No. I'm asking, how did you learn that this was Leo Convoy's Facebook? Because it was posted to his.
He goes online.
YouTube.
Yeah. So online, he goes by his actual name. And his Facebook is in his name under his name, but it's like used for YouTube purposes and is linked to his YouTube persona. He doesn't even deny that.
Okay, that's a little bit more complex. I would consider that kind of doxing, like. A direct link. So if I have like a link tree on my profile that links the profile, those are fair game. But if I have the same name, if for example, if somebody like I said, if somebody went looking for technically publicly available profiles of somebody with a public name who's a streamer, like let's say Hutch or whatever, and then posted all that information essentially somewhere, I would still think that's doxing.
How I got it was he said the first name of his wife on one of the public calls we watch, right? And I searched while I was drunk. First name, Lio Convoy. At which point,
that's kind of doxing. No, it
isn't.
You're using information that you know about the person to connect that profile. Like it's not just the name. It's not like you were just searching a name.
He posts on his Lio Convoy Facebook account, "I love my wife," full legal name. He gives out their address.
You had to investigate. That's the problem, is that you had to investigate.
I was drunk. I was drunk. I did one Google search. I had one fucking search.
You were drunk. It's okay. It's okay.
No, it wasn't. There was one search. You're acting like I'm some fucking. I'm sorry. Didn't you literally preface your like threat when calling in here that you were drunk? So probably that's a very relevant factor.
That's why I'm bringing it up. It's what I'm saying. Like you're drunk. Is that I still feel personally responsible.
So it's only a mitigating factor if you're drunk.
That's why I don't drink anymore.
I don't drink anymore.
No.
Either.
I'm saying you should feel personally personally responsible for things that you do while drunk because I feel personally responsible for things that I do while drunk.
It's almost like I've said I've went too far like 1,000 times. Like at this point.
I know. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I was just responding to your point as why I was saying like if I'm like saying like, oh, you're drunk, it doesn't matter. Like
no,
when I bring up that I'm
just
drunk,
saying you were insinuating I was doing a full investigation. I was like shit face. I wouldn't be capable of conducting a full investigation.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I still think that you kind of did doxy shit to Leo Convoy's wife.
Got it. I mean, I think it's a good thing that nobody uses your definition of doxing. So I don't know what to.
I mean, I'm fine with it because you clearly like you suffered from it. You had a large, schism with a lot of communities because of it. You had to argue it. So I think that you've learned your lesson. I don't really care too much though. I'm never going to call people abusers of women in a voice chat on the off chance that somebody in the call was somebody who had a domestic violence charge and that they might think that I'm referencing their public docs. So that's what I've changed.
Got it. Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Bye, Hayden. I'm gonna. It's the 4th of July.
Yeah. Go to your barbecue.
Have fun.
All right. Let's watch the rest of this clip.
Yeah. Doxing threats. Yeah. You dumb fucking cunt. I will take your fucking platform.
I'm gonna dox you. I'm gonna dox you. I'm gonna dox you.
I would. So now she's saying it with like a joking and now she's a joking tone, right? She's done this before, and she's done this in this conversation that we've had here, where she'll say something or make a point, and then she'll like try to overplay that it's a joke after the fact because she realizes it sounded fucking horrible. Like she'll do some like obnoxiously loud like fake laugh or some shit to like signal after the fact that it's a joke. That sounds serious. No, the first time sounded serious. Now it doesn't. Yeah,
I'm gonna dox you.
I would consider a restraining order. I guess.
Yeah.
A little bit crazy.
Okay, I'll be asking Rezi for your information.
Please, bitch, do it.
I will be. Yeah.
Okay, she left. Yeah, I don't know what the whole deal is with that. She got so mad she literally left the call. It wasn't like she followed up saying, "I was fucking joking, you dumb bitch." Like reaffirming, even when Aiko says that it was a dox threat, right? She does overplay that, like, I'm joking, but she like leaves. She then just like leaves. At no point here was there like some like, and then it sounds like per her own like defenses, it doesn't sound like a joke. It sounds like she was later arguing with me here that it was a serious point. I guess it was both simultaneously.
Fucking insane because he had this goal the whole beginning of the year was a goal to come to fix his car so he could come and take me to the beach and do a stream on the beach. Okay, that's why I gave him my address.
Where does she call back in? Oh my god.
He can say what he wants to say. I would like him to publicly say,
hi. I just wanted to say, Aiko, real quick, the only reason the beach trip was ever a thing was because Rezi wanted to hang out with me. He wanted to fix his car so that we could go around
travel. I don't even know what she's talking about here. Wait, so does this mean we can all just get hammered and say whatever we want? No, being drunk doesn't excuse your behavior, but it can explain it, right? And the explanation part is relevant when you're making a character assessment. So, like, if I hear that a guy with no history of violence gets really drunk one night and gets into a bar fight, I'm not gonna make, like, some super harsh judgment about the dude when he's sober if he's no longer drinking, right? And if he has no previous history of violence, and this is, like, a off-chance behavior due to lowered inhibitions, because that's what alcohol does. It lowers your inhibitions, right? And fucks with your impulses, right? So even though he still punched that guy, and that's still wrong, and he should still be treated the same, or he should still be, receive, there should be justice there or whatever, right? When I'm making an assessment about him as a human being, which will lead to like predictors about his future behavior, him being drunk would actually be a relevant factor. Yeah, when you're making a character assessment, scam? Hold on, somebody tip. My bad. Will is me with the 5. Duck was in chat, being very anti-dox. We just brought up inconsistencies. Will with the 2, remember, was very anti-dox before she called in. Shrook. But yeah, that seemed like a threat to me. If you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. Another great way to support the stream, if you haven't already, is to like drop a like, subscribe even, all that good stuff. What is this? What the fuck is this? I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I have pedophiles in my family. I have pedophiles that I have to break bread with every now and then. Yeah, listen, I've said this about Tectone, actually. Tectone's dad is a sex criminal. But I said that I'm not even gonna get on him for still talking to his dad. Because it's easy when it's not my dad to say you should have like the restraint and not having any connection to this individual despite the bad they've perpetrated. Sometimes your love for someone and familial relation as a result of that outdates some of the bad. However, in this instance, it sounded like she was specifically forgiving of the acts themselves. Like, the shit she was saying about, like, the family members made no sense. But the shit with Tectone that I had a problem with was the fact that he decided to minimize what his dad did or outright omit it and bring his dad around women, right? If he wanted to, like, privately visit his dad to talk to him or something, obviously I wouldn't like that, but I'm not gonna make a super harsh, like, character assessment because you still talk to your dad who's a horrible person. So long as you're not minimizing what he did or enabling it, or, there are people that visit family members and, like, serial killers will have families visit them on death row or whatever, and it's like, I don't know how much I can fault the families. You should cut ties with any sex criminal, even your parents. Yes, you should. You should. I agree with that prescription. However, that prescription is a lot easier to make when it's not you, right? I can't emotionally consider what might be at play if you were like that related to the person that did it, right? What I do know is that I personally, right, I would probably never fucking speak that, but for some people, I'd imagine that's easier said than done. And if it's somebody like your father, or like sometimes the total alienation for the rest of their life, to some people is a little bit hard to sustain, because at the end of the day, even though you hate them or for what they did, you still sort of love them because they're your parent, right? It's like kids who are abused by a parent that have complicated relationships about that parent in adulthood. It's actually really easy to disown sex offenders in your family. Depends on the factors. It should be easy, right? Probably be easy for me. But once again, I don't have a family member that's a sex offender, so I don't know what that would actually be like. Nobody's in call-ins. You're really defending sex. I'm not defending sex offenders. Yeah, because you suck at talking. I haven't heard that before. Okay. Now, our boy Himpleton released a new video covering the Jidion situation, that we never checked up on. So let's take a look at this video. All right.
The aura of Bloomington.
Okay.
Home away from home.
Thanks. Bloomington. Did I get ads for ASU sometimes?
Call 911. Listen, man, I don't want to have to get the police
53
involved.
minutes, bro. 53 fucking minutes. Why did Himpleton make Jidion 10 times darker in the thumbnail? Is that the snark?
And if you also are upset with his performance, I have his boss's information right here.
He came to meet a 14-year-old boy, Levi Garrett, and the academy owners are banning me from the premises.
The crazy thing about it is the overseer and the director of the Volleyball Academy Club. On his Instagram, he was flashing a gun, and I know he still has that gun.
You sent the thumbnail comparison in inbox? It's crazy. Let's get eyes on this. Let's get eyes on this. Why is it not? I have to set Brave to my default. Looks like it's true. It does look. Is the question is Jidion lighter in Diorio's thumbnail, or is he darker in Himpleton's?
Hello, my name's Himpleton, and before we get into anything, I want to be upfront.
Yeah, you're really tricking us, bro.
About what this video
GTA, never mind.
is.
I was like, dude, yeah, it totally lives there.
And what this video is not. This isn't a video about Jidion's entire career. It also isn't a video going through every bad thing that he's done. What this video is an attempt to show how Jidion has slowly become a liability in the eyes of the law. Time and time again, he's risked jeopardizing investigations, putting other people in harm's way, and leaning harder and harder into harassment.
I always said of like the predator catchers on YouTube, I actually, Jidion seemed to be good because it seemed like he actually was getting people arrested. And that's the only goal in like a predator sting that I see. Well, the goal should obviously be successful prosecution, right? But if you're not even getting a result, if what you're doing is not resulting in an arrest, I think that it's useless, because I think that the good outcome would be the conceivable prevention of this, or inhibition of this person's ability to harm minors in the future. And if they're convicted, they would be registered as a sex offender. They could have their online communications monitored or restricted, and where they can live and their respective access to minors.
And he's done all of it to keep his videos interesting.
Okay, we'll leave the property, but like, I'm just trying to figure out, do you have anything better to do?
Jidion has been known in the past few years as one of the main figures in the predator poaching scene, alongside figures such as Skeeter Jean, Alex Rosen, and Oma. Since Jidion often goes out of his way to try to find predators and compile evidence in a way that would not count as entrapment, the internet has praised him for his efforts in predator catching. This is commendable. He's even gotten many arrests and convictions of predators.
We got convictions, we got court updates, we got potential plea deals, we got everything in this video.
This isn't a video on Jidion and his team's ability to find these predators and the methods they use to gather evidence. This is a video about what happens when the sting itself goes south, which for Jidion happens more often than you'd like to think.
Is that a typical type of interaction that you tend to have with the local agencies?
So I would say about 70% of our interactions with law enforcement end in an arrest on scene. But then you have those times where, you know, they might want to do some further research later and stuff. So that's obviously understandable. But then you have the times where the police officers completely just discredit everything that we're doing, and they don't even care to even make a report about it. Dallas County.
You see, Jidion doesn't do this work for free. In order for Jidion to really be able to work on pred catches all day and all night, all across the country, he needs to be paid a hefty sum. This means Jidion,
which is fair, okay? He's not a charity, okay?
is incentivized to do two things: not speak to cops before the sting, and ideally get an
it becomes a problem when that drive to the primary goal with a predator bust should be to actually get somebody convicted if they've tried to predate on a child. If your desire to accumulate money off of that supersedes the interest brought by the actual primary goal, then it would be an issue, right? And I assume that's what's being alleged here.
Arrest, and at the very least, a confrontation on the camera. To contrast,
Jidion could be his own decoy. I look nothing like a minor.
On another person in the space like Oma.
I used AI to catch a predator on Discord. I made a fake female alt on Discord and used it to go predator fishing. But once I got one on the hook, he sent a selfie, which I ran through advanced facial recognition software to identify exactly who he is. And while the predator chats with who he thinks is a younger girl on the internet, I gather all of his personal details to report to the police. And before doing that, I called their personal phone number, posing as a confused caller, before revealing I know exactly who they are and confront them.
Himpy's got to pick which you need. It seems like this is still the meta. If you're doing non-live stream related video essays, you should be uploading those to a channel separate than the one you stream on, because the audience is totally different.
Jidion tries to go across the country in order to convict preds who are willing to solicit minors for acts. In traditional predator catching stings, the cops would be involved far before the sting actually takes place. So the cops and investigators can see what options are on the table. The cops could either invoke the fact that they have probable cause to arrest the individual, or they can move—
You look like a 15-year-old? That is not true, okay? I look like a 21-year-old.
forward with setting up sting operations to further implicate the predator for attempting to meet up with the minor. Jidion and many other people on—
Aiden looks, yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Online skip this step, mostly because it's more
I look taller than I am because everybody around me is short for some reason.
costly to work with cops across multiple jurisdictions. And if you're a bit more cynical, most police probably want to do the things themselves without a YouTuber on the scene. At the very least, there is a conceivable chance of the police telling the YouTuber to stay out of the rest of the project.
Albany police on Friday arrested 34-year-old Charles Malik, a registered sex offender, on an outstanding warrant. It was during a fake online meetup orchestrated by YouTube creator Jidion and his team posing as a minor. Police say the fake meetup was news to them.
They showed up unannounced and sprung this on us. That's one of the concerns that we've had in the past.
The other concern you have too is I doubt they're showing up to this armed, are they? And like when you're if somebody has no prior convictions for this, you really are cornering them. You know, for the good purpose, albeit, but you are certainly cornering them with a life-ruining consequence for what they did. Because that, you know, that even though they say, I'm not going to report you to the police, a lot of people know that's not necessarily going to be true. And when somebody is cornered like that, they get irrational. And when they get irrational and defensive, they can do things that are potentially violent, especially if they were, you know, I mean, obviously one doesn't necessarily track to the other, but they already, you know, show a lack of restraint through them proceeding to try to chat up a minor or whatever. And, you know, this could, you know, turn bad. So I don't fucking know if they, like, show up armed or...
We've assisted with other groups.
Police say these types of stings may have good intentions, but can also pose a risk to the public.
First thing is public safety. And so in this particular situation, we don't know who we're interacting with, and we don't know what that confrontation is going to look like.
On Thursday, Kaiser...
Also, tons of kids are taller than me. When I go to bully high schoolers, I wait outside the local high school, and, like, when the kids walk out, I'm like, fat, gay, 4 eyes. They're taller than me most of the time, so actually, you know, just being tall in and of itself doesn't, you know, negate your status as a minor.
Police, tipped off by Jidion, made 2 arrests, 29-year-old Kyle Andrew Monroy of Kaiser and 41-year-old Christopher James Lloyd of Portland.
The Albany Police Department and area agencies, we do our own stings, and those stings are also very productive, but they're controlled to minimize risk to the public and certainly not put anyone in jeopardy that's unnecessary.
In fact, Inside Edition in 2023 did a report on Jidion's friend Skeet Hansen, who he routinely collaborates with, citing some of the same problems listed above. At the time, Skeet stated that,
"Do you think you're doing a public service?"
It's sort of 50-50. You know, we're of course trying to make entertaining content, but ultimately we want these individuals to see justice as well, if possible.
Some people have called you a video vigilante. Is that fair?
I don't really
That was bad? Okay. Well, if you wanted to laugh and everyone else wants to laugh and my joke didn't do it, why don't you say something funny? Type something. Type something. Make me laugh right now. Mr. Comedy Expert. Mr. King of the Joke. Type something funny. I want to laugh too. I want you to do it. Type it. Say it. Silence.
Here to be called a vigilante. I think, you know, a vigilante is someone sort of, you know, like Batman. I'm just out here making, you know, entertaining content for people to watch on YouTube, and I don't associate with, I don't associate myself with the term vigilante.
This is vigilantism, and private citizens taking law enforcement into their own hands is a problem for our society.
Adam Scott Want is a professor of public...
I do that unironically, what I just did. I do that IRL whenever somebody says, like, a joke I just made is unfunny. I'll turn around and be like, oh, was it? Well, I want everyone to be laughing, so why don't you show me out? Why don't you say something funny? You, like, put them on the spot. Obviously, when you put someone on the spot like that, they're never going to be able to come up with anything. But they still, like, fucking, it still looks funny.
Policy at John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Under no circumstances should private citizens be doing these online sting operations on their own.
Happens often. Well, sometimes you're with, like, a bitchy, whiny loser that needs to just, like, signal that they don't find the joke, the subjectively comedical joke to be funny. So you have to kind of hit them with that.
Risk far outweighs any benefits.
He says he's done approximately 50 of these stings.
He showed up to our...
All right, let's get into the meat of the video.
into police chase and standoff. I'll let Jidion explain the situation he's in.
The guy that we're catching today, he is not from Benito, Illinois. He is all the way from Chicago. He's driving 3 hours to meet what he thinks is our 10-year-old decoy from Roblox. This dude's an absolute freak. He's talking about getting her pregnant. He's talking about how he's ready to be a father, all this disgusting stuff. We're going to be collaborating with PP Illinois. You guys should have saw the episode where we caught the successful businessman. But
PP.
I am so sick of this freak.
That made me laugh.
Man, this dude is absolutely disgusting. And the fact that he's driving 3 hours to pick up the decoy to bring her back to his house just shows his evil scheme, and we're going to be sure to foil it.
After explaining the logs and how this predator was caught, Jidion hides out in the gas station convenience store where he lures the predator to.
Yo, my man, listen, I just want to talk. You want to talk? Hey, I'm not here. You're scaring everybody here. Listen, I don't think you're bad.
Did he just shit himself? What was that sound?
Dude, man. Call 911. Listen, man, I don't want to have to get the police involved.
Serious. After explaining the logs and how this predator was caught, Jidion hides out in the gas station convenience store where he lured the predator to in order to confront him. While ideally, the cops...
I think the funniest part is just like how they always manage to find new predators to sting. Like you would think like after the 1,000th sting, the fucking like dumbass pedophiles that are DMing like the anonymous 14-year-old would like have probably caught on at this point. But these people, they just can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves.
Would have been contacted before the sting. Jidion should have, at this point, taken a picture of the predator's license plate and sent the evidence through the police. Instead, Jidion directly asks his partners to get the car running so he can go on a car chase against the predator.
Oh my.
There's no reasonable excuse for the plates not to have been stabbed.
Here, get in the car. Get the car ready.
Just listen to me real quick, bud. It's totally in your favor, man. It's totally in your favor, bro. It's totally in your favor, man. I promise you, man.
To be fair, if the cameraman is filming, Jidion could be under the assumption that while they follow the car, the plate is being caught on film. To be fair.
I know, man. Look, I get it, man.
Yo, PB, get in the car.
But it's insanely stupid to conduct your own chase like this.
We're not here to hurt you. We're not here to get in trouble. Bro, hey, it'll be easier on you.
Notice Jidion tells Predator Poacher Illinois to get into the car, and Predator Poacher's Illinois is talking to the Pred. That is because PP Illinois, as we'll call him, for a good minute, is next to the Predator's car. At any point, he could have taken a photo of the license plate and sent it to the police, which would have been the responsible thing to do in this situation. And yet, that doesn't happen. Car chases are extremely dangerous, not only for what is clearly an unstable person in distress, but potentially innocent civilians around him if that distress translates.
Well, also, to be fair, if they know the guy's full name and his, like, identifying details as well, at this point, maybe they don't, that's just, like, an assumption. Then a plate would help cops identify the car, but they could probably, if they know the name, they could run it through the DMV, right?
To his driving. Not to mention that both Pred Poachers Illinois and Jidion did nothing to de-escalate the situation in the gas station.
Call 911. Listen, man, I don't want to have to get the police involved. Serious. Can we just talk, man? Listen, we're not police. We're not police. Here, get in the car. Get the car ready.
We're not here to get in trouble. Bro, hey.
Is that it? I mean, I gotta be fair on this one. I think the car chase was irresponsible and for content. I don't know if they didn't snap the plate point is like super strong, because conceivably you could say they had all the information that a plate would have given them if they had this dude's identifying info already. You could also say, well, yeah, or he could have also assumed that the cameraman, by filming the car that they were pursuing, was catching the plate, which would be, weird, which wouldn't necessarily be the best assumption. You could say they just didn't think about it because they were operating on impulse, but then that would be a fault in like their competency to carry this out.
It'll be easier on you.
Notice that the Predator starts running while Jidion and PP Illinois bring up...
If they have a name, what's the point of the chase? I don't know. I think the chase was for content.
Calling the cops, agitating him even further. On January 7th, 2025, Jidion, in collaboration with Oma, set up a sting to catch a predator in a theater they rented out for a day.
Who's doing that? Chris, he's a lover boy, man.
Can you dox a cop? Can you dox? Is that even possible? Because officers,
Call 911. Listen, man, I don't want to have to get the police involved. And if you also are...
I don't even think that's... They're literally... They have to identify themselves if you ask them.
Specifically made for...
I don't think you could dox a cop.
Catch a predator in a theater they rented out for a day.
Part of being a public officer of the law is you are consenting to have your face out there. You're consenting to be filmed.
that? Chris, he's a lover boy, man. You know, he's obviously a fan
If
of
it's their family members, yeah. If it's their family members.
Playboy Cardi. We got a trailer specifically made for him, and Chris wants to do some very inappropriate,
nonchalant things for a dreadhead.
Exactly, very nonchalant. He also sent pictures of another woman with hickeys, saying that's what I'm gonna do when I see you, queen. So, you know, he's definitely a vampire. Not only did this man not pay for his own movie theater tickets, but he also asked the decoy
I thought this guy was the predator.
to Uber him over here.
When the cops get called, Jidion is taken to the side.
You can say that. Here's my issue. Like, is this a YouTube show? Like,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we catch online predators. Yes.
So you conducted a illegal investigation to entrap this dude?
No, sir. I can show you right now. We have multiple arrests with Fort Bend County, and this is not illegal at all. We have multiple arrests and everything.
While the cops clearly do seem confused here, there is technically no reason why they need to arrest the predator at this point in time. In fact, according to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the police have no obligation to arrest the criminal at that moment or after having probable cause for arrest. Another police officer then approaches Jidion, and,
like I said, I can show
They
you.
don't have an obligation, but if he's presenting evidence that a crime occurred, enough for probable cause and reasonable suspicion, then they probably should hear that out and make an arrest.
All the evidence wasn't entrapment because he never asked to leave, and so we do this all the time. So there's nothing illegal about this. We also have multiple arrests. I can show you one person.
So my question to you is this: are you working with the local agency to let them know what's going on, or you just?
There's very specific ways of doing things.
Well, like I said,
you're not with the law enforcement agency. You can't just pose as a 16-year-old girl.
Right. You have multiple arrests because you called ahead, like you said.
No, we do what we're doing with y'all. We do the same with them. I mean, if you want to see the evidence, I can more than gladly show you guys.
It's not the evidence, it's how you obtain the evidence.
explains, again, that the main problem with the sting was the lack of communication to the police prior to the catch. Later on, the Pred admits to having illegal substances on him, and he is taken in by the police. While normally, a video like this would end with the Predator being arrested and the evidence being sent to the police, earlier, the first officer had stated,
in other words, like, if we were to follow up with anything with this gentleman, it's gonna get thrown out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do right now. Okay. Just to cover all our bases. I'm gonna call the on-call district attorney.
Okay.
So in their confusion, the police called the district attorney to see if there was any jurisdictional problems, since many of the messages in the original investigation were not sent in the same city. While Jidion is correct that a crime had been committed in Missouri City, Texas, the cops themselves were not looped into the nature of the investigation, leading to these communication.
Sure, so they, as cops are also like people that can speak out of their ass and make incorrect assumptions or overtly lie. So it sounded like they're making incorrect assumptions.
Problems. What we are most likely seeing here is their confusion on whether or not they would be liable in collecting the evidence at the spot and engaging outside of their jurisdiction.
They were getting mad at me. They were like, this is an illegal operation, blah, 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 blah. You guys never worked with us. I was like, we literally have arrests in this county I can show you. They wouldn't let me show them the county stuff. And then he goes to call the DA without even me showing him the evidence. You never call the DA without having the evidence.
Yeah, like at the very, they should have at least looked at what this guy was claiming he had before like making a judgment.
First, because they're not gonna have anything to go off.
Did they call him anyway?
So he called them anyway. So if this doesn't get picked up, it'll probably it's their fault because they didn't let the DA know first.
In response to this, Jidion links back up with his crew and explains he thinks the Predator will not be arrested for their solicitation of a minor because the cops had called the DA on whether or not their evidence would be admissible in court. However, if you rewind the tape,
in other words, like, if we were to follow up with anything with this gentleman, it's gonna get thrown out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do right now. Okay. Just to cover all our bases. I'm gonna call the on-call district attorney and fill him in on all this because we had no clue that you was operating in our city, which, you know, kind of is like.
So because there's a jurisdiction problem.
The immediate reason for this was figuring out the jurisdictional problem and whether or not they can receive the evidence. Additionally, there isn't a reason why Jidion should think that the DA would tell the cops in the city simply not to take the evidence. Jidion himself said that he's made multiple arrests in this district under the same DA.
We have arrests here in Fort Bend as well. Like, this is one arrest we got. This was Richard over in Fort Bend County on my solicitation. This is Benjamin Wynn we had got. So
and that's just from y'all.
So him getting into an argument with the cops is complete.
Aiden, you're my favorite lesbian. I'm not a fucking lesbian.
Unnecessary. In fact, later on, the cop says,
just because he's not getting arrested today doesn't mean he's not going to get arrested next week.
True. We're putting in the work to get at least a warrant filed for him. So that's what we're working with.
So the cop is.
If we're claiming he doxed a cop, it's got to be either the address, information pertaining to a family member, social security info, banking details. If you sign up to be a cop, you are consenting to your full name being linked to yourself as an officer of the law. I mean, you literally, I guess it depends on the department and jurisdiction, but many police officers wear tags with their last name on it, right?
clearly open to taking the evidence. However, the reason why Jidion sounds like he's not thrilled about the cops calling the DA is because the DA doesn't seem to be a big fan of Jidion.
This is what they told me, because when I explained who it was and what they were doing, the first thing he said was, oh shit. He didn't say, oh, good job. He said, oh shit.
And this brings us back to the beginning, because the major criticism offered by the cops and the DA is the authorization of the sting operation and communication prior. In fact, the cops openly say at the end of the video that they will look at the evidence and possibly arrest the predator for wrongdoing.
Whatever evidence or whatever that you guys have, you can prepare it for us. We'll get it taken care of.
Just not on that day.
Just because he's not getting arrested today doesn't mean he's not getting arrested next week.
Later on, Jidion claims that this cop may have told the DA that he had committed entrapment.
Before, when you hopped on the call with the DA, you didn't have anything about the chat log. I don't even know what you told the DA. The only thing you could have told them is what you told me. Hey, we got an illegal operation here going on. This is probably entrapment. You didn't have any of the information to inform the DA so that they can make a better decision on how to handle it.
Something that the police officer and his partner both deny.
Exactly. I told him exactly what you told me.
And after all of this, Jidion, instead of waiting patiently for the cops to review his evidence, starts spreading the police officer's information and telling his audience to call his lieutenant officer. He later says that he wasn't upset with the cops not arresting him on scene, but that the cops didn't do their due diligence.
It's not uncommon for the police not to arrest them on scene, so I'm not mad about that. What I am upset about is Sergeant Howard did not do his due diligence during this case.
Which could have been totally prevented if they just called in with the cops before the sting.
Vital point of all of that is you didn't contact us. We have to be in conjunction.
Okay, there was nothing legally preventing them from looking at what he claims he was going to show them, right? And if they were unwilling to look at that, I guess that's where his grievance about not doing the due diligence comes from. You could say it's unfair, but it's not doxing, right? It's not doxing. He's utilizing these, like, for example, like, he's asked them to call in a complaint, right, about the officer due to what he perceives as misconduct, but there's no information being provided that isn't consensually publicly available due to this person assuming the position of a officer of the law.
In order for this to go through.
They were clearly confused the whole time. This is not something that cops deal with on a regular basis, so they're not going to be able to give their best responses at all times. Anyways, as suspected, this led to a lot of harassment and phone calls to the Missouri City Police
Okay, but to be fair, that's like two comments from a year ago.
Department. And you can still find comments on photos of the officer saying he's an awful human being and that he sucks up to predators. But this isn't the only case where Jidion started brigading people on his millions viewed videos. And it's
like 2 comments from like a year ago.
It's worse. On August 13th, 2025, Jidion released the video, Volleyball Coach Gets Exposed at His Job, where he catches...
Today, we're in Indianapolis, Indiana, and we got a very disgusting guy. But the thing that makes him even more disgusting is his profession. Today, we're going to be pulling up on Mr. Levi Garrett. Levi Garrett is a 30-year-old gay man, and, you know, hey, do as thou wilt. But the thing is I would not let you do what you wilt when it comes to the children. He coaches a boys volleyball team. The age range that he is attracted to, that is actually the age range he coaches.
Also, he's pretty aware before the sting that he might not get an arrest in the city.
The chances of him getting arrested just goes... So I feel like with confrontation at his job, with him being around kids, I'm gonna put the ball in the court of the Indianapolis Police Department.
He confronted the predator at his workplace, and this causes his boss to have a back and forth with Jidion. Ultimately, the manager discusses what he will do moving forward, and what he wants Jidion to do at this point as an uninvolved party in this crime.
First off, I want you to know, I do appreciate you bringing this sentence.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I understand you got a business to run and everything. I mean, I wasn't gonna even get you involved.
You have my word on this, right?
Okay.
I'm going to handle this.
Okay.
I'm asking, if you guys can do what you gotta do,
yeah, okay.
We're asking you to keep the Academy out of this.
Okay, I'm not here to put the Academy's name out here or anything.
This destroys business, and this doesn't come up on background check.
I understand that, and you have nothing to worry about, you know what I mean? That's why I was saying you don't want to be on the wrong side of this, and what I would mean by that is like...
I'm not defending it.
Yeah, and I can see that, you know what I mean? And, you know, that's the whole reason, Levi, why I asked if maybe you wanted to just step outside and talk about this. You know what you did is wrong, right?
Don't give me. I just told you to stay here like a
I think the first thing we should...
This entire time?
I'm not recording no more now. He left.
Your mic?
My mic is not recording.
At this point, remember that Jidion said that he was not looking to involve the Academy into the situation. This will be important later. Jidion then has a conversation with the Preds as they wait for cops to come by.
Got it. So he was being dishonest while conducting his, like, his fucking investigation into this prior. He was being dishonest to the people he was talking to so they'd be more cooperative.
When they do, the cops approach the two and they say,
whatever happened here doesn't seem right, but I have to enforce the laws that I'm allowed to enforce.
Does Marion, Indiana follow different rule sets than Indianapolis when it comes to the law?
Yeah.
So there's different laws in the same state. Well, here, I want to tell you.
Well, yeah. Yes.
Today's your lucky day. You can as many 18-year-old boys as you want, man. Go back in there and you have a whole buffet in there, man. Hey, Officer Keith, would you like to see some probable cause evidence?
No, I can't take a look.
Oh, you can't take a look?
Not gonna.
Oh, you're not going to. Since you can't look at any of the evidence, I'm gonna just read it. The decoy says, you mind? I'm kind of young. No, I don't mind. Any pics? And he said, cool, because I'm team. And then right after he learned the age, you know, he sent the picture of him in a thong, admitted on camera that this was him.
Age gang represent, okay?
You Aiden, happy 4th of July. Have a bratwurst buddy hot dog.
Thank you so much for the tip. I thought I turned DTS off. Apparently, even though I muted the source in OBS, I've muted it on Streamlabs, it somehow comes through from some mystical, I don't even know, but that's not your fault, it's my fault. But thank you so much for the tip. From, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? It's not even... ZM Punk with the 20! Thank you so much! Super based, much appreciated. I'm not a big fan of Bratwurst, I gotta be honest.
Getting by a dildo. This is his butthole right here. Even if you can't do anything, I totally understand that, but it's just the optics of it, you know.
Jidion is really willing to show the butthole of the Predator to randoms for some reason. It's completely unhinged. But again, we'll get back to that. What needs to be said is that it does seem like cops have probable cause to arrest this guy, but the DA has suspended this action. And while the cops themselves aren't obligated to arrest the Predator, it does seem pretty stupid not to. Eventually, the Predator goes back into the academy, and the owner of the property comes out.
Okay, we'll let all the parents know what's going on then. Yeah.
No, you can't be here.
No, okay, yeah. We're gonna get off your property. I'm gonna just wait right over there, and then when these parents walk out,
whole parking.
So that building right there is yours?
This whole lot, the whole thing, top to bottom.
Oh. Are you gonna inform the parents what's going on?
I'm gonna handle the situation.
At this point, both the cops and the owner escort Jidion off the property. Audit the audit, a person much more familiar with the laws around this situation backs up this claim with some qualification.
The officer claims that Jidion was committing an arrestable offense by refusing to leave the neighboring parking lot after the director of the volleyball club asked him to do so. Under section 35-43-2-2.
Yeah, after you're told that if it's private property, after you are given a verbal warning to leave, you have to leave, right? And then if you don't, you'll be officially trespassed. And then what that means is, if you do it again, you'll just be arrested, right?
The Indiana Code, the state's criminal trespass statute. It is a Class A misdemeanor for an individual to knowingly or intentionally refuse to leave the real property of another after having been asked to leave by the other individual or their agent or a law enforcement officer acting on their behalf. Accordingly, if the volleyball club truly did lease the entire parking lot, Jidion could be charged with trespassing if he refused.
But I don't give a fuck about this crime, like if he's just like being an ass, not getting off the parking lot. It's like, yeah, it's technically illegal, but I don't really give a fuck.
To leave.
Jidion then starts screaming at the parents.
Parent, know what the you guys are doing. You're a worse piece of shit than him. Mom, I just want to let you know that one of the coaches, he was talking.
I give a fuck in the sense of, if you're trying to bust a predator, why would you want to get arrested, like, in the course of doing that, right? It sort of, like, hurts you would want to have somewhat of a positive or a decent relationship established with local law enforcement, preferably, like, one that doesn't result in you getting arrested.
A 15-year-old boy sexually online, and we reported him to the police, and now they're banning us from the property.
All of this is happening within minutes of the Predator going back into the academy. Jidion assumes this to mean that the Predator is not going to be fired, even though there's no indication that that will be the case at all. And there seemed to be some indication from the manager earlier that
this is a fair criticism. Some of the criticisms that have been given here are like, it's a bit iffy. But with this one, the dude who runs this place was not given ample time before, like, if they're establishing his guilt, he was not given ample time to do anything about this, right? You're kind of dropping this all on him at once and expecting him to do something right then and there, when obviously this is an academy or a school or whatever. There's like ways of handling this and launching investigation of employees.
Was looking at firing him. Jidion starts talking to some of the parents driving into the lot.
Oh yes, ma'am. It's called EDP Watch. This is what the man looks like. His name. You probably seen him.
Well, he did leave.
Oh, he drove off.
He drove off.
Okay.
But I think they fired him.
Here, this is literally every message. I'll give that to you if you want to. You can show the other parents. Cause yes, ma'am. He said that to a 15-year-old boy. Thank you so much.
You don't hear that enough, but you are doing God's work.
I don't know why Jidion shows this mother a picture of the Predator's butthole, but despite it seeming
those are the logs of. He's showing her presumably the logs that this person was sending, an employee of the school that her kid attends, the exact logs of what this guy was sending to someone he believed to be a 14-year-old boy. And quite frankly, as a parent with a child attending that school, I think it's her right to know that. I think she has every right to know that. If it isn't true, right, then the school can respond accordingly, the guy can respond accordingly, but Jidion believes it to be true and has logs to back it up, and if that's the case, I think that, yeah, parents have a right to be informed of that.
like the pred was fired, Jidion still involved the academy for basically no reason. Anyways, in the middle of this video, Jidion basically doxes the owner of the business despite him agreeing they had nothing to do with the crime that occurred online.
The crazy thing about it is the overseer and the director of the Volleyball Academy Club, and he was already caught up to speed.
This is not doxing, dude. This is a dick move because this guy wasn't even given a fucking chance. But if you go to I'm sure if you go, the academy name is listed. I'm pretty sure his name would be listed on the academy website, right? If he owns the place or whatever, he's probably consenting to his presence in regards to the academy probably entails the disclosure of his full name, right? And that's the context that he's being linked in, right? I don't think this is doxing, just like a really fucking dick move.
On what was all going on, but he wasn't too happy that the parents were about to come outside and see this whole fiasco.
You can dox a business owner. But that would be like if John Johnson runs like a hardware store with his name listed on the website. If John Johnson goes by the name like Buttlicker 9000 online, and nobody knows that he's actually John Johnson, him running the hardware store doesn't give you the right to link Buttlicker 9000 to John Johnson. But if you're talking about his hardware store, you're like, I'm investigating such and such hardware, and John Johnson's name is on the website as the owner, that you'd be allowed to utilize that. That's the information, that's a consensual link, right? The link between the person and the business. They've consented to that link being established.
As a director and protector of children, he had to clean up the mess before the parents came out.
I'm gonna need you to remove yourself from the property.
At the end of the video, he also encourages his followers to call the local prosecutor's office so that the case can be opened. As expected, this led to a lot of online bashing of the police. Eventually, the prosecutor responded by saying,
a spokesperson for the Marion County Prosecutor's Office responded, saying, quote, we want law enforcement to investigate potential crimes of abuse, and we want to prosecute them, adding the Marion County Child
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, great way to help us out, as always, is to tip through Streamlabs Super Chat. Another great way to support the stream is to like, if you haven't done so already. It's a simple fucking button. What the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid cunt? And another great way to help us out is to join the Discord and follow me on X. Thank you, Let It Go New Zealand, with the 9 New Zealand dollars. Doc's dog. I don't think my dog would like that very much.
Advocacy Center has always worked closely with law enforcement to consult, thoroughly review, and strengthen any case brought forward. The rise of civilian vigilante groups targeting online child predators is putting Indiana prosecutors in a tricky spot, allowing each prosecutor to decide.
We have a task force, the Indiana Crimes Against Children Task Force, who do this full time, and they're much more effective than vigilantes are.
Hello? Are we back? Where the fuck at? Hello? What the fuck just happened? You were just... I'm back. I think we're back. Where's my... What is going on with my cam? What's going on with my PC? Elaborate plan to sweep? How am I sweeping? Everybody left, by the way. Awesome stuff, man. Awesome fucking stuff. Hacked through TTS, W image. Dude, fuck my stupid life. Oh, does it want to go now? Alright, I think we're back. Alright, we might be back. Whoa, where the... Huh? No, I want to make me smaller without... What? Dude, I don't even... Hello? What is going on? Huh? Okay, 1 second here. Bear with me. I don't even know what the fuck just happened. Okay, I'll just go in the corner. I'll just go in the little cut corner. All right, my little border can be right here, and then we'll pull this video back up. All right. Good thing you've stream layouts. I do. I don't know why the fuck it glitched. Okay. Anyways, as we were watching this video, uninterrupted, unimpeded, and in a spectacular fashion, as always. Okay. Anyways.
Call now.
We were halfway through. We're like here. More doxing. Awesome. Alright, back to this.
Volleyball club asked him to do so. Under Section 35-43
Volleyball Academy club, and he was already caught up to speed on what was all going on, but he wasn't too happy.
But despite it seeming like the pred was fired, Jidion still involved the academy for basically no reason. Anyways, in the middle of this video, Jidion basically doxes the owner of the business despite him agreeing to the local prosecutor's office so that the case can be opened.
Marion County Child Advocacy Center has always worked closely with law enforcement to consult, thoroughly review, and strengthen any case brought forward. The rise of civilian vigilante groups targeting online child predators is putting Indiana prosecutors in a tricky spot, allowing each prosecutor to decide.
We have a task force, the Indiana Crimes Against Children Task Force, who do this full time, and they're much more effective than vigilantes are.
A year later, Jidion reflected on this case, stating,
IMPD warns that vigilante sting operations can hinder prosecution of child predators. You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny that he's showing this right here? Is that this same police station that he's showing that is saying that can hinder prosecution of child predators, we got a prosecution in that area. All the police stations say the same thing, like, hey, don't do this, vigilantes don't do this. But
let me guess,
this specific,
he didn't actually get a prosecution in that area or something? It was like the town over?
The one that he's showing, they not only arrested the dude, but convicted him. This was the volleyball coach that we had caught. This was in Indianapolis. So his proof text saying that I'm worse than Hulo, whatever, is, oh my God, this is crazy.
And this is basically Jidion's MO. He knows every police department hates stings done without prior communication, and that they want to work with him on these stings. But Jidion excuses this by saying that he's gotten convictions. However, this is basically a non sequitur, because cops aren't against his investigative work. They're against him circumventing the involvement of the police in the sting operation.
I feel like there's an assumption that the specific law enforcement agencies that were saying this are willing to work for it. Wait, unless I'm like totally missing it, I'm gonna look like a dumbass here. They might have said it, but did he saying they might be willing to explore something and actually doing it are two different things?
So far, Jidion has
two. Will is me. Make chat bigger.
Escalated situations to a point where innocent parties could have been hurt, and he has also harassed many different police departments. Now, let's see him
I don't give a fuck about a police department getting harassed. I gotta be honest with you.
Directly waste police department resources.
Where it's like some mean comments, like you kind of like, I mean, tough life, I guess.
While putting innocent parties in harm's way. On March 7th, 2025,
that's my birthday!
Jidion released the video, The Craziest Pred Catch Ever. Let's let Jidion explain the situation.
And today, we are in the hotel of a predator that we're about to catch. His name is Harris Jacob. Here's a picture of his mugshot right here. This dude is absolutely disgusting. He's talking to our 8-year-old and 10-year-old decoy. He literally says in the chat logs that he likes the fact that she's young and he likes the fact that he shouldn't be doing this. That's what makes him want to do it more. We were supposed to meet him at an apartment complex, but then he sent us his hotel instead.
Jidion calls his partner and decoy to get the predator downstairs. It's then that he teases something shocking.
I'm not gonna lie, this one got me a little nervous because the dude, he'd be like flaunting guns and stuff, so we gotta be as peaceful as possible.
That's a really good idea then. Really good idea to corner this guy, where you're presumptively unarmed, and in a very public place. It's actually a really good idea, I think.
He then sees the predator walking into the bathroom and assures him that no one involved is police.
How you doing, dog? I'm not police, he's not police, he's not police, none of us are police. We just want to talk about this, okay?
He then coaxes the predator into a conversation outside. This conversation goes for a while, and it's a standard sting-style conversation. Eventually, Jidion convinces the pred to go back into the hotel so that he can try to get a confession on tape. At a certain point, the pred talks about how they were involved in a similar case currently, and that they're going to run away as soon as the conversation is done.
Wait, where are you trying to stay after here, man? How long you been homeless, man? What? Case, whatever, important, changed my life, my mother. What case? I could be wrong, I'm gonna say for soon. You can have detail on it. I genuinely don't even know what happened. I just think you keep married, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's the kid involved in my case. You gonna give me the same calculations. It's all supposed to be in the registry for life. They got you caught up on some shit. No, hey, nigga, did your homework.
He's on the registry for... Okay, so is that why he doesn't care? It's like, I'm already on the registry. Who gives a fuck?
That's why I feel like I'm not...
And he's homeless too, so whatever time he has to serve from a new offense, it's basically like fucking a free room and a meal.
If you are gonna try to dip, you can't stay here in America, man.
He continues to talk about this case.
Like, you look at me right in my eyes, man. And it's like, how about my super brother, man? I'm genuinely feeling you.
Imagine if it was a life-changing situation. I feel comfortable with that.
Notice that when the Pred says that he will fight for his life, he was speaking about the legal case that he's currently in.
Man, you don't got to, man. Man, you're a free man right now, man. Keep on living your life.
Jidion himself seems to confirm this understanding when he mentions that he will help him, since he's currently out on bail. Remember this for later.
You out on bail?
After this, Jidion calls the police.
We've called multiple times. There's an individual here who is a convicted as a year-old girl, and he was trying to meet what he believed to be a year-old girl. He's running out on bail. He has a warrant. We genuinely do need officer here at this hotel, please, man. What's the name of the hotel?
At the Embassy Suite?
Yes, ma'am. Like, we've been calling for the last 2 hours. The man's about to go to his hotel to check out.
We do have a call in for police, but we don't have anybody available just yet. I'm going to send him another message, and we'll get someone out there.
Is there any way you can put urgency? Like, we don't need 10 squad cars. We just need 1 police officer.
Notice that in this conversation, Jidion says that he only needs 1 officer on the premises, since there isn't a huge threat. The police are currently stretched for resources, and Jidion continuously asks when the next officer
is this whole video gonna be like sympathy baiting for the police?
will be available. The cop eventually says an officer will be there soon.
I've called 911. We've been waiting for over 2 hours now. There's an individual here. He tried to meet what he believed to be a 10-year-old girl. Can we please get someone here? I'm begging, please. It's been 2 hours.
The new shift is seen, and there should be more officers out there. But in the meantime, I'll recommend you calling 911 again.
Jidion and his co-workers continue to monitor the Pred, who is stuck upstairs. Eventually, Jidion calls the police again.
Convicted of a 10-year-old girl. He invited what he believes to be a 10-year-old girl to come to his room.
What's his room number?
His room number is 907. He had told us that he's not going down without a fight. He said he's not going to go for something like this again.
Okay, so how do you guys know he's a zero?
He told me. He said that he got framed, but he said that they found his DNA on the little girl.
Does he have any weapons?
On his Instagram, he was flashing a gun. I do not know if he still has that gun.
Okay, can you hold on a second?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a flagrant example of Jidion making an emergency call under false pretenses, which is a criminal offense in the state of
Is it false?
Texas. Earlier, the Predator explained to Jidion that he was involved in a case which he believed he was wrongly on trial for. This was the context of his statement that he would fight for his life.
I don't think that would be like, that would be an assumption, right? That this dude is actively like on trial for a separate crime. That would be an assumption, but the actual nature of the call itself is based on this person's attempt to solicit a 13-year-old, regardless of his prior convictions. That would just be a substantiating fact, or his prior charges. That would just be a substantiating fact. I don't think this is like a false report itself.
Man, you don't got to, man. Man, you're a free man right now, man. Keep on living your life.
You didn't hear? Wait, what didn't I hear?
Okay, can you hold on a second?
Yes, ma'am.
This.
On his Instagram, he was flashing a gun. I do not know if he still has that gun.
Okay, can you hold on a second?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not even disputed. Jidion said he was flashing a gun on his Instagram. He doesn't know if he has one presently. That's not...
This is a
Wouldn't that be true?
flagrant example of Jidion making an emergency call under false pretenses, which is a criminal offense in the state of Texas. Earlier, the Predator explained to Jidion that he was involved in a case which he believed he was wrongly on trial for. This was the context of his statement that he would fight for his life.
Like, if this dude is shown that he has a firearm through his posts, that actually would be a relevant detail to provide to responding officers. Because you don't know whether or not the firearm that he evidently has and is shown to be in his possession is on his person or not, and if he's willing to use it. Especially if he's saying things like he's going to fight for his life.
Man, you don't got to, man. Man, you're a free man right now, man. Keep on living your life. I'm like, you out on bail?
The statement... that would... you like, if you're calling law enforcement, you should tell them that he has access to a firearm. That's a super relevant detail. That's not misleading.
He is clearly saying that he will fight for his life in court. Jidion then spins this as a threat.
He wanted to create a sense of urgency. Okay, so one of the, like, when law enforcement is responding to a house over an incident, like, whether or not, like, the offending party is, like, a firearm owner, I'm pretty sure it's, like, very relevant to how they respond. And this would be an instance of that, right? I think it would have been stupid if Jidion had not mentioned that this person has access to a firearm, right? He didn't say he has it on him right now. He says he's shown it on his Instagram and he's unsure if he has it right now, which would be correct, true, and in my opinion, relevant for any sort of police response.
towards him and any potential police officer who would be willing to confront him.
He's running out on bail. He has a warrant.
Jidion knows that this man isn't a threat, and that's why he withheld the supposed information in the last 7 calls that he made to the local police. Additionally, Jidion claims that he has some reasonable suspicion that the man may be armed. His evidence is pictures of firearms on the Predator's Instagram. If Jidion was a police officer, he would not have the right to use deadly force, just because he knew a suspect owned a gun. So just because the suspect owns a gun, and there's no indication of him having it on his person at that moment, it's not fair for Jidion to say that the suspect is presumably armed and dangerous or
Well, he doesn't say that. It says this guy has access to it. He just says this dude has posted photos on his Instagram with a gun, but he doesn't know if he has one.
Would be armed and dangerous when there's no indication of him having the gun on his person at that moment. This situation also makes no sense if we think of Jidion's obligation to his team. He's putting a man right in front of a Pred's door to monitor him, when the Pred is, according to Jidion, armed and dangerous and ready to fight.
How you doing, officers? The individual, he's up on the 9th floor right now. So what are you guys doing? What's going on? We have an organization called EDP Watch, where we report individuals who talk and solicit sex with minors. The individual upstairs right now, his name is... YouTube channel or something? We post our videos on YouTube and everything, but our main concern is to give the evidence over to police. We have active cases that are currently in trial. We travel the whole United States and report online predators. So we got you guys... Yeah. We got a cover element and a supervisor on the way. Yes, sir. You said something about him being armed or something like that? He had posted on his IG him with like it looked like an automatic pistol. Like we don't know if he still has it or. Yeah. He was telling us that how he's not.
Wait, okay, that might be. Hold on.
And a supervisor on the way.
Yes, sir.
You said something about him being armed or something like that?
He had posted on his IG him with like it looked like an automatic pistol. Like we don't know if he still has it or. Yeah.
Did you physically see it here? Yeah.
Yeah. He was telling us that how he's not gonna go down without a fight and everything like that.
Okay.
You guys are willing to help out, like...
Eventually, the police come, and Jidion comes to explain the situation to them. However, the cops seem mostly focused on the Pred as a potential lethal threat.
Jimmy, I need to keep eyes on him. He might be in the stairwell.
Tell me to the back stairwell.
Okay, so he's going down the stairs then?
Yeah, he's going down the back stairs.
I need you to keep eyes on him, please.
I'm on the first floor, looking at the back stairwell. Do you want me to pop out this back door and see if I see him?
Yeah.
I don't see anything outside. I don't see anything immediately in the back.
Again, Jidion is totally okay with keeping his coworkers in the line of fire of this Pred, and the police reasonably ask Jidion to leave the stairwell for his own safety. But Jidion doubles down on him being their eyes in the back of the hotel. Meanwhile, more police cars arrive with weapons and shields. Jidion then runs into the main lobby, where 4 police officers are ready to apprehend what they believe is an armed suspect. At the same time, one of the hotel employees tells Jidion to leave the premises for his own safety, even threatening to claim that he's trespassing, while Jidion tells him to shut up so he can get better footage of this whole stupid situation.
Yeah, they're busy.
If I have to get a trespassing against you.
Okay, I don't care after. They're busy, bro. Bro, shut up. God damn.
The police then start debating calling the SWAT team until Jidion notices that some of the ceiling panels are broken. It's only then that he is told to leave the property, as the Predator falls out of the ceiling panels and the cops arrest him.
Wait, officers, look, right there. You see that panel hanging down?
Hey, everybody get out. Get out.
Here, let's go the other way. We can get a
He
shot on
actually
them.
tried to crawl through the fucking ceiling.
Oh, he fell! He's in there! He's in there! He's in there! He's in there!
Okay, that's insane. There's like some Mission Impossible shit.
We got him. Oh my gosh, he really climbed to the ceiling. Yo.
And that's all damage done to the hotel property that Jidion indirectly caused by escalating the situation by calling the police on false pretenses.
Okay, I think that... Alright, Hempy, listen. There could be a point there with the gun thing. There could be, okay? It seems like a lot of people see a point there. I don't think that's a great point, I gotta be honest with you.
And by trying to get good content out of what looked like a
It's like, what, it's the fucking Hilton or something? It's like a multi-million-dollar, like...
potentially botched sting. With the pattern we've established, what happened recently shouldn't really be surprising. For anyone who doesn't know, I'll give a concise summary. Meet Joe, Skeeter Jean's uncle.
Oh, maybe they locked him before they... Oh, no, there he is. Joe, where are your hooligans at?
Right now. Get Craig, where is he? I don't know.
He's a violent criminal who's been squatting at Skeeter Jean's house for some time now, despite multiple requests for him to leave. There was an eviction deliberation saying that he will have to leave by June 26th at the latest.
Hey, Joe, what's going on, Joe? You were supposed to be out today, I believe, March 20th, according to this eviction letter. I guess in court here. Oh, you can have a copy, Joe. You just have to ask nicely. Here you go. That's for today. You're supposed to be out. So, Joe, can you explain why you're still here? Then if you're supposed to be out by today, March 20th?
Problem solved, right? Well, Jidion decided to stream with Skeeter Jean to help, aka annoy and harass Joe until he had to leave. This started with Jidion signing a contract to be an official tenant of the property and antagonizing Joe, who shows how unstable he is by screaming to a point where foam and spit is flying out of his mouth.
Bro, he raged.
What the fuck do you want?
Is this guy have rabies? That's a lot of fucking spit. That's like more than like the normal amount of accidental yelling spit. That's like, it's like fucking gushing out.
What the fuck do you want?
It's like foaming at the mouth.
Police over here. me! Get away from me! No, he can't! Get out of here!
Bro, that's just like a fucking tsunami.
Give a shit! Get out of here! Don't fucking bother me! I don't want anything from you. I don't know anything. Bro, we're not like Skeeter, man. We're not gonna walk. Fuck Skeeter. Fuck your association with him. You associated with him, right? I mean, yeah, so you're an asshole. He went at the place out to me. You're an asshole.
This is what they say to me about Doobie.
You associate with him, you piece of shit. You associate with him? No.
They say this about Doobie.
He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of what? Don't you know what the fuck's going on, dude? Are you fucking stupid? There's no door. The police know he stalks and follows. So does the judge. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, you act like you don't know. Fuck. Is he gonna do that to me too? You know all about it. You're playing games with me, bro. I just moved here, man. Yeah, okay. All right, whatever you say. I don't believe you. I paid $600 in rent. How much do you pay? None of your damn business. There's your fucking reason. Fuck you, Phil. Fucking good fucking reason. Dickhead.
Okay, well, if we're gonna be living together, how are we gonna do this? Because we have to...
Get the fuck downstairs! Go!
All right, y'all, we got a live update on where Joe is right now.
Keep this in mind for later. Joe eventually leaves the property, and then, to Jidion, the hunt is on to find him. A crowd of fans gather outside of the property to help Jidion in his quest, and he enlists them to help find Joe. At some point previously, Joe showed his violent streak by throwing rocks through fans' windshield.
Whoa, wait, hold up. He broke this windshield, right? Bro, Joe threw a rock and broke his windshield.
As Jidion and co. are looking for the maniac, for lack of a better word, a TTS donation informs them he's at a McDonald's.
What is the point of trying to track him down if you've already gotten him off the property? What are you trying to do now?
The cops drop Joe off at McDonald's. I see him.
Along the way, Jidion enlists the help of two children who can't be over the age of, 15, riding bikes, and tells them to look out, his words, for Joe. Why he'd want children looking for a man who has proven multiple times to be violent is completely beyond me. They eventually get to the McDonald's, where Jidion is told he's being trespassed. He gets extremely angry and tells the cops very loudly to shut the fuck up. Then he tells young fans of his to go into the McDonald's in order to find Joe, even going as far as giving them his streaming equipment.
Yeah, do this. Do me a favor. Okay, here. Be very careful. Just wear this. Just on your back.
Are we sure this guy's a minor? He could be. He could be like 17.
You didn't trespass him, so shut the fuck up! Here. Bro, you haven't been trespassed.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy's a minor either, I gotta be honest, or this guy.
Wait, here, hold on, let me see. Give it to me.
Maybe that guy's a minor.
Wait, hold on, let me see. You hold the camera. Y'all stick together. No, hold it. Put your hands over there.
Okay, who here is a minor?
Just, if they tell you to leave, just leave. But you haven't been trespassed.
Respect what you're doing, God work.
Here.
And thank you for catching
Maybe this guy. Maybe this guy.
disgusting animals that roam.
Yeah. Just walk inside. Just to get my video? Yeah.
They look older than you.
But make sure y'all stick together. Yeah. They have not. Yeah, hold up. Wait, actually, come back. Bro, they're really protecting Joe. Officer, what are you doing? Bro, they're arresting. Officer, they never trespassed them. You can't trespass somebody.
From there, the cops interpret this as a violation to the trespass, as well as disturbing the peace with the screaming and the large crowd that he's gathered, and proceed to arrest Jidion and 3 of his young fans. During the arrest, Jidion says, "I'm a multimillionaire, and I'm willing to take this as far as it needs to," outright saying,
nobody around him in that group looked like a minor. One possibly was a minor, it looked like.
This will end with the arresting officer being arrested.
Regardless, it's incredibly irresponsible. I also think the violence of Joe, not by Himpleton, but by sources I had seen previously, was overstated because, not to sweep here or anything, but it sounded like, I thought that the guy that they were confronting at the McDonald's or whatever was one of the predators he catches. It's actually just some, schizo who didn't show any demonstrable violence against a person. He seemed to have broken a windshield, which doesn't necessarily indicate that he's going to be violent against, a person in a public place, but obviously, this guy is super unpredictable, and you shouldn't be taking that risk with your fans.
Himself.
This is a violation. You cannot arrest somebody that never went inside and was never trespassed. Ma'am, they are arrested children that never went inside of a McDonald's. Call the fucking DA and see how fast that shit gets dropped.
I guess he says that they are children.
Fucking dumbasses. Call the DA and see how fast that shit gets dropped. Watch. Call the DA and see how fast that gets dropped.
I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want. Officer, you will be in a deposition and you will be arrested. This is... Officer.
After getting bailed out, over the next 48 hours, he copes and freaks out, doing multiple streams, crying over his constitutional rights being violated, despite it being obvious he was causing a scene and disturbing the peace. Jidion was also charged with stalking, and when you factor in him consistently trying to find Joe, when he obviously did not want to be found, with getting young fans to look for him as well, it doesn't really look great. Now, obviously, I'm not condoning any of the actions of Joe, who seems to be a very physically abusive, disturbing character. At the same time, when you are going to...
Okay, Joe is not that disturbing. Joe literally looks like every crackhead you'd run into on like a street in California. It's like, they're all talk, they yell about some bullshit and like spit everywhere. They don't, you know, they're not really like disturbing. It's just like a... Ew.
Ruin young fans' lives and consistently tell them to plead not guilty when in reality they were roped up into what you were encouraging them to do.
The gun yeah, somebody said that earlier. I don't know if that was true. If the gun shit came up 2 hours after calling, then yeah, that there's a good point to be made. That Himpleton might have said it and I just might have totally missed it. There's a good point to be made about him just leveraging that to elicit a greater response as opposed to there being a legitimate concern.
And on top of that, you are essentially stalking this guy. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Again, he could have just waited for the June 26th eviction to be enforced, but that wasn't enough for Jidion. On June 24th, he booted up a stream and watched a video by Bloodspeth, who criticized Jidion's actions during this whole situation. Jidion, in turn, calls him a bootlicker and gets him into the call.
All right, Bloodspeth. When I watch this stream, all I see is the Jidion who was running around pranking people, but at least in those days, he wasn't self-righteous. So, in summary, Jidion endangered a lot of people. He was very disrespectful towards the police officer.
You fucking bootlicker. I said I wasn't gonna talk with him, but I can't help myself, man. What's up, Bloodspeth? Wait, how old are you?
I'm 18.
18. All right, man. I just got done reacting to your video.
What'd you think?
I want you, like, here, I would like to let's have a friendly dialogue, man. I'm gonna let you get your grievances out, and yeah, let's have a conversation.
What's interesting about this is that Speth brings up his EDP catch, where he used a minor, Kayla, in his catch. Jidion insists the crucial context to show that he did nothing wrong is hidden behind a documentary that Mike Klum is making about EDP, which he doesn't want to spoil. For anyone who doesn't know, Mike Klum is the same person who made a documentary about Boogie 2988 and got in a lot of trouble because some of it seemed to have been a little exaggerated or fell for Boogie's lies. Whatever you would like to say about it, you can look it up on your own. Jidion further admits to bringing EDP into his server full of minors for the potential
I remember this at the time. This was in 2024. I was super critical of this.
Doing a Q&A, which doesn't feel responsible knowing what EDP's, let's just say, proclivity.
It is insane that he would bring a known predator into his server. Yeah, that's weird.
But can I ask you some questions?
Like, insanely reckless.
Like,
it's like he has the mentality. He's doing serious work pertaining to very serious matters and serious consequences, right? But he still has the mentality of like the influencer that's just like fucking around and having a good time. And the thing is, there's room for that. But if you want to assume a role of great responsibility due to people attempting to perpetrate some of the most egregious wrongdoings one can perpetrate, right? You're gonna have to kind of put that on hold and take yourself and act as seriously as the work you're attempting to do.
Tweeted that out, and I saw it on a Reddit post, and I sent it to her, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this is like a fake. I was like, maybe this is fake. So I said, is this you? I was like, is this not you? And she said, that is, and it's still a genuine question I have, because that looks really bad in court. And I said, why? And she said, cause I mean, your audience is kids. It's like 13+-year-olds. So adding a predator to your Discord is like sketchy. Not saying it was your intention, but it looks bad. That's what she said. Then I said, I can see where you're coming from. It could have easily made a separate group chat for us to do the interview. But me thinking content thought it would be cool for others who were former fans of him to ask questions to, could ask questions to him. Hindsight definitely shouldn't have done it, and I addressed that on my stream going over it.
All right, at least he owns it.
Pray the jury looks at the facts at hand, though.
I mean, it's still pretty fucking bad, but like, if he can own that was super irresponsible.
Realize that he did message you first, which is disgusting and totally wrong. I'm hoping with your testimony, justice will prevail. Is there anything else that you have worries that may affect your case? I have all our conversations recorded, and I could get those sent over to the deputy if they think that it would make things go smoother. My main concern is getting him off the streets. So even though I'm no longer posting the video, I am more than happy to help with the case. This is when I said I wasn't going to do the prank stuff anymore.
He promptly privated this disaster of a stream that he did with Bloodspeth, but we archived it and we will have a link in the description to get to the archive. Afterwards, he made a community post declaring his intention to sue the police precinct and the arresting officer from the Joe situation. But it got so much hate that he deleted it. And that brings us up to today.
2 updates happened in the midst of us editing. Firstly,
Bloodspat's video on Jidion has been taken down
Is
through
Himpleton filming this at like in a grocery store?
mass reporting as well as his Twitter. Although Jidion did not ask for this in this instance, it does show kind of community that he has fostered through his repeated brigading of the cops when they do not do what he wants. Similarly, the cops from the precinct that arrested Jidion reported getting in mass called with false police reports. Again, this just fits
He's
the
doing like an iPhone voice memo.
pattern that we discussed in the video. Jidion has not and will never address the following argument. If he sends the evidence of potential solicitation to the cops before a potential sting, then there's a higher chance that the sting will not have complications. Jidion says he gets convictions, but the cops can set up stings too. Are we to believe that Jidion is more likely to get convictions for his stings than cops doing the stings? Not only that, but Jidion claims in his VNN interview that he knows he is not the judge, jury, or executioner.
I'm not, the judge, jury, executioner.
How am I supposed to believe that, given the pattern that we've laid out today? He doesn't work with the police. He harasses people when he doesn't get the results he wants. He endangers others for the sake of getting the right clips. He consistently escalates, even to the extent of calling in false police reports to get his way. He has had every opportunity to improve and do his operations more responsibly. Multiple police units have explained exactly how he can, and the answer is simple.
I think he manipulatively mentioned a certain detail to elicit a greater police response, but that detail itself was not false. So I wouldn't go with the most extreme version of the claim that he made a false 911 call, which would be a crime, but rather he wasted public resources by exaggerating the level of a given threat to elicit greater police response for the sake of his content, right? You don't need to take it further than that, because then that just gives more opportunity to poke holes in the argument.
Because to Jidion,
there's a criticism
the most
made there,
important
though.
part of the catches is the content itself. I've been Himpleton, and until next time, have a great day.
He's been Himpleton, so he's not Himpleton anymore. I mean, it was an okay video. There were obviously, this video could have been half its length. I think there were good points, towards the end or whatever. I think there were certain points that were just, a big reach that he didn't need to include. I say this with everyone. I said it with Nick Andros. You find, 5 strong, foolproof points, and you stick to those. When people get into this territory, when they're making a video on somebody of trying to attack anything they possibly can, you sort of water down the, efficacy and strength of the video, and you give them little unimportant arguments that they could poke holes in, or unnecessary ammo. But there's room for improvement, and I think he can on this one. But yeah, it was a well-edited video. Okay, breaking news. This does not look like it's breaking news. It's just Parry being retweeted by accounts based out of Nigeria. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Have you considered Doobies bad? I've not considered this yet. When is someone making a documentary on you? Any day now, my friend. Any day. Alright, folks. Well, that's going to be a stream. Thank you so much for watching, as always. I will see you all probably tomorrow. And yeah, appreciate. I thought we were going to be at 70 viewers because stream tabbed out. Because my fucking shit crashed. We're at 150 viewers. Holy fuck. Like on your way out, guys. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye-bye.